Power in the Blood. A John Jordan Mystery, Book 1, by Michael Lister. Performed by Kyle Tait. Michael Connelly Introduction. It's hard to write a book. You have to keep so many plates spinning on sticks. You've got the plot. You've got the place you are writing about. You've got the what happens next plate that can never wobble. You've got the momentum plate. You've got the humor plate. And the compassion plate. And I could go on and on. You've got the need to blend all of these things together into one act and keep them spinning, always spinning. Oh, and did I mention that you were holding all of these sticks up and spinning all of these plates while walking on a tightrope? No, wait, walking would be too easy. Change that. You were actually riding a tricycle on a tightrope. Yes, it's a major high-wire act, fraught with danger and failure, and that wire is the most important part of the whole thing. That high wire is character, and the whole thing comes crashing down, plates and all, if you don't have it right. If that wire is not taut and reliable and secure, if that character is not one for the ages. Now, with all of that, think about getting back on that high wire with the same character time and time again. 6 shows a week and 2 on Sunday. It is not for the faint of heart, I can tell you that. It is hard to do it once. It is harder to do it time and time again. And that's what writing a book series is like. And that is what Michael Lister has done for 20 years with the character of John Jordan. And what he has been able to do for 20 years with his own muse. Not just sustain. Not just keep his balance on the wire. Not just go back to the well again and again. He has filled the well. He has expanded the boundaries of what he does with character. He has gotten better. He has somehow been able to find within him the inspiration to get back on the wire and do it again. Only better. It may be that the challenge and accomplishment of this can only be fully known and understood by the one who does it. No matter. Take my word for it. Michael Lister has become a master storyteller in his first 20 years, and he's only getting started. Michael Connelly, January 2017. Author's Note. I became a writer in the summer of 1994. 3 years and 3 months later, in the fall of 1997, I became a published author. During this time, 2 true crime cases dominated our culture: the public national trial that was the O.J. Simpson case, and the horrific tragic death of John Benet Ramsey, both of which are experiencing renewed interest as I write this, because they too are marking their 20th anniversary. Power in the Blood was my very first attempt at writing a novel. Not just my first novel to be published, but the first I ever wrote. Writing is like anything else. You learn by doing. By practice. I've been practicing the craft of writing for nearly 23 years now. In that time, I've gotten better at it, grown and evolved, discovered my voice, honed my style. After 20-plus years of writing, the Power in the Blood I would write today is not the Power in the Blood that was published 20 years ago. Of course, if I hadn't written that Power in the Blood back then, I wouldn't be able to write Cold Blood, the novel I'm working on as I write this. Way leads to way. Book leads to book. Everything builds on that which comes before. The writer I am today is only because of the writers I was before. How did I become that first fledgling writer? I was probably born with a love of story. I can certainly remember craving story as a child. Being moved by story are among my earliest memories. As a teenager who was reading mostly nonfiction, I was led to detective fiction by, of all things, a TV show. Spencer for Hire led me to the books by Robert B. Parker the show was based on, and I fell in love with character, prose, and dialogue. After high school, I moved from my small Florida panhandle town of Weewahitchka to Atlanta, not unlike John Jordan. And though I was there for theological training, It was a lit class taught by Tricia Weeks that was to be among the most inspirational and influential of my undergraduate degree program. Then, I happened upon the 1990 Avenel edition of G.K. Chesterton's Father Brown Crime Stories in a dusty old bookstore in Atlanta the year I graduated from theology college and was ordained. And it was nothing less than serendipitous. During that momentous year of transition, as I was being born into my adult life, Chesterton, in many ways, became my literary father, and Brown, the fictional father to my ecclesiastical sleuth, John Jordan. Between 1988 and 1994, I attempted on and off to write short stories and screenplays. But it wouldn't be until the summer of '94, as I was finishing my graduate degree in theology and about to enter into full-time prison chaplaincy, that I became a writer. That summer, in an upstairs room at my parents' house, I converted into my library and study because my small home didn't have room for them, in the semi-coolness provided by the inefficient window unit. After a long and drawn-out delivery, a writer was born. John Jordan was born. This book was born. It was during this time that I discovered other crime writers who have had a profound influence on my work, like James Lee Burke and Michael Connelly, who has contributed an essay for this book. It was also during this time that I attended my first novel writing workshop taught by Lynn Wallace, who has also contributed an essay for this book. And because way leads to way, and book leads to book, I began a kind of self-designed curriculum for my education as a new writer, which included Shakespeare, Hemingway, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Melville, Chandler, Faulkner, Flannery O'Connor, Updike, Roth, Irving, DeLillo, Fitzgerald, and Cormac McCarthy. Over the next 20-plus years, I continued my education and training, and after some 30 books, 13 of which are John Jordan novels, here I am. I feel like somewhere along the way, I learned to write some, and I hope 20 years from now, I'll have learned a lot more. At some point during the past 20 years, since Power in the Blood was first published, probably back around the time I learned a little about writing, I began wanting to rewrite it. I've thought about it for years, but was uncertain as to how to approach it, or when to take the time away from current and future books to do it. And then, a couple of years back, it occurred to me that the 20th anniversary of the book would be the perfect time. The moment I decided to rewrite Power in the Blood for this special edition, I had to decide exactly what that meant. Was I going to toss out the original and start over? Was I going to keep the original and just tweak and lightly edit? Was I going to change the story? The plot? The style? Ultimately, I chose to keep the original book, but do heavy revision without changing the essential plot and characters in any fundamental way. This new revised version of Power in the Blood more closely matches my style, my voice, my approach to the novel today than the original version from 20 years ago. However, since I kept the characters, plot, and structure of the original, this new version is a hybrid, neither completely the novel I would have written back then, nor the one I would write today. This is a remodel instead of new construction. I kept the bones of the original book, the foundation, some of the wiring, walls, and plumbing, but rebuilt and repurposed and redid most everything else. This new version is not a completely new house, but neither is it an old one either. In that way, I believe it shows the first-time novelist I was, and the 26th-time novelist I've become. The writer I've become has increasingly been about what I leave out, as much as what I put in. Saying more, evoking more, discovering more, with less. Fewer words, less exposition, less explanation, has been the biggest part of my particular evolution. And this new version of Power in the Blood reflects that. Whatever else it is, it's cleaner, leaner prose, and closer to my authentic style, my true voice. I hope you enjoy this version of Power in the Blood, that it serves as a good introduction to John Jordan. And, most importantly of all, I hope you see in it the seeds of what the series will become, and want to journey with John throughout the entirety of the books featuring him, however many books that ultimately turns out to be. Michael Lister, January 2017. A note about setting. Note: this novel is set in the mid-90s, and the cell phone and video camera technology, or lack thereof, reflects that time. 1. I was standing at the gate of Potter Correctional Institution, staring at him, when he was killed. Waiting to be buzzed into the pedestrian sallyport, my view slightly impaired by the chain-link fence and razor wire, I was gazing into the back of a trash truck. The hot July sun reflected off the razors like the mirrored shades of a redneck police chief, waves of heat dancing through circles of steel, and the air was thick and difficult to breathe. The clear blue cloudless sky offered no shelter from the sun's assault, nor any promise of rain for the parched planet beneath my feet. I had no idea what I was witnessing at the time. A murder? An accident? A suicide? At first, all I could see was a young correctional officer with a bad complexion and wide hips, standing on the back of a white Ford flatbed pickup truck, thrusting a long metal rod into the trash bags piled on it. His hips were so wide and strangely shaped, it looked like he was wearing football pants with full pads. Sweat poured off his face, and his light brown uniform was soaked through. It wasn't the young officer's odd appearance, but the enthusiasm with which he executed his task that caught my attention. I was awestruck by the violent blows each bag received. Obviously, there were more effective and efficient ways to search the trash before it was removed from the institution, which meant the manner in which he was doing it was a warning to all the inmates looking on, as much as it was any kind of actual hunt for an inmate trying to escape. Like a prehistoric sign language or an antiquated form of Morse code, every violent stab was a character of communication. Taken together, they sent out a concise message for all who had the eyes to see. Attempting to escape PCI in the back of a trash truck was a bad idea. Even though inmates were sometimes treated like trash, and at times acted like trash, they were not going to escape by pretending to be trash. What a strange, surreal little claustrophobic world I was entering. It wasn't that I didn't understand the need for a certain type of security. I did. And I knew an officer had to check every vehicle and everything in those vehicles before they left the institution. Recalling just one of the many real-life horror stories of escaped inmates recited during my recent new employee orientation was more than enough to convince me of that. But I couldn't help but believe that the excessiveness expressed in this particular brutal method of searching the trash contributed to the violent and essentially inhumane environment of this secret and closed society. Preparing to stab the final bag in the center of the truck, the officer stumbled over the outer ones and hovered above it. Raising the weapon above his head, he brought it down with a force far more incredible than even the others had been. But this time, when the rod entered the bag, there was a deep thump, followed by the sound similar to that of twigs caught in a lawnmower. This time, the metal implement did not return when the officer attempted to retract it. He then took another stance and yanked even harder. On his third attempt in that position, he pulled it free, ripping open the bag as he did. It was dripping with blood. At first, I thought he had stabbed a can of chocolate syrup from food services, or an old oil can from maintenance. But his reaction quickly convinced me otherwise. The young officer lost all color and stumbled backward, dropping his blunt spear, and reached for his radio, only to discover that it wasn't there, something that served to make him only more frantic. I waved to the officer in the control room, who immediately buzzed me in. As I ran in, the officer on the flatbed began yelling, "Oh, God! Chaplain! Chaplain! Chaplain, get out here now! Call for help! Get—" His voice, which had been weak and tight and frightened, turned to pure, high-pitched hysteria. "Oh, God! Oh, God! What the— Oh, shit!
There's a body in the—"
With that, he passed out. I rushed over to the second gate that led into the vehicle sally port, and before I reached it, the control room had already busted open. I ran straight through the gate, pausing on the other side only long enough to close it behind me. Heart hammering in my chest, thoughts a blur of indistinguishable images. Climbing up onto the back of the truck, I saw that the officer had landed on a bag of papers that had cushioned his fall. I crouched beside him, the sweat from my face dropping onto his. I could tell he was beginning to come around. My eyes moved down his body. The name tag on his shirt read, "Shut." His feet, covered in blood now, were still touching the last bag he had stabbed. It looked as if the entire bed of the truck, once white, was now crimson. "Look at me," I said, when he first opened his eyes. "Shut, don't look down. Look right at me." He immediately looked down and began backpedaling away from the blood, like a sand crab avoiding an approaching tide. Blood splattered everywhere. On the bags, on him, on me. And I wondered if the red rain falling on us might contain an infection, HIV or hepatitis B, something far more likely in here than on the street. In his clumsy attempt to escape, the officer knocked me back into the bag with the body in it. As I fell, it enveloped me, and I felt warm, sticky liquid on the back of my neck and soaking through my clothes. Lurching forward, I pivoted slightly, a morbid part of me wanting to see. Lifeless black eyes staring blankly. Black head hanging unnaturally. I slid forward, trying to move away. When I sat up, I noticed that one of the nurses, a tall young woman with blonde hair, had entered the sally port with us. Shut was already off the truck, moving frantically toward the gate where I had entered. The officer in the control room had the wits about her not to let him through. I quickly jumped off the truck and had to hold onto its side, as inside me all the blood seemed to drain from my head. Within seconds, officers began pouring into the sally port from the other gates. 2 immediately went over to check on Shut. Another came to check on me. All of them straining to see into the back of the truck, which had taken on a surreal, slightly horrific quality.
"Chaplain, you okay?"
Captain Skipper asked. "Fine," I lied, nodding. "But let's get Shut to medical. He's really shaken up, and he's got blood all over him. We both need to get cleaned up."
"They're on the way,"
he said, and looked back at the truck.
"Damnation! How can there be so much blood?"
"Heart must have still been pumping," I said. "How did everyone respond so fast?"
"Tower,"
he said, as if it were obvious. I looked 50 feet up at the tower to see the officer leaning out of the window, observing everything below, radio still in her hand. When I looked back down, I saw that the nurse had her arm around the distraught officer, talking to him reassuringly. I walked over to them.
"Chaplain, can you help me for a minute?"
the nurse asked. A delicate, pale, blue-eyed beauty, she wore more makeup than she needed. "Sure," I said, glancing at her name tag.
"Strickland,"
she said, trying but unable to remove the distressed look from her late-20s face.
"John Jordan."
"I need to check on the inmate in the truck, John. Can you stay with him?"
"Sure," I said. She turned to leave, but then turned back to Shut and said,
"I'm so sorry, but it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay."
She then ran over to the truck and bravely climbed onto the back. Snapping on latex gloves, she carefully but quickly made her way to the bag with the body in it. Crouching down to check the inmate, nearly disappearing behind the bags as she did, she moved with the surety and confidence of a seasoned ER nurse. Moments later, the colonel and other medical personnel began to arrive. Shut and I were escorted out of the sally port and into the security building on the rear side of the control room. It was difficult to see well from this new position, but I could tell that Captain Skipper had finished ripping open the bag to discover there was nothing left to do but call the coroner.
"I don't know if post-mortem prayers work, but if you have one, you might want to launch it up,"
Colonel Patterson said when he was buzzed into the hallway of the security building where we were standing. He was a short, fat man with thick hands, bushy eyebrows, and messy hair. His uniform, which always looked sloppy, had large rings around the neck and armpits. His skin was leathery, and his neck was red. In my short time as a prison chaplain, I had met many decent, hard-working correctional officers. Colonel Patterson was not one of them.
Why don't y'all come back to my office? We need to get your statements and have each one of you fill out an incident report,
he said as he continued to walk down the hallway toward his office. The hallway, like all the hallways at PCI, was spotless and gleamed with the shine of a fresh coat of wax. Inmates had to have something to do. In the colonel's office, we waited while he used the phone. His office was decorated with photographs, paintings, and trophies, all related to hunting. His desk was cluttered, a thin layer of dust covering it and everything on it. The carpet needed vacuuming, and a distinct musty smell lingered in the air. Like the hallway, Colonel Patterson's office was included in the inmate's job assignment. But unlike the hallway, the room was not cleaned by them. They weren't allowed in here. Patterson hated inmates and made no attempt to hide it. Rumor was, there had never been an inmate in his office. I believed it. There were other rumors about why the colonel hated inmates, many of which sounded like war stories involving riots, gang attacks, and escape attempts, all starring the colonel himself. My theory was that the colonel just needed someone to hate, and since 65% of the inmate population was black, they made natural targets.
I want the yard closed, the work crews recalled, and a count taken immediately,
Patterson barked into his phone.
Call the superintendent and ring him straight through to my office when you get him. Find Inspector Fortner and get him back to my office with some incident reports.
If the colonel was upset by what had taken place, I couldn't tell. He always operated at fever pitch, always yelling orders, always coming on way too strong. I glanced over at Shutt. He looked as if he'd just killed a man. His whole body, which appeared to be trapped in adolescence, trembled. "You okay?" I asked him, while the colonel reported to the superintendent what had happened. He didn't look up, so I repeated the question. When he finally looked at me, he appeared to be in a trance, not knowing where he was. "Huh?" he mumbled. His pubescent face was a mask of shock and fear. When he dropped his head again, I slid my chair over next to him. When I put my hand on his back, it actually shook him from the force of tremors running the length of his body. "Colonel, Officer Shutt needs to see a doctor," I said.
"What? No, he doesn't. Do you, son?"
Son didn't respond. He just continued to stare at the floor. "Call medical, now," I said, employing the colonel's method of communication.
"Ah, hellfire, Captain. He's been trained. He'll be all right."
"Call medical now, or I will. And if I do, I'm going to declare a medical and psychological emergency. Then you can explain to them why you didn't." The colonel snatched up the phone, pushed 3 buttons, and yelled into the receiver,
"Get medical to my office now."
Hanging up the phone, he looked back at me.
"Chaplain, you need to get a few things straight about the way things work around here. If I wasn't leaving this afternoon, I'd take you under my wing and make things real plain for you. But the short version is this.
A quick knock on the door was followed by the entrance of the warden, Edward Stone, a deliberate moving black man in an expensive suit.
"Colonel? Chaplain? Officer Shutt?"
he said by way of greeting. His eyes stopped on Shutt.
"Have you called medical, Colonel?" "Yeah, they should be here any minute," he said curtly, as if he were talking to a new officer and not his boss. "He's obviously in shock," Stone said. "How you holding up, Chaplain?"
I nodded. "Okay," I said, my voice quivering slightly with the anger I felt toward Patterson. "Just ready to get cleaned up."
"I heard how you responded to the, situation very well. Control said you reacted with no hesitation. You never know until it comes down to it what a man will do in those kinds of situations. I know you're new, but everybody's trust for you just jumped up several notches. Isn't that right, Colonel?" "Yeah, you never know what a man will do in a crunch," he said. careful to respond to Stone's first comment, and not his second. "Let's have medical check out Officer Shutt, and let the chaplain go home. We can take their statements tomorrow."
"Yeah, I think that's a good idea," Patterson said, as if Stone had asked him. Before anyone could say anything else, the colonel's phone rang, and the medical personnel arrived to collect Shutt. I helped him to his feet, assured him everything was going to be okay, and followed him and the nurses out of the office. Just before I closed the door, I heard Patterson tell Stone that the deceased inmate in the trash bag was Ike Johnson. I then walked over to the training building and took a long, hot shower and scrubbed his blood off my body. 2. I was half undressed when my doorbell rang. I guess if I were more optimistic, I would say that I was half dressed, and that the glass of seltzer water without a coaster on my dresser was half full. My dresser, like every other piece of furniture that I scrambled to get after the divorce, was not worth the trouble of a coaster. It had been a gift. Actually, its previous owners did not know that it was a gift. All they knew was that they threw it out. I was surprised when I heard the doorbell, not only because I was half undressed, but also because I had placed my order for pizza less than 15 minutes before. It had always taken Sal's at least 25 minutes to deliver out here. Since coming home to North Florida after my life in Atlanta had disintegrated, I'd made my home in a dilapidated old trailer on the edge of Potter County. Quickly pulling my pants back up, I whisked by my gem of a dresser, pausing only long enough to secure the 2 folded bills on its corner. The trailer had been repossessed, and its previous owners were obviously not a gentle breed. It was situated on a thatched grass prairie on what was supposed to be Phase 2 of an expanding mobile home community called the Prairie Palm. Presently, Phase 2 was a community of 1, due in large part to Phase 1, which resembled a trailer junkyard more than a place where people actually lived. The park got its name from the lone sable palm, Florida's state tree, standing in the center of the 60-acre plot, something that seemed an appropriate metaphor for my isolated existence here. As I walked down the extremely narrow hall of my not-so-mobile home, passing over the pale yellow linoleum curling up so that it no longer reached the thin blonde paneling of either wall, I remembered the plush 2-story brick home Susan and I had shared in North Atlanta. It was nice. Very nice. But this impoverished place, and the fringe existence I was now living here, felt more like home. I opened the door and extended the money in one flowing motion, more from practice than a God-given talent. Expecting to see Ernie, Sal's nephew, who resembled the Sesame Street puppet of the same name, I made an audible gasp and suddenly felt naked without my shirt. Instead of Ernie, I had opened the door to a young woman with big brown eyes in an orange, white, and blue uniform, which included a pair of tight-fitting navy blue shorts and a baseball cap. She had shoulder-length brown hair pulled through the hole in the back of her cap to form a ponytail, and dark skin covering her taut, muscular little body. She looked confused as I handed her the money, but took it reflexively. I took the box from her and realized why she looked confused. It was a parcel, not a pizza. The oversized blue block letters on its side read QVC. And then I remembered. Last Friday night, while unable to sleep, I flipped past a shopping channel and did something I'd never done before. Made a purchase. This parcel contained my new IBM ThinkPad. "No need for a tip," she said. "Just your signature." "Sorry, was expecting a pizza." She handed me the plastic pen and electronic clipboard and flashed me a quick smile. As I scrawled out my signature on the screen, I sensed her staring at the round pink scar on my left oblique and long thin white scar across my chest. When I looked up at her, she looked away. "Pizza, huh?" she said, seemingly just wanting to say something. In the distance, I could hear the sounds of poverty coming from Phase 1 of Prairie Palm. People with time on their hands, and not much else. Children yelling and laughing, the revving of automobile engines, and the loud, distorted music of cheap car stereos and boom boxes swirled together into the sad and badly mixed soundtrack of life in the rural South. The only artist my ears could discern was John Mellencamp, which justified the volume. Appropriately enough, it was an acoustic version of his tribute to life in a small town. I was born in a small town, and I live in a small town. Probably die in a small town. Oh, those small communities. "I'm sorry," I said. "I should have introduced myself. I'm John Jordan." "Why?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. Educated in a small town. Taught to fear Jesus in a small town. Used to daydream in that small town. Another boring romantic. That's me. "Why what?" I asked. "Why should you have introduced yourself? I'm just delivering a package. This isn't a social call." I thought you were having a hard time deciphering my signature." "Your name is on the package," she said. "Oh, yeah," I said, shaking my head and frowning. "Sorry, I was just—" "Relax. I'm sure a man in your profession introduces himself to nearly everyone he meets, whether they want him to or not. What are you, a priest? Wait till I tell my friends I was hit on by a priest." At first, I couldn't figure out how she knew, but then realized my clerical collar was still hanging around my neck. But I've seen it all in a small town. Had myself a ball in a small town. Married an LA doll and brought her to this small town. Now she's small town, just like me. "I'm the chaplain at PCI," I said, touching my collar. "I make deliveries out there sometimes. Big place." No, I cannot forget where it is that I come from. I cannot forget the people who love me. Yeah, I can be myself here in this small town, and people let me be just what I want to be. She turned to head back down the rocks and pebbles and oyster shells that served as my driveway, toward the big colorful FedEx truck that matched her uniform, the blinking of its flashers rhythmic and hypnotic. I was just about to ask for her name, and maybe even her number, when Ernie sped into the driveway, jumped out of his car, and ran to my doorstep, where I was still watching her. Got nothing against a big town. Still hayseed enough to say, look who's in the big town. But my bed is in a small town. Oh, and that's good enough for me. "Sorry I'm late, JJ. Uncle Sal's getting slower and slower," Ernie said. "You're not late. Just a little early." He looked confused, then followed my gaze back down the driveway, toward the truck she had disappeared into. When I didn't take the pizza box he was trying to shove into my hands, he said, "You want the pizza or the pussy?" "What?" I asked, digging into my pocket for the money with one hand and slapping him on top of the head with the other. "I said that'll be $8.89, he said as he handed me the box. I was still feeling around in my pockets for the money when I decided to take one more glance down the driveway. She was standing in the opening on the passenger side, waving Ernie's money in the air. "This one's on me, preacher," she said. "I could use the tax deduction." "Thanks," was all I could manage. There was a time, not so long ago, when I'd have had a nice little buzz going by this time of the day and could have come up with a better response. Ernie ran down the driveway to her truck and got the money faster than I would have thought possible. They exchanged a few words, laughed, and then she drove off. As Ernie ambled back, I walked down the driveway to meet him at his car. Well, I was born in a small town, and I can breathe in a small town. Gonna die in this small town, and that's probably where they'll bury me. "Please tell me you know who that was," I said. "Sure, that's Laura Mathers. Her sister Kim and me are on the July Jam Court together Friday night." "This Friday night? As in 3 days from now?" "Uh-huh. But she's got a boyfriend." Ernie, they almost always do. 3. The setting sun backlit the cypress trees, outlining them with a golden-orange glow, as a gentle breeze rising from the surface of the water waved the Spanish moss draped over their twisted branches. Below, the wide Apalachicola River flowed inexorably towards the bay. I was eating my pizza in an old homemade wooden chair in my backyard, partly because I found my single-wide trailer depressing, particularly when eating alone, but mostly because I found sunset along the banks of the river peaceful and calming, its flow spiritual in a way I couldn't fully explain. The experience was restorative, and the bloody events from earlier in the day receded some, as if dimming into the soft focus background of a photograph with a shallow depth of field. I was about to take another sip of my cherry Dr. Pepper when I heard a noise on the far side of my trailer and turned to see two kids, a boy and a girl, on bicycles bumping through the ruddy grass toward me. The girl looked to be about 12, the boy around 7, and I could tell from the condition of their clothes and the state of their bikes that poverty was their lot in this life. I had seen them out riding their bikes in this mostly empty section of the Prairie Palm before, and figured they lived in the more populated Phase 1. Slowing, they hopped off their bikes and dropped them in the tall grass and continued toward me, all in one elegant and practiced motion that I suspected only partly had to do with their rickety hand-me-down rides not having kickstands. "You Mr. Jordan?" the girl asked as they approached me. She was a skinny preteen with long arms and legs, straight blonde hair past her shoulders, and blue eyes way too sad and wise for her age. "I am," I said. "John." "I'm Colby, and this is my little brother, Cody." Both Colby and her little brother, Cody, were surreptitiously eyeing my pizza. "How do you do?" I asked. "Would either of you care for a slice of Sal's Famous?" "I would," Cody said. He was skinny and tall like his sister, but his skin was darker, and his green eyes were smaller and more intense. Unlike his sister, he was not wearing shoes, and he sniffled with a summer cold. "Cody," she said, scoldingly stretching out his name. "You're both welcome to some," I said. "There's far more than I can eat, and I don't want to see it go to waste. You'd be doing me a favor. Please." "Well, if it's just going to go to waste," she said, "y'all drag up a chair and help yourself." Cody looked around. "Just you lives back here?" "Just me," I said. "We live over on the other side," Colby said. With the guy who was with our mom." They dragged nearby homemade wooden chairs even nearer to mine, but stood waiting for pizza without actually asking or reaching for it. I handed Colby the box. "See if y'all can finish off the rest. I'm full." She slowly took the box. Then they both sat down a little cautiously and began to eat. "This pizza is real good," Cody said. "I'm glad you like it," I said. "Have you ever had Sal's before?" "No, sir," he said, as they both shook their heads. They probably didn't eat out much, or ever, and given how hungry they were acting, I wondered if they eat in much either. "Y'all ever eaten at Rudy's?" I asked. "Yes, sir," Cody said. "Once," Colby said. "Sort of. Our mom worked there for a little while when we first moved here. One time when Steve went to pick her up, we rode with him, and she let us sit at the counter and have a piece of pie each while she locked up." "It was good," Cody said. "She stopped working there because Rudy didn't pay her what he promised," Colby said. I nodded. "Think he's pretty bad about doing that," I said. "How'd you know who I was?" "Heard some people talking about you," she said. "Looked you up at the library." "Looked me up?" "Yes, sir, I did. Old newspapers said that you used to be a cop, that you solved some crimes, caught one of the Atlanta child murderers, and killed the stone-cold killer." Old newspapers said all that? When I was 12 years old and on vacation with my family in Atlanta, I encountered the Atlanta child murderer at the Omni Hotel. 6 years later, I moved to Atlanta for college and to work the case. Eventually, I became a member of the Stone Mountain Police Department and worked the Stone Cold Killer case, too. And though I worked other cases, none had the notoriety nor left the scars those two did. "Thing is," she said, "our mom is missing, and we want to hire you to find her." Will you? Cody asked. Will you help us find our mama, mister? I'll mow your grass all summer, and she'll clean your trailer and cook for you. Please, we're good, hard workers.
4. Later that night, I met Kimmy at the Sports Oasis. Kimmy, sometimes Kim Miller, was a classmate of mine back in the day at Potter High School. She was petite and had a pretty pale face, big brown eyes, and long silky black hair she had taken to wearing in a ponytail since she became a deputy in my dad's department. She was smart and funny and attractive, but she was attracted to a certain type of emotionally unavailable men who, the more they mistreated her, the greater her need for them grew. The Sports Oasis was a second-story sports bar on Main Street in Pottersville that sat above a florist, a beauty shop, and an antique store. It was large and open and had the feel of a converted warehouse space. Between the long curving bar on one wall and the stage on the other sat a dance floor and several high-top tables. Across the far wall were 3 pool tables and 4 dart machines. Anna Rodden, the one that got away, was across the way with her husband Chris, and I did my best to avoid looking at them and concentrate on the case. But it wasn't easy. I had waved to them from across the room when I first walked in, and planned for that to be my only interaction with them tonight. Kimmy noticed me avoiding looking in their direction and said, "That's Anna, isn't it? Used to have a thing for her, didn't you?" "Yeah," I said with a little smile. "Used to." "Nothing quite like the pull of the one who got away," she said. "I know all about that. And my conclusion on the matter is, unrequited love's a bitch." I nodded and thought about how very right she was, even if mine wasn't exactly unrequited. "Anyway," she said, "maybe we should go out sometime. We're both sort of single at the moment, aren't we?" "Sort of," I said. "But it wouldn't be fair, knowing we're hung up on other people." "Might not be fair," she said, "but it would be honest. Besides, who knows? We might just help each other get unhung." "Well, since I know no one's ever going to get you unhung from Ace," I said, "what can you tell me about the disappearance of Candace Miles?" She looked at me for a long moment, her dark eyes locking onto mine, and started to say something, but stopped, nodded, and frowned to herself, and took another sip of her drink. "I made a copy of the file for you," she said. "I hope I don't lose my job over it. I just got it. And your dad seems to like me. Even mentioned making me the school resource officer. That's really what I'd like to do." "Being at the school would put you in close proximity to Ace on a daily basis, wouldn't it?" Ace Bowman, a coach at the high school, was the main emotionally unavailable man that Kim continued to go back to, no matter how poorly he treated her. "Not unlike working at the prison does you with Anna," she said. "Seems we both like our unrequited love with a side of masochism." Unlike some of Kimmy's other men friends, Ace's mistreatment of her was largely of the indifference and neglectful, and not the abusive variety. But I didn't want to think their dynamic was in any way similar to mine and Anna's. "I thought that's the only way they served it," I said. "Anyway," she said, "Candace was a cocktail waitress here a few nights a week. She was pretty popular with the regulars, at least with the male of the species regulars. She had, or has, big, beautiful, natural tits, and though she didn't exactly whore around, she did dress to highlight the fact. She was attentive and flirtatious in the cocktail waitress sort of way, but from what everyone said, she went right up to the line, but never crossed it." "Interesting. How so?" she asked. "Maybe an unstable regular was unsatisfied with that," I said. "His sick psyche felt humiliated, or owed more than the tease, and he grew unhinged and acted." "I wonder if the investigator asked around to see if someone was creeping her," she said. "Whose case is it?" "Cecil D's," she said. "Then probably not." "If he weren't a fishing buddy of your dad's, no way he'd still be an investigator," she said. "And it's not that he's incapable of doing a good job.
He's just too old and lazy. And I'd really just as soon that opinion not get back to your dad?
None of this will get back to him, I said. Remember, I'm the one who wanted to meet in secret. I could be asking him all of this.
I meant to ask, why didn't you want to talk to him about it?
It's complicated.
I've been known to grasp a complicated concept or two in my time.
I smiled. He's always pressuring me to come work for him. Thinks I'm wasting my talents as a prison chaplain. Just didn't feel like getting into all that again right now. She nodded.
I get it. Anyway, Candace's case is a bizarre one. She vanished after working a shift here on a pretty slow Sunday night 2 weeks ago. As it happens, I was here that night. Sometimes when I can't bear being alone in my empty house another minute, I come here. There were 3 people working here that night: Candace, Lena, and Kenny. All 3 are easy to talk to, and I enjoy hanging out here with them, especially on slow nights. Kenny, Lena, and I have the same taste in men. Oh, but don't say anything to Kenny about that. He's not all the way out yet. After their shift ended, the 3 of them sat for a minute and had a drink. A kind of ritual they have. When they asked her to have another, she said she had somewhere to be. She didn't say where, but didn't sound like to them that it was home with her boyfriend and kids. They finished so fast I was still in the parking lot by the time they came out. Lena doesn't have a car and had asked Candace if she could give her a ride that night. But Candace asked her if it was okay if Kenny did it, since she was in such a hurry. The 3 of them pulled out of the parking lot around the same time, though in opposite directions. Kenny headed north toward Lena's place, and Candace headed south, which wasn't in the direction of her place in the Prairie Palm, but none of us thought anything of it at the time. Unfortunately, I was headed in the same direction as Kenny and Lena. I wish I had followed Candace instead. She pulled out first, and we watched her drive away into the darkness. She was never seen again. I looked over at Lena and Kenny behind the bar, but only for a moment, since Anna and Chris were in my line of sight behind them. You remember that old wooden barn out on Highway 73, where they would sometimes slaughter cows and hogs? She asked. Near the McCall place. About to collapse at any moment. It's been about to collapse for 20 years, I said. True. Well, anyway, Monday morning her car was found abandoned there. It was at an odd, eerie angle, backed right into the side of the old barn. Unfortunately, the highway patrol officer who saw it and called it in just thought it was a drunk driver who walked away to keep from getting a DUI. He had it towed, essentially contaminating or losing all the forensic evidence it might have contained. I nodded and thought about it. There were so many things off about this case, she said. So many questions. So much suspicious behavior. And get this, the boyfriend never reported her missing. So when we sent an investigator out to their house to ask her about what happened, we thought we'd find her there hungover or something. But when Cecil started talking to Steve about it, that's the boyfriend, he said she never came home the previous night. Something he only realized a little while before when he woke up. Said he fell asleep before it was time for her to be home. We found out later that their little girl, Colby, who is very mature for her age and takes care of the little brother, Cody, had gotten him ready for school, and they had gone on their own. They're the reason I'm doing this. They came over this evening and asked me to find their mom. Figures, she said. We've got a couple of witnesses who saw the car not long after Candace left here that night. The 3 of them pulled out of here at a few minutes after 11, and by quarter after, a man named Lance Stevenson passed by the old barn and saw the car backed into it. Said the headlights were still on, and the left blinker. Said he turned around and drove back to check it out. Got out, looked around. Said it was eerie as hell. Empty car idling in the dark night with no one around. Lights on, blinker blinking. Said he looked all around and called out for the driver. No one ever responded. Never saw anybody or anything suspicious, other than the car. Said he called the sheriff's department and reported it when he drove off. But there's no record of that call. A couple other passers-by said they saw just the blinker, and another said they saw just the headlights. No one ever saw Candace again. So whatever happened to her happened fast, I said. Exactly. Anything in her life now, or in her background, that might... From everything we could gather, she seemed to be doing good now. But She did have drug abuse in her background, maybe even a little distributed, but only to support her habit. She got clean for her kids, and it seems she stayed that way.
What's the deal with her boyfriend? I asked.
He definitely raises some red flags, she said. We've looked at him, but haven't come up with anything so far. Seems more of a deadbeat than anything else. Can't keep a job, stays high or drunk most of the time. Blames the rest of the world for his failures. 2 previous girlfriends filed domestic abuse charges on him, but then recanted. One accused him of child sexual abuse, but the investigation didn't turn up anything, and the investigators concluded that it was just the girlfriend trying to get back at him for something.
Was that lazy police work, or actually the case?
Honestly, don't know. Everything I'm telling you is what I've overheard from Cecil and your dad and others around the station, and what's in the file. There's a lot I don't know, but there is one other thing that I do know. A couple of weeks before she disappeared, Candace was assaulted by a young woman named Mason Kelly. Do you know her?
I shook my head. If she grew up here, I probably know her family, but I haven't been back long, and her name isn't familiar.
She's a piece of work. Always on something. Always looking for a fight. She was in here with her boyfriend. Another real winner. And they were on more than alcohol, but they were on plenty of that. And Mason accused Candace of trying to steal her man. She actually said it like that. Steal her man.
I laughed and said, at some point did she start singing to her that she wasn't woman enough to do it?
Probably. Anyway, when Candace goes to get in her car after work that night, Mason jumps her and beats her up pretty bad. 2 black eyes, cuts, and scrapes on her face. Mason was charged with assault. She bragged to everyone who would listen that nothing would come of it, and since Candace has disappeared, nothing has.
I glanced over toward Anna and Chris again to discover that sometime during our conversation, they had gone, and I was grateful they hadn't stopped by our table on their way out.
What's her boyfriend's name? I asked. Steve, she said. Steve Roberts.
Mason's?
Oh, no, sorry. That's Candace's. Mason's is named Kevin Turner.
Okay, I said. Thanks. And thanks for the file and all the great info. I really appreciate it.
Do anything I can to help those kids get their mom back, she said. And there's more to the story and my involvement, but I think I'll let Lena and Kenny explain that.
5. Half an hour after last call for alcohol, Kimmy and I were sitting with Lena and Kenny at a high-top table not far from where Anna and Chris had been.
I still can't believe she's just gone, Kenny said. I mean, you hear about people vanishing without a trace, but I don't know. I guess I always thought they were just being dramatic. You know, like on those true crime shows.
Kenny St. John's was a tall, thin, mid-20s man with long, tapered fingers and very large feet.
It still doesn't feel real, Lena added. I keep expecting her to walk through that door with one hell of a story, and the more time that passes.
Lena Wilder was a late 30s bottle blonde with harsh features, darkish, sun-damaged skin, and a low, raspy, whiskey-cured voice.
The 3 of us, she continued, weren't just co-workers, but formed our own little island of misfit toys. I miss her every day, Kenny said. Pick up the phone to call her several times. She was the kind of person you could tell anything. Always listened. Never judged. Ready with a hug or a kick in the seat of the pants.
Though barely perceptible, Kenny had the slight hint of a lisp, which became more noticeable the more he spoke, the more he drank, and the later it became.
But as bad as I feel for whatever's befallen her, he said, and how bad we miss her, it's her poor kids that most breaks my heart, and I'm genuinely worried for them. Me too, Lena said. She was truly and totally scared. Of Steve? Kimmy asked. Yeah, she said. She was planning on leaving him, Kenny said. And now, he's got her kids.
How do you know she was going to leave him? I asked.
'Cause we had promised to help her once she was ready, Lena said. Hell, she and the kids were going to live with Kenny and his mom until she could get a place of her own. She had worked so hard to get off the shit, Kenny said. And Steve, who was still on it, was always pressuring her to get high with him, and when she wouldn't, he'd get all aggressive with her, threaten the kids.
Could he have found out she was planning to leave? I asked.
I don't know how, Lena said. We were the only ones she told, and neither of us breathed a word to anyone. Yeah, but she was putting some money away, getting things ready in other ways, Kenny said. Maybe he happened on some of that and found out that way. I would have sworn he did it. But they only had the one vehicle, and they live way out in the Prairie Palm, and he was with the kids that night. He couldn't have gotten to her to do something even if he wanted to.
If it wasn't him, I said, who else might it have been?
That bitch Mason, Lena said. Or her cute but assholey boyfriend, Kevin Turner, Kenny said.
Lena shook her head and contorted her face in disgust.
I fucking hate that guy. He's the worst.
Anyone else?
Lena said. Candace is a looker, you know. Pretty face, great smile, smoking hot body with tits for days. She was hit on a lot. Could be some guy she rejected. There's a county full of them, Kenny said. But a few stick out.
He looked around, then leaned in and began to whisper.
One is the owner of this particular establishment. He had her in a full-court press all the time, and he's used to getting what he wants.
He leaned back and raised his voice to a normal level again.
There was this dealer, used to be her dealer, was always trying to give her product in exchange for sex. I think his real plan was to get her hooked on it again and make her a sex slave, Lena said. I've heard he's done it before. Gets a girl hooked, uses her up, then sells her to his customers. And then there's Creepy Carl, Kenny said. One of our regulars we finally had to ban from the bar. He started harassing her so bad. But we always kept an eye out for her, Lena said. There was nobody in the parking lot that night, and when she pulled out onto the road, no one followed her.
Okay, I said. We'll follow up on all this. Thank you both. This has been extremely helpful.
Oh, we're not done, Lena said. Our story is not over yet, Kenny added. It was something Candace said to me that night, Lena said. She said, no matter what happened, or seemed to, she was going to be all right, not to worry about her, that everything she was doing was for her kids, to give them a better life. I asked her what she meant, but that's all she would say. She just said that everything was about to work out for her, that she would be truly free, and her kids would be safe. After Kenny dropped me off, I got in the shower like I always do, and what she said just kept echoing in my head, you know? It was like haunting me or something. When I got out of the shower, I told my roommate something was wrong. I started to call Candace, but since when she left, she didn't head in the direction of home, I didn't want to call and just get Steve all riled up. So, I prayed about it, and I knew I had to do something. I called Kenny, woke his mom up. Felt bad about that, but not too bad because I knew something was wrong. I told Kenny what I was feeling. I told her I was feeling the same thing, he said. Women's intuition, girl. It was the first overt reference to being gay he had made. Perhaps, like his lisp, the more he drank and the later it got, the more open and out he became. Anyway, he continued, a few minutes later, I was back at her place picking her up. I called Kimmy, since she had just been here with us, and told her what was going on, and she met us at the bar. I had just laid down, but I jumped right back up, Kimmy said. On my way to meet them, I drove by Candace's place to see if she was home yet. She wasn't. Well, her car wasn't. From the bar, Lena said, we headed in the direction she left, and just drove around looking for her. Kenny nodded and said, we drove past a few of her friends' places, one of her exes, and even her old dealers. Didn't see her car anywhere. But here's the real kicker. We drove past that old fallen-down barn on 73, and I remember looking at it and wondering how it was still standing." Kimmy said, "And this was well after Lance Stevenson and the other witnesses said they saw her car with the headlights and left blinker on, backed into the side of the barn." "And her car wasn't there," Kenny said. "No headlights, no blinker flashing, no car. No car at all." "So," Kimmy said, "how could Lance and the others see it there before we passed by, and the highway patrol find it there the next morning? But it wasn't there when we passed by." 6. When I pulled out of the parking lot of the Sports Oasis, I turned north in the direction that Candace did the night she disappeared, following the route she had taken toward the old barn. The night was dark and quiet, the rural road empty, the North Florida slash pines lining the road, silent and still. A sharp sliver of moon sliced a small tear in the fabric of the starless sky, while way down here below, the spill of my headlights caused shadows to dance in the ditches. 30 seconds from leaving the oasis, and I had already cleared the city limits, small town giving way to lonesome highway. 3 minutes from leaving town, and I was at the location where her car was discovered. Beyond a leaning fence, its rotting wooden posts sheathed in briars and brambles, and framed by oak trees, their thick, verdant branches hanging low and draped with Spanish moss, a small overgrown livestock pen fronted an ancient, dilapidated, pine-slatted barn with a rusted tin roof. Like the fence, the barn was covered in bushes and vines, and was leaning to the left and tilted backward. I parked on the side of the road and got out in the humid night, the sounds of cicadas flooding my ears. Walking across the clay-covered culvert, I made my way toward the barn, tall, damp grass soaking my jeans. Even now, twin trails of the tall bahia grass were bent and broken from where Candace's car drove across the short, enclosed pasture. When I reached the barn, I stopped and studied the place where her car had backed into the side of the barn, looking at the impact marks. It was dark and hard to see much of anything, but being here gave me a real sense of what it must have been like for her that night. How alone and disoriented and frightened she must have felt. Who led you, like a lamb, to this place of slaughter? How'd he do it? With drugs? Threatening your kids? Promising you the freedom you were longing for? Was this a prearranged meeting place? Or was your crossing with the bad man a chance encounter? Does this place have some significance for the man who did this to you? Or was it just a place of convenience? Why here? Why was your car where it was? Did he do that? Or did you? Were you trying to get away? Walking back across the field to my car, I wondered if Candace Miles was still here, buried somewhere on the property, with the carcasses of cows and other once living creatures, whose journey stopped abruptly and mercilessly here. As I neared my car, a bright flashlight beam blinded me. "Put your hands up," a disembodied male voice in the darkness said. I did. "Who are you?" he asked. "What are you doing here?" I told him. "Jordan," he said. "Any relation to the sheriff?" "He's my dad." "You got ID on you?" "I do," I said. "But I'm not about to reach into my pocket until you turn that light on yourself and show me you're not pointing a weapon at me." He turned the light on himself to show me his hands, and I very slowly and carefully withdrew my wallet and showed him my driver's license. He was a young man with a military haircut and bearing, and a uniform that looked as if he just took it off the ironing board, where he used extra spray starch on it. He told me who he was as he studied my license. He was the highway patrol officer who'd found Candace's car and called it in. He had just been passing by and saw me out here, and wondered if I might not be Candace's killer, returning to the scene. "You think she's dead?" I asked. "Huh?" he said, handing my license back to me. "You said you thought I might be the killer returning to the scene." "Oh," he said, "I guess I do. If you could have seen the way that car was smashed into that barn. It took a brutal, violent force. Like to have never gotten it out. Hadn't really thought about it, but I guess that's why I think she's dead. That, and it's going on 3 weeks that she's been gone. I nodded and frowned. Hope you're wrong, but I'm afraid you're right. It's partly my fault, he said. I should have never had the car towed before letting forensics process it. No telling what all evidence was lost. If y'all had every car left on the side of the road processed by a crime scene unit, that's all y'all and they would be doing. Yeah, but this one was different. The way I found it. I should have known. I just screwed up. I didn't say anything. Was hoping you were the killer, and I was going to get to redeem myself, he said. Can't imagine how excited I got when I saw you. Sorry, I said. That you're not the killer? Well, no, not exactly that. Tell you what, he said. You can make it up to me by finding her. Preferably alive. 7. The following morning, I stood at my desk in my chapel office inside Potter Correctional Institution, a stack of mail, and the package containing my new computer in front of me. Moving the unopened mail to one side, I ripped into the box and extracted the computer inside, releasing a flurry of small packing peanuts as I did. At that moment, Warden Stone walked in without knocking. Every muscle in my body grew tense. Chaplain, I need to speak with you for a moment, he said as he closed my office door behind him. He made no attempt to hide his annoyance at the floating styrofoam swirling around him as he removed 2 handfuls of packing peanuts from the chair across from my desk before sitting in it. Stone was always dressed impeccably in expensive suits that looked to be tailored, and he always took great care to protect them. Had he been aware of the sweaty, soiled inmate uniforms that normally occupied the seat, he probably would have left the peanuts in place. As I sat down, an envelope on top of my lopsided stack of mail slid off, revealing an inmate request form from Ike Johnson. Stunned, I quickly opened my center drawer and placed it inside. Before he started talking, Edward, not Ed, Stone, paused to clean his charcoal wire-rimmed glasses. Like everything he owned, they looked expensive. As he removed them carefully from his face and wiped them with a spotless white silk handkerchief bearing his initials in bold black block letters, he treated them like they were costly jewels. As I watched him, I realized that the glasses, like everything he owned, seemed so expensive because he treated them that way. As he made these exact, intentional motions, I had a chance to really look at him for the first time. He was much leaner than I had thought. I had seen skin that was darker than his, but not by much. He had all the African features of a man from Nigeria. His nearly hairless skin was smooth and had a slight sheen about it. His movements were slow, but not hesitant, more deliberate and economic than anything else. He knew exactly what he was doing and the precise amount of energy required to do it. He did everything as if it were the most important thing he would do that day. Edward Stone's minimalist actions and conservative, controlling policies reminded me of the effects poverty and fear of poverty have on people. No matter how successful they become, they always keep plenty in reserve for fear they will have to do without again. My grandmother, a child during the Great Depression, had been the same way. "How are you?" he asked. "With what happened yesterday?" I nodded. "I'm fine. Thank you. That was bad. Have to be an idiot to try to escape, but to try it in that manner, you'd have to be suicidal." "Perhaps he was," I said. "Maybe. I don't know. But that's what I want to find out. The thing is, his name came up in another matter that we're considering investigating." "Really?" "Yes. I had not put much stock in the earlier reports. But now, I am not so sure. Thing is, we have a situation that I need your help with." I waited. "It won't be easy, and it's totally out of the purview of your job. But I honestly do not have anyone else I can turn to." I nodded encouragingly. "I want you to help the IG with the investigation into what happened yesterday." I started to object, but he stopped me with a single authoritative wave of his hand.
I conducted a thorough background check on you long before I ever decided to approach you with this, and I know that you and the IG don't care for each other very much. But there's no other way. Even if you could convince me to work with him, you'll never get him to work with me. I've already taken care of that through the secretary.
His secretary?
No, the secretary of the department, he said with an amused smile. So, like you, he really doesn't have a choice in this matter. But your father being the sheriff here doesn't hurt. But even if he weren't, you're exactly who I need to take care of this. I know you used to be a cop. Know you worked the Atlanta child murders. I know you've studied criminology. It's even rumored you were the one who killed the stone-cold killer.
As impressive as that is, I said, trying to sound only mildly sarcastic, wouldn't the institutional inspector be a better choice?
To be completely honest, I don't trust Pete Fortner. Ordinarily, I would have the colonel assist in this kind of investigation, but he'll be away from the institution in training for the next few weeks.
Why don't you trust Fortner? I asked.
First of all, I need to know that you'll do it.
I thought about it. I had been trying to leave the obsession and violence and negative energy of homicide investigations behind me, but I could feel the strong pull of what was being offered to me. It was seductive. I'm a chaplain now, I said. That comes first. But if I can do both, I am willing. I will. But I will not work closely with the IG, because I don't trust him.
Okay. The reason I'm asking you is because Daniels is Fortner's boss. Fortner's looking for a promotion, and he'd sacrifice my institution to get it. I don't trust the two men together. You, on the other hand, Daniels hates. You're the best man for the job.
At that moment, my phone rang. Good morning, Chaplain Jordan, I said into the receiver. Chaplain, this is Officer Jones in the control room. Is the warden in your office by chance? No, not by chance. He leaves nothing to chance. I handed Stone the phone. He took it without comment or expression.
Stone. Yes. Okay, send him over to the chapel right away.
He handed me the receiver, and I hung up.
Your new partner has arrived. Before he gets here, I just want to make clear your responsibilities. You are to assist him in the investigation in any way that you can. But I also want you looking out for the institution and its administration, and report to me every step of the way.
The front door to the chapel opened, and the warden stood to open my office door for the inspector. I remained seated. When the inspector walked in, he and Stone introduced themselves to each other. Tom Daniels was 55, but looked 65. His battleship gray eyes matched his hair, which still showed no sign of receding. When they had finished shaking hands, Stone sat down again, pulling his pants legs up slightly and crossing his legs. He then steepled his hands together in front of his face, as if praying, the tips of his fingers at his lips. Daniels just sort of collapsed into his chair. Tom Daniels had the look of an alcoholic. I knew, being an alumnus myself. His face was red and swollen, his nose pink and puffy, spider-webbed with little blue broken veins. Though an obvious alcoholic, he was a high-functioning one. He worked hard, presented well. Yet he was often late, and didn't produce the results he once had. And though he made a good salary and lived modestly, he was plagued by financial problems. He was dressed in gray slacks that matched his hair and eyes, a white shirt that matched his pale skin, and a red tie that matched his bloodshot eyes. The effect of alcoholism on Tom Daniels was severe, but its effects on his family were devastating. Though never beaten nor abused, his wife and daughter had been neglected. His daughter, though a teetotaler, functioned as a dry drunk and an enabler. She lacked confidence and any idea how to relate to men in general, and a husband in particular. She attracted, and was only attracted to, alcoholics. I knew. I had married her.
I believe you know our chaplain, John Jordan, Stone said.
Yeah, I know him, Daniel said, without as much as a glance in my direction.
As I'm sure you're already aware, he will be assisting you. He grew up here and knows many of the employees of the institution.
I had been away for so long, it felt like I didn't know nearly as many people as I used to. And many of those employed by the prison commuted from other communities.
I've been told I don't have a say in the matter, Daniel said irritably.
So has he, Stone said. Daniels cut his cold, dull eyes in my direction and smirked.
What about the institutional inspector? He'll help too, but you were to limit his knowledge and access. You better have a damn good reason for that, Daniel said.
I do? When he didn't explain, Daniel said,
Oh yeah? What's that?
A good reason.
No, I mean, what's the reason?
Stone smiled.
You have copies of all the files and reports that I have. You know as much about it as I do, so I'm going to let you brief Chaplain Jordan. At the end of the day, report back to me. Both of you.
Stone then stood and left, without another word.
Before we even begin this little exercise in futility, Daniels began, I want to get a few things straight. I don't like you. I've never seen a more hypocritical sight in all my life than you in a clerical collar. Except maybe it makes you look like the little candy-ass faggot you really are. This is my investigation, and you better stay the hell out of my way. I'll be watching you, waiting for you to fuck up. When you do, and I know you will, I will personally bury your ass. Deep.
8. Dostoevsky said the degree of civilization in a society can be judged by entering its prisons. I often thought about that as I entered PCI each day. At times, I believed the condition of our prisons spoke well of our civilization. In some ways, we as a country take great care of those we incarcerate. Of course, whether most of them should be incarcerated in the first place is another matter. The fact that convicted felons don't lose their freedom of religion. The fact that I was employed by the state to ensure the guarantee of that right. The fact that I was here to counsel inmates and help them deal with crises, both inside prison and back at home, all spoke well of our approach to imprisonment. Other times, I was disheartened by the inhumanity and incivility that I witnessed. There's no question that mass incarceration, particularly as it affects African American men and other impoverished minorities, is out of control in our culture. The prison industrial complex largely runs on the injustice of our justice system. Yet, once we take custody of inmates, we by and large take care of them. Of course, there is abuse. Of course, there is neglect. But from what I witnessed on a daily basis, these are largely isolated incidents, the abuses of power by isolated individuals, rather than a systemic problem within our prison system. One of the ways we care for the incarcerated is by the way we classify each according to his crime and custody level, his skills and abilities, and his psychological and medical needs. In a prison like PCI, there are all types of inmates. Those who received a DUI and resisted arrest, those who sexually abused children, those who committed murder, rape, or theft, the last usually in the pursuit of drugs. There are inmates who are dangerous, and others who are themselves in danger. Putting all these various individuals in one institution is a very precarious endeavor. Some inmates are violent, others are not. Some are escape risks. Some you'd have a hard time getting to leave. Others need close medical or psychological supervision. And all must be assigned a job that they are qualified to do, even if it's just picking up trash. The department responsible for giving inmates a security evaluation and a job assignment, as well as determining whether or not they are a risk or at risk, is classification. Since Daniels made it clear he didn't want me working with him, and because the feeling was mutual, I decided to conduct a little inquiry of my own,
beginning with a classification officer named Anna Rodden. Anna, who I had been in love with since childhood, was my older sister Nancy's best friend all through school. "Anna," I said after tapping on her door. She was seated behind her desk wearing a sleeveless white silk blouse and a fire engine red skirt, with the matching jacket draped over the back of her chair. Her long brown hair was gathered in a single long ponytail at the nape of her neck, held by a red and white bow. The white of her shirt made her olive skin look even darker. She was dark in other ways, too. As she looked up from her work, I was again amazed at the depth of her seemingly bottomless brown eyes. "John," she said, sounding happy to see me. I loved the way she said my name. "Come in," she continued. "How are you? I heard what happened yesterday. I was just about to call you." "I'm okay." "You sure?" I nodded. "How are you?" "Had better days. Escape attempts are difficult enough, but when the inmate gets killed—" "Was he one of yours?" I asked. She nodded. "Everyone from central office on down wants to know why I didn't know he was an escape risk." I nodded and frowned. Had I taken this job in part so I could see her every day? Would I continue to do it once she left? She was in the final stages of finishing her law degree at Florida State and would soon be one of the state's toughest prosecutors. "What brings you my way today?" she said. "Stone has asked me to look into what happened yesterday." Before I had finished my sentence, she was shaking her head. "That's the one thing I won't help you with. I can't." She had witnessed firsthand the darkness and violence my relentless and obsessive investigative techniques had brought into my life. "I know you haven't forgotten what Atlanta was like," she added, "so you must just be blocking it out. But I can't." I understood and appreciated her concern. But things were different now. I was different. I was older. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't in a bad relationship. I had moved to Atlanta in 1986 to work the Atlanta child murders. I had only been 18 at the time. Most of the work I had done on that case and the stone-cold killer case that followed was in my early 20s. It was now 1995. I was 27 years old, far, far better equipped to deal not just with homicide investigations, but life itself. Or so I believed. "This is nothing," I said. "A simple—" She let out a harsh laugh. "Nothing is ever simple with you, John." "I really think this can be. I'm just taking a quick look into it. I thought with you and Merrill here to keep me honest, I'd—" A quick knock at her door stopped me. It was Tom Daniels. "Yes?" she said, as he stuck his head in the door. "My name is Inspector Daniels." "Your mother named you Inspector?" she said. "Sort of limited your career options, didn't it?" "Cute," he said. "I think you know. I'm the Inspector General of the DOC." "What can I do for you, Inspector General?" "It's a private matter. Can I talk to you alone?" She shook her head. "Fine," he said. "We can do this in front of—" When he came around and saw it was me, he shook his head and said, "Should have known." "Are you following me?" I said. Ignoring me, he dropped into the seat next to mine. "I'm looking into the death of the inmate yesterday," he said to Anna. "Ike Johnson. Is he yours?" "Is he my what?" "Is he your— was he assigned to you? Are you his classification officer?" "I was." "What can you tell me about him?" She shook her head. "Not much. Before yesterday, I would have sworn he wasn't an escape risk. Could be something new going on with him I don't know about yet. You should probably ask his pimp." "Who's that? The chaplain?" She frowned. So childish. "And what were you being earlier?" he asked. "All I need is a little information. Why are you being so damn difficult? Who's his pimp?" "Inmate named Jacobson." "What's Jacobson like?" "Pretends to be crazy, which he is, but not in the way he pretends to be. He acts loony, but he's truly dangerous." "Okay, thanks. I'll talk to him."
What about Johnson's family situation on the outside? Who'd he have?
Grandmother who raised him, and an aunt that I know of.
No girlfriend?
He didn't like girls. Never has.
Faggot on the outside, not just in here?
Use language like that again, and you won't get any more information from me. I don't care who you are.
Sorry, I just didn't mean to give offense. Sorry. What I meant was he a homosexual for real, and not just for convenience, the way some of them are in here?
Ike was gay. If you're asking me if I'm aware of a lover he would have tried to escape for, I am not. He did have 4 visits from a Don Hall when he first got here, but that was over a year ago. He jotted something down in a small notebook and said,
Anything else?
I've just started looking, she said. Like I said, I didn't think he was an escape risk. Obviously, I missed something. He stood, withdrew a card from his pocket, and placed it on the desk in front of her.
This is an official investigation of a death within this prison. A death in which you are at least partly to blame. Call me the moment you come up with anything else. Don't tell the chaplain or anyone else. Only me. No matter what it is. Understand?
She nodded without saying anything.
And don't discuss my case or anything about it with anyone but me. Not the chaplain, not your mama, no one.
Without waiting for her to respond, he turned and walked out of the office, closing the door a little harder than was necessary, but not hard enough to be overly obvious. She shook her head and narrowed her eyes at me. Know how to pick 'em, don't you? That was your ex-father-in-law, wasn't it? She said. I frowned and nodded. I never liked Susan, she said. Now I know why. What an ass. You two are working on the same case? We're supposed to be working it together. You don't seem together. I smiled. That's about as together as we're ever going to get. I've changed my mind about helping you with the case. Hell, I'm going to help you solve it before that smug, obnoxious ass does. But I'm going to be keeping a close eye on you. If it gets to...
It won't.
So, how can I help? Do you know for a fact that Jacobson was Johnson's pimp? As much as you can know such things for facts inside here. They were both assigned to me. What was his job assignment? Not pimp, I can tell you that. I meant Ike Johnson. Outside grounds? She said, seeming not to catch how odd that was. Inmates who worked outside of the institution did so because they were deemed to be a low escape risk. It had to do with their custody, their release date, and past history. Outside the gate? I asked. You sure? She nods. I know. He works outside the gate 5 days a week, but he tries to escape in the trash truck on his day off? The vast majority of escapes occurred while an inmate was already outside the prison. Work assignment, court hearing, transport, medical procedure. Breaking out of a maximum security prison was extremely difficult to do. Nearly impossible. What else can you tell me about him? I asked. As you can imagine, he spent a lot of time in confinement for physical contact with other inmates, and sometimes drug use. By physical, you mean sexual contact, right? Sure wasn't for fighting. You see how small he was? He had fit in a garbage bag, but before this moment, I hadn't realized how small that meant he had to be. Skinny, too, she added. He had HIV and AIDS. I thought about being covered in his blood. She must have seen something in my eyes. You came in contact with his blood, didn't you? Contact is one word for it. Swimming, drowning are a couple of others. The chances that you could be are so small. Are you worried? Didn't even know to be until a minute ago. Don't be. Get tested, just for peace of mind. But don't worry. I'm sure you're absolutely fine. I nodded. Okay. I'm not really worried, I lied. Good, because you're fine. But if you get worried, and need to talk." We were quiet a moment, and I thought about what happened yesterday in light of what I now knew about Johnson. "If he really wanted to escape," I said, thinking out loud, "he'd have tried it while outside for his job, right? He sat there in that bag and heard what the officer was doing to all the other bags. He knew what was coming." "You're thinking suicide?" she said. "Considering the possibility. But there are much better ways to commit suicide. Maybe it was murder." "Murder?" she said. "Everybody here knows how the garbage is checked before it leaves the front gate. It'd be a great way to hide a murder. Or have one committed." "So somebody kills him and puts him in the garbage bag so he'd be dumped somewhere? Or get stabbed and it would look like he was trying to escape?" "I think if it were an escape attempt, he'd have lost his nerve there at the end. And maybe even if it were suicide." "Maybe the officer had been paid to miss that bag," she said. "That's good, but if he was, that meant he knew the inmate was in there, which meant he knew he was killing him. Which means he deserves an Oscar for the performance he gave. Hard to fake shock like that." "What can you tell me about Jacobson?" "He was in the infirmary with Johnson on Monday night." "What?" "Yeah, and they had a fight. Tuesday morning, Jacobson was taken to confinement and locked up, and Johnson, well, you know what happened to him." "What time was he placed in the box?" "Log indicates it was around 6:30 in the morning. Of course, those logs are never exact." "No, but it's probably close to the actual time, which means he could have killed him and bagged him before he was taken away." "Maybe. I don't know. Seems to me that whoever did the deed would have to actually load the bag on the truck. Otherwise, it'd be too heavy. Obvious a body was inside. Wouldn't it?" "It may not mean anything. But then again, he was locked up before the shift change. And yet, it was close to the time of the shift change. Too close." "What do you mean?" she asked. "From what I've seen, if something occurs that close to the shift change, the officers leaving save it for the officers just coming in." "That's true," she said. "They definitely do." 9. Potter Correctional Institution was its own little world, a society of captives and captors, with its own social order, classes, economy, and laws. Neither captive nor captor, I wasn't just an outsider. I was a stranger in limbo between the two groups. I needed a guide into the first group, and the first and most obvious choice was the inmate assigned to the chapel to assist me, Mr. Smith. I was told during orientation not to call any inmate Mr. or Sir, but I made an exception for Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was an old black man whose back was slightly bent, causing him to bow forward a little as he walked. Life had bent, but not broken this man. As he walked with his head down, a small bald spot could be seen right at the crown of his head. He was raised in the old Southern school of repression, in an era when a black man was to be seen and not heard. Seen working, that is. Mr. Smith and I had developed a good rapport since I had been at PCI. After returning from Anna's office, I decided to ask him to explain a few things to me about life on the inside. But when I reached my office, there were several inmates waiting to see me. On an average day, I had contact with over 100 inmates, 20 of whom usually came to my office for some form of crisis counseling. Some inmates actually came to my office out of a desire for rehabilitation, recovery, and spiritual growth. Most came over trivial matters relating to their jobs or bed assignments, or wanting to use my phone.
"Chap, I was wondering if I could use your phone,"
Inmate Jones, an elderly, slow-talking and slow-moving black man, said when we were seated in my office.
"My aunt is real sick. I need to call my peoples."
"I'm sorry," I said. "As you know, the department will only allow me to place a phone call for you in the event of the death or serious illness of an immediate family member. Even then, I have to verify it by an outside official, like a doctor or funeral director."
"Just this once. I really need to talk to her. She raised me, you know."
"Is she at home?
or in the hospital.
She at home?
The only thing I can do is give you a phone pass that will allow you to call from your dorm. I'm sorry. I opened my desk drawer to retrieve a phone pass form. As I did, I saw the inmate request from Ike Johnson. In my discomfort and distress of dealing with Daniels, I had forgotten about it. I quickly closed the drawer.
She got a block on her phone, he said.
If he perceived the contradiction in what he was asking for with what he was saying, he gave no indication. If she really wanted to hear from him, why would she have a block on her line? I often wondered how inmates could tell me with a straight face how close they were with their families, and yet admit that their families had gone to the trouble of placing a block on their phones that prevented them from calling. If she has a block on your phone, she obviously doesn't want to be called. Have you tried writing her? He stood up angrily and stormed out. As soon as he was gone, I opened my desk drawer again and pulled out Ike Johnson's request. The triplicate inmate request forms are how inmates ask for help from staff members in prison. From Ike Johnson to Chaplain Jordan.
Dear Chaplain, sir, I really need to talk to you very soon. Can I come to your office tomorrow? It's real important. I'm scared I'm either going to try to escape or kill myself, and don't know who to talk to. Sir, you my only hope. May God bless you, Chaplain, sir.
Unlike any other request I had ever received, this one was typed. Most inmates didn't have access to typewriters, and the ones who did were only allowed to use them for official reasons, such as legal work. I glanced up at the date. It was dated the day he was killed. I should have received the request yesterday, but his death, and my involvement in it, had delayed me getting it. I reread the request several times. The type had several distinguishing marks. The letter T was missing the right side of the crossbar, the letter O was missing the bottom curve, and the letter A was much darker than the rest of the type. The typewriter that produced this request shouldn't be difficult to find. While I was examining the request, Mr. Smith tapped on the door. "Come in," I said.
Brother Chaplain, sir, there's two more to see you now.
Mr. Smith's blue uniform was always neatly pressed and buttoned all the way to the top. "Do you know what they want?" I asked.
One say he didn't get the Father's Day card we sent him. The other one wants you to make copies of his legal papers.
Sounds like things that can wait a few minutes. Come in and sit down, and let's talk for a minute. He slowly swaggered in and took his seat.
I done something wrong, sir? He asked.
Not at all. I need your help.
Okay, sir. Do what I can.
He was slumped so far down in his chair as to be nearly horizontal, his head hanging to the side as if too heavy to hold upright, and his long arms dangling on either side of the chair. I'm still trying to understand how things work on the compound, and wondered if you could explain a few things to me.
Like what? He asked,
caution and suspicion creeping into his voice and body language. How often do you hear inmates talking seriously about trying to escape?
Not many ever say anything like that to me. Too hard. Chances are they couldn't make it. Not worth it. This place harder to get out of than it look.
Anyone ever escaped from here before? I asked. He had been here almost the entire 3 years this institution had been open.
No, sir. Not as I know of. Couple from the work camp did, but they caught them lickety-split.
Any thoughts about what happened yesterday?
Nigger a fool. Everybody know what they do to them bags. Must have wanted to die.
So you don't think it was a serious escape attempt? He shook his head.
No, sir. Either he want to die, or somebody want him dead.
What's the drug and alcohol situation on the compound?
They's those who have it. They's those that would love to have it but can't afford it. They's those who do anything for it.
Lot of it on the compound?
No, sir, not a lot, but more than you'd think. Homemade hooch, buck, pills, grass, coke, meth.
How does it get in?
Most of the liquor is homemade. Inmates in food services or the chapel sneak juice or old fruit and sugar back down on the pound. Mix it up, let it ferment.
You mean inmates have stolen our communion juice to make buck?
Oh, yes, sir. Some go to church on communion night just 'cause of it. They hold it in their mouth, spit it in a pill bottle or bag they stole, until they get back down to the dorm and empty it into an old can or plastic bag. Clerk worked here before me used to steal it, sell it down on the pound.
What about the drugs?
Come in during visitation or staff bring it in. Some inmate family members sneak it in and slip it to 'em while they visit, or leave it in the bathroom and the orderly get it when he clean up. They also officers, staff, what bring it in to sell.
Is it expensive? Hard to get? I asked. He nods.
Sex, cookies, cards, smokes, favors, beat up or kill someone for it.
No cash involved?
Most everything done on trade. Inmates say, you do this for me or that for me, and I give you my canteen. They pay. It just ain't with money. If money involved, it happen on the outside. Inmate family or friend pay a staff member out there to bring something in here.
What about sex? I asked. I heard Ike Johnson was a working girl.
He nods. It's just like on the street. They's punks, pimps, sisters, and the gay and straight inmates what use they services. Punks are the real gays. They gay before they come in here. Some have pimps what look after 'em. Hire 'em out. Sisters are only into each other. They got no protection. Don't hire out. They just in love, I reckon.
We were both silent a moment. You said some straight inmates use the services of some of the prostitutes, I said. He nods.
They straight on the outside. Just can't get none in here. So they have to make do. But they only pitch, never catch. In here, they a big difference between pitching and catching.
We were silent again, and I mused about the equivocations of pitching and catching in the social order of Potter Correctional Institution.
Some of the punks wears women's stuff, he said.
Like what? I asked.
Panties, pantyhose, perfume, shit like that.
Where do they get it?
Buy it off female officers. Even trade some of them sex for it. Funny, ain't it? Gay guy giving sex to women's in exchange for girly stuff for they man.
It was certainly among the more ironic things I had encountered in here.
Thing you gots to remember about this place. If an inmate do something, most of the time it because officer or staff allow him to.
Most of the inmates trust you, don't they? I said.
I got respect. Not the same thing. Most inmates don't trust no one. They life say they can't trust no one. Not even the chaplain. You got's mine. Probably get a few others. Not many.
If an inmate wanted to escape, could an officer be bought to help?
Probably not. They sell you dope, maybe turn they head when you beat up a punk, but they wouldn't help you get out. Too risky.
How well did you know Ike Johnson?
Not really at all.
What about Jacobson?
Yeah, I know him. Watch your back round him. Some people say he crazy, but he ain't. He dangerous. Lot of inmates say they kill before. Most of 'em ain't. But Jacobson for real.
I appreciate you talking to me, I said.
Someone else you should talk to, he said. Old homosexual on the pound. Say very little, but he know a lot.
What's his name?
Don't know his real name. Everybody just call him Grandma.
10. Ike Johnson had spent the last night of his life in the infirmary. Jacobson had been there too. The medical building, like every other building at PCI, was gray cinder block with light blue trim. It housed dental and classification also, and its waiting room was always filled with inmates. When I entered the small, crowded, but quiet waiting room, I was presented with a choice. The locked door to the left led to classification and psychology. The locked door to the right to medical, dental, and pharmaceutical. I chose right, away from Anna, whom I would rather be visiting again. And as I unlocked the medical department door with my key, I wondered how many other staff members carried a similar key. It made sense that a chaplain would. I spent a great deal of time in the infirmary. But who else had one? Who else had access to the victim the night before he died? Walking down the long hallway toward the infirmary, I passed the nurses' station, where 2 nurses sat, one white, one black, both elderly and overweight. Each had an inmate seated across from her and was laboring to check his vital signs. I also passed by 2 exam rooms. In one, Dr. Mulid Akbar, PCI's senior health officer and one of the chapel's advisors on the Muslim religion, was examining the knee of one of the inmates, who seemed to be in a great deal of pain. At the end of the hallway, and to the left, I entered the officer's station for the infirmary. There I found, to both my surprise and delight, the nurse who had helped during the incident in the Sally Port the previous day. She was seated on the officer's desk, swinging her legs back and forth and chewing gum while conversing playfully with an officer named Straub. She smiled when she saw me. I smiled back. "Hey, Chaplain," she said. "Jordan, isn't it?" "John, please. But yes. How are you?" "Better than the last time I saw you," she said. "How are you?" I nodded. "The same." "That was brutal. I didn't sleep a wink last night. You?" "No, but I usually don't." "By the way, my name is Sandra, but everyone calls me Sandy. Sandy Strickland. I don't think we've met yet. Not really." "John Jordan," I said. "Nice to meet you, Sandy." "You too. I can't call you John. We'll have to be Chaplain." "Please, call me John." "I'll try, but no promises." "Never seen you here during the day before, and now 2 days in a row," I said. "You been transferred to day shift?" "Oh, no. I'm too much of a night owl. I wouldn't be much use around here most mornings. Getting ready for an ACA inspection. Trying to get everything ready. Plus, with what happened yesterday, here to help if I'm needed." "We keep trying to get her to join us on day shift," Officer Straub said, never taking his eyes off her. Ignoring his obvious flirtations, she said, "I keep thinking about what happened yesterday. It was just so horrible. So much blood. Everywhere. It really got to me. Think I'm going to step outside a minute for some fresh air. You want to join me, Chaplain?" "Sure." The fresh air was far too hot and humid to be refreshing, but it did seem to do Sandy some good. Of course, it could have been the super slim Capri cigarette she was inhaling. We were standing at the back right corner of the medical building. It was a popular designated smoking area, but for now we had it all to ourselves. "You okay?" I asked. She nodded. "Mostly needed a break from Straub." "Did you know him well?" I asked. She looked confused. "Who? Straub?" "Johnson." "Oh," she said, shrugging. "Some. About as well as you can know any of the inmates, I guess." "He in the infirmary a lot?" "More than most, but not a ton." "Anything you can tell me about him that might help me understand what happened?" She shook her head. "Not really. Nothing that would explain." "How about just anything about him?" "He was kind of small, slightly effeminate. Got bullied. And worse, I think." I nodded. "I heard he had a pimp." "Really? Who?" "Jacobson." She nodded. "He's been in to see us a few times. I try to avoid him. He's unbalanced. So he was... That really pisses me off. The shit this place does to people. A little sweet guy like Ike. Wish I'd have known. Jacobson. Sick of... Tell you what, If you're not a criminal when you get here, you'll damn sure be one when you leave." Her eyes glistened, and I was touched by her compassionate anger. We were silent for a moment, Sandy enjoying her cigarette, me enjoying the day. "Wait," she said. "They were together in the infirmary the night before Ike was killed." "Anything happened between them? How did Jacobson wind up in confinement, and Johnson in the back of that truck?" She shook her head and shrugged as she gazed into the distance. "I really don't know. It was a relatively quiet night. They were the only two we had in the infirmary that night. In the early morning hours of Tuesday, 5 maybe, they started yelling at each other, and before too long Jacobson was on top of Johnson, punching him in the face. The officer on duty, Officer Hardy, wasn't at his desk, so Captain Skipper and I broke him up and separated him. He told him to go back to bed and he would forget about it. I've never seen Skipper do anything like that before. Told him if they did it again, he was going to write them a disciplinary report and send him to confinement." "Where was Officer Hardy?" I asked. She shook her head and gave me a frustrated expression. "I have no idea where he goes. He wasn't where he was supposed to be." "What days does he work?" I asked. "Hardy? Thursday through Monday. But Monday night was his last night for 2 weeks. He's on annual leave now. Pretty convenient, huh?" "Why was Captain Skipper down here that night?" "I think he came to take a statement from one of the inmates involved in an incident earlier that night. But he wasn't here." "Which inmate?" "Thomas, I believe." "Anthony Thomas?" "Yeah. You know him?" "I've worked with him some." "Where was he?" "No idea. But he's in confinement now. Skipper locked him up for not being where he was supposed to be." "How long did Skipper stay?" I asked. "Not long at all," she said. "Left when he couldn't find Thomas." "What happened next?" "Not sure. They must have started fighting again. Officer Hardy had Jacobson locked up. Strange he didn't have them both locked up. I went back up to my desk to finish some paperwork, and that was the last I saw either of them. Until the truck." "Who else was in the building at that time?" "Let's see. Nurse Anderson and our inmate orderly, Alan Jones. I believe he was gathering the trash and cleaning the exam rooms." "What about the trash? When is it picked up?" "Early in the morning, usually. I'm not really sure. Our orderly always gets it ready and puts it out here to be picked up." "Is that orderly here now?" I asked. "Yeah, I think so," she said. "Mind if I speak to him?" I asked. "Not at all. Let's go see if we can find him." She took one last long draw on the stub of her cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. We found her orderly, the same old black man I had denied a phone call earlier this morning, in one of the storage closets near the back. She told him I wanted to talk to him and that we could use the staff break room around the corner. I could tell he didn't want to, but he swaggered toward the break room nonetheless. "This won't take long," I said, when we were finally seated at one of the tables in the staff lounge. He didn't respond. "Sorry again, I couldn't let you use my phone this morning." He shrugged. "I just want to know how you normally gather and take out the trash down here, and if you did it any differently on Monday night or Tuesday morning." "I gather it up before I leaves every night and puts it near the back door where you's just standing with Nurse Strickland. Next morning I picks up any new trash and sets 'em outside the door. Officer and inmate from inside grounds comes by and picks it up and takes it out." "Is that how it happened Tuesday morning?" I asked. He shook his head slowly. "Already told the inspector. Gathered it all up and put the bag in the back hall. Then Nurse Anderson come say she need me to clean up a spill in the exam room. When I come back to put it outside, it was done gone. Nurse Anderson with me at the time, she can tell you. Trash wasn't outside the door, neither. No sign of the truck, neither." "Did you see the inmates in the infirmary that morning?" I asked. He nodded. "Anything unusual about them?" "No, sir. All 3 were lying there in their beds, sleeping." "All 3?" I asked, the surprise in my voice obvious. "Who else was there?" He hesitated and looked confused. "Johnson, Jacobson,
And Thomas. What time were you in there?
Can't say for sure.
Got's no watch.
I come in at 4.
Wasn't too long after that. You see Jacobson and Johnson fighting around 5? He shook his head.
I was still gathering up the trash and cleaning up. I was all over the building.
I walked back to the nurse's station and called the trash officer who I had been in the back of the truck with yesterday. Officer Shutt.
Yeah?
It's Chaplain Jordan. Just wanted to see how you're feeling.
Better, he said. A lot better.
Thanks. And thanks for your help yesterday. I just freaked. I understand, I said. I'm surprised you're back at work so soon.
Just trying to stay busy, he said, sounding a little defensive.
Try not to think about it, that's all. It was just an awful accident. I just keep wondering how he got into that trash bag in the first place, I said, trying to make it sound like an idle curiosity.
That's a good question. I wonder that too. I usually pick up the trash from every department early in the morning. They set it outside their back door, and me and an inmate pick it up. But yesterday, there was no trash outside of medical.
Really?
Yeah, I parked between medical and laundry like I always do. I usually stay in the truck, but I had to ask the laundry sergeant about an inmate who used to work for him, so I walked over with the inmate. When we came back with the bags from laundry, medicals were already gone. They must have put them in themselves.
They ever done that before? I asked.
Sure, but not very often. And usually we see that old black inmate because he's so slow. But we didn't see anybody. Why all the questions?
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what happened.
I'll tell you what happened. A dumb inmate tried to escape and became a dark meat shish kebab. Everybody's saying what a great thing I did. Hell, I'll probably get Officer of the Month. And if anybody has anything else to say about it, they can say it to my lawyer.
Your lawyer? I asked.
Hell yes, he said. I've been grieved and sued so many damn times by these dumb sons of bitches I had to get one. What kind of world do we live in? A bunch of stinking inmates can make me need a lawyer.
11. Every 11 minutes, someone in the U.S. died of AIDS. In Florida's state prisons, those with HIV outnumbered those in Florida's free population 2 to 1. Many inmates came into the system infected with HIV, primarily the result of shared needles and unprotected sex. In the close confinement of prison, it spread rapidly. Tattooing, drug use, unprotected sex caused HIV to spread inside prison, the way the virus was designed to. Only 6 state prison systems in the U.S. distributed condoms. Florida wasn't one of them. With these thoughts bouncing around my head, I had gone in search of Sandy Strickland. I found her in an exam room, inventorying supplies. "You got another minute for me?" I asked Sandy Strickland.
"Of course," she said as she turned around to face me, her blue eyes sparkling, even under the dull fluorescent lights. "Come in."
When I closed the door behind me, she looked a little surprised.
"What is it? You okay?"
I sensed genuine concern. She was a good nurse. I had come to the right place.
"I wondered if you might..." This is harder than I thought it'd be. "Take your time. It's okay. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out."
I found out today that the inmate who was killed yesterday, the one whose blood I was covered in, had AIDS. She nodded slowly.
"I can't quit thinking about it. Can't concentrate. Just keep thinking I might have been infected." "Oh, you poor man," she said. "I know exactly how you feel. Blood is such a scary thing these days. I come in contact with bad blood all the time. It scares the hell out of me, too."
"Should I be scared?" I asked.
"Unless it penetrated your skin or splashed into your eyes or mouth. Even then, you'd..." The officer freaking out splashed it everywhere. "I can test you. Give you peace of mind. But I wouldn't worry. Chances are good you weren't infected."
I nodded. "Thank you."
It helps just talking about it. I can test you privately down here. Nobody else has to know. Thank you. Thank you so much. She motioned for me to sit on the exam table. As she worked around me, I thought how ironic it was that I might be infected. Not only had I been in a married monogamous relationship until recently, but I was extremely careful inside here every day. When she was finally ready to draw my blood, she put her delicate hands on me, patting, squeezing, caressing, comforting. She even held my hand as she withdrew the blood. How long does it take? I asked, as she busied herself labeling the vial of blood and disposing of the needle. We'll have to do a series of tests. The first one will be back in about a week, give or take. I'll sneak it in with some other tests. I'll call you the minute I know. And then we'll do another test in a few weeks, and another in about 3 months, just to be absolutely certain. You're an excellent nurse, I said. How did you wind up here? You mean in prison? She said with a smile. Old sour Sister Mary Margaret said I'd wind up in prison one day. I worked for a doctor in Tallahassee, and we got involved. Needed to get away. Tallahassee's loss is our gain. Didn't mean to get into all that, but you're easy to talk to. Maybe we can do more of it outside of this place. Over coffee or something. 12. Were dogs used to search the area around the barn for Candace? I asked. With one of the few free moments of my day, I sat down at my desk and called Kimmy to ask her more about Candace's case. Yeah, she said. Search dogs. Prison's canine unit. Not cadaver dogs. Do you think we need cadaver dogs too? Because that's way above my pay grade. You'll have to talk to your dad about that. Did the search dogs turn up anything? Alerted on the car, of course, she said. Then tracked a path around it. Hit on a place on the ground where they think she may have fallen down or been put down for a while. I hate to even say it, but if she was raped, it could have been there. Or if she was killed, it could have been where her body was laid before it was moved. Then they continued to a place back toward the road, and that's where the scent ended. I thought about what that might mean. So, she said, whether he killed or abducted her, it's probably where her body went in another vehicle. Or, I said, if she staged all this, or was involved in it in some way, it could just be where she walked over and got into another vehicle on her own. Oh, she said. Wow, hadn't really considered that. So, how do we find out? What's next? There are some things that need to be done, I said, that are of an official nature. And I really don't want to do anything official. Are you willing to do that part? Sure, she said. As long as Cecil or your dad don't find out. I'm just a lowly deputy, and a girl to boot. I can't be caught doing man's work, particularly detective man's work. We'll make sure you don't get caught, I said. Do you know who owns the land the car was found on? Yeah, a man from Alabama. He inherited it. Says he hasn't been down here in years. Just keeps paying the property tax on it because it meant so much to his dad and granddad. Cecil said he took a look at him, and there just wasn't anything there. Do you know, or have y'all looked at who lives on the back side of the property, or across the street, or anywhere around it? I think it'd be worth finding out, just in case he used it because it was familiar to him, or close to where he lives. Most criminals stick to what's familiar. I'll find out. Cool. And I really think we need to take a look at Steve's and Candace's phone records. See who they've been talking to. Do you know if Cecil got those? They weren't in the file, so I'm guessing he didn't. I don't think so. Can you figure out a way to get them without anybody knowing? I asked. No, she said. Not really. Okay, I said. I'll give that one some thought. Oh, but I did just find out something very, very interesting, she said. Oh, yeah? Remember me telling you about that Mason Kelly chick who attacked Candace in the parking lot of the bar for trying to steal her loser boyfriend, Kevin Turner? Yeah. Well, guess what? Though a good bit younger than her, Kevin is one of Candace's exes. Really? And rumor has it, he may actually be her son's biological father. Chapter 13. There are 4 types of lockup in the Florida State prison system. Protective management lockup is for those who are at risk in the general prison population: rapists, child molesters, ex-law enforcement officers. Close management dorms are for those who, because of their custody, crimes, and behavior on the inside, are confined to a cell. Confinement has 2 classifications: administrative and disciplinary. An inmate is placed in administrative confinement when the administration determines that it is best to do so, usually when he is under investigation for a crime. Disciplinary confinement is for those inmates who were accused of a crime and were found guilty. Jacobson was in the latter. Whereas most inmates in the Florida DOC are housed in open-bay military barrack-style dormitories, those in lockup are housed in single 6x9 cells. Some of the lockup cells house 2 inmates, some 1. All have a sink, toilet, 2 bunks, and a very small window covered with steel mesh. Inmates in lockup are fed through a slot in the metal door, about the size of a food tray. Jacobson's was open, and I was talking to him through it. Squatting down to talk through the tray slot in the door always made my knees ache and my feet fall asleep. I usually chose to talk to an inmate through the tray slot because of the security hassle involved in arranging to meet him in his cell or the conference room. For me to enter an inmate's cell, he must be frisked and cuffed, and an officer must be present at all times. The same is involved if I meet with him in the conference room. Many times, what the inmate has to say to me is so short that being frisked and cuffed takes longer than our meeting. Other times, the inmate has a lot to say, but is unable or unwilling to because of the security officer standing within hearing distance. I was hoping that without an officer present, Jacobson would talk openly.
"Fuck you, motherfucker," he said.
Guess open communication wasn't going to be a problem. From the last cell down the corridor to my right, I could hear the inmate Starn yelling, "Chaplain! Chaplain! Come here! Come here, Chaplain!" He did that every time I came to confinement. It was Wednesday, and I had already seen him twice this week. Crouching down on the bare cement floor, I smelled the same odor I always did: sleep. The stale air was thick. Drool, perspiration, halitosis. Behind me, the gray block wall was lined with empty milk cartons, wads of crumpled napkins, and various other items of trash the inmates had tossed out of their cells. Jacobson's cell was one of 20 along a long corridor. An officer, a round, bald-headed black man, was seated at the end of the hall. Another officer, a tall, slender man with strawberry blonde hair and pink cheeks, was crouched down by a food slot, about 5 cells down from me. "Nothing I can help you with?" I asked. "Nothing you'd like to talk about?"
I said, "Fuck you, motherfucker."
From the next cell, an inmate yelled,
"Motherfucker, don't talk to the chaplain like that. You stupid son of a bitch ain't got no respect."
Deciding to change my approach, I said, "From what I hear, you would. But I'm not interested."
"Ain't no punk,"
he said. He may or may not have been a punk, but what he looked like was a neo-Nazi serial killer. Shaved head, pale white skin, sparse beard, prison green tattoos, shark eyes. "What are you then?" I asked.
"I'm Satan, man," he hissed.
"Don't be so hard on yourself," I said.
"Shit, don't be so hard on Satan,"
the inmate to my left said, and started laughing.
"You come to cast me out, holy man?"
Jacobson asked. "Actually, I just wanted to see if there was anything I could do for you, and maybe ask you a few questions." Somewhere in another corridor, a steel door slammed. The noise bounced off the concrete walls and floors and reverberated through confinement.
"We locked in now, boys,"
another inmate said.
"Nothing you could do for me," Jacobson said. "I'm well taken care of." What you really mean is, there's something I can do for you. You need something I have.
Chaplain! Chaplain! Starn continued to call. Which is what? I asked.
Secrets.
The officer's radio sounded at the same time, and because of their distance apart and the cement surroundings, every word was doubled. What makes you think I want to know your secrets? I said.
I see evil. I hear evil. I speak evil.
What sort of things? I asked.
I've crossed my heart, hope to die. Watch it, or I'll stick a needle in your eye. I'll cast you out, holy man. I can have you stuck just like Johnson. Was it in his eye? COs are so sloppy. I heard it was messy. Did all his blood drain out? There's power in the blood. Life and death. Atonement's in the blood. But I guess you know that. You think he atoned for his sins?
Chaplain! 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 I need you! Starn yelled. You had Johnson stuck. What was his sin? I asked.
I can have anybody I want to stuck, he said.
As he talked, he widened and narrowed his eyes.
But I like sticking pigs best, he added. Hickory dickory dock. Johnson didn't have a cock, but he got one. Every night. And now he's taken flight.
Chaplain! Chaplain! Starn yelled, his voice sounding sad and whiny. Did you have Johnson stuck?
The pig had him stuck, because he was tired of getting stuck in the butt.
He jumped up suddenly from his crouched position at the slot and began dancing around the cell, crashing into the sink, bed, and walls as he did. Then he started singing.
There is power, power, wonder-working power in the blood of the Lamb.
Jacobson, I said. Jacobson.
Power, power, wonder-working power in the blood of the Lamb.
Evidently, the officer at the nearby cell heard me and rushed over and looked through the narrow glass window of the cell door. He yelled for the other officer, who was still seated at the end of the hall, to come quickly and began to fumble for his keys. Chaplain! Chaplain! Step back, Father, please, he said. His voice was an octave higher from the excitement, his fine strawberry blonde hair moving about as he moved, and his face, previously pink, was now deep red. I complied. He pulled the handcuffs from the back of his belt and opened them. As soon as the rotund black officer joined him, Strawberry Blonde unlocked the door and stepped in, Rotund following closely behind him. As Rotund entered the cell, I could have sworn I saw him smile.
Would you be free from the burden of sin? There's power in the blood. Power in the blood.
Strawberry Blonde told Jacobson to assume the position. Jacobson responded with many colorful obscenities, some of which I had never heard before. Suddenly, Jacobson was on the floor. It happened so quickly, it took me a moment to realize that it had. While Strawberry Blonde was telling Jacobson to turn around and spread his legs, Rotund stepped up and punched him hard at the base of the neck. In a matter of moments, Jacobson was cuffed, face down on the rough concrete floor, then snatched up to his feet, a mild abrasion now on his forehead. "Let's get him to medical," Rotund said. "See about these cuts." Then he added to Jacobson, "Next time, I'm using the gas."
"You better ask your captain first," Jacobson whispered.
"Nobody touch this blood," Rotund said, as if he hadn't heard Jacobson. "It's bad blood in more ways than one." "Let me call the OIC first," Strawberry Blonde said, beginning to walk back toward his desk. "Chaplain, can I talk with you for a minute?" "Sure," I said, looking back at Jacobson, who stared blankly at the wall in front of him. As we walked down to the officer's desk at the end of the corridor, I learned that Strawberry's name was Rogers. When we passed by Starn's cell, I stopped and looked in. "Chaplain," Starn asked, Do you believe that a demon can possess a man?"
"We already talked about this, Starn," I said.
"I'm scared,"
he said in the small voice of a scared child.
"Satan wants me."
"Nothing spiritual, good or bad, can happen to you that you don't allow," I said. "I'll come back and talk to you again in a few minutes. Okay?"
"Okay,"
he said in an upbeat voice, soothed like a child. When Rogers and I reached his desk, he sat down. I stood across from him.
"What happened to make him go off like that?"
he asked. I really couldn't say. He was okay, and then all of a sudden, he exploded. Does he often do that?
"He does pretty much whatever he wants around here," he said.
"What do you mean?" He frowned.
"Certain inmates are looked out for around here."
"Who gives that kind of preferential treatment to an inmate as unstable as he is?"
"He's not unstable. He's a damn actor. Did you say anything about Johnson to him?"
I nodded. "Why?"
"That's the only thing he seems to genuinely get upset about. I think he's scared for real about that."
"Do you think he had anything to do with it?"
"He had everything to do with Johnson. They were both down here constantly. So either he had something to do with it, or it scared him shitless. Excuse my language. Because he didn't."
"Like, if he didn't do it, it was done in part as a message to him?" I asked.
"Think about how it was done," he said. "It was a message to someone."
I nodded. "No doubt." Rotund yelled from down the hall.
"Come on, what's taking so long?" "Just a minute," Rogers yelled back.
I glanced at my watch. It was almost time for my meeting with Tom Daniels and Edward Stone.
"What's going to happen to Jacobson?" "He'll be taken to medical, checked out, and probably taken to the isolation cell and sedated and watched for 24 hours. That is, unless Captain Skipper cuts him out. Then he could be sent back down here, or who knows? There's no telling. Hell, I just work here."
"What's the difference in being confined in one cell as opposed to another?"
"Not much during the day. But I've heard at night, all sorts of weird shit happens in here."
14. They looked like men sitting around a barber shop on Saturday morning. Nowhere to go, nowhere they had to be. Nothing but time to kill. Inmates don't have much, but what they have, time, they have a lot of. They sat around the chapel library under the watchful eye of the officer temporarily assigned to watch them until my new assistant, a Jewish chaplain, was hired next month. Mr. Smith and 3 other inmates were reading Decision Magazine, the monthly magazine that the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association faithfully sent us free of charge. Mr. Smith and one of the other inmates were wearing headphones, listening to gospel music or a recorded sermon. On my way to meet with the warden and the IG, I decided to stop by the chapel to check in on things. When Mr. Smith saw me, he jumped up and walked out into the hallway, where I was unlocking my office door.
"They's 2 what want to see you, Chaplain."
"Okay," I said, "but it will have to be when I get back. I've got a meeting with the warden in about 10 minutes.
"I tell 'em to wait. So hot out there, they won't mind. Besides, they got nothing else to do."
"Thank you," I said, and walked into my office. As I closed the door, the phone began to ring. "Chaplain Jordan," I said into the receiver.
"This the chaplain?"
a distressed female voice asked. "It is," I said. "How can I help you?"
"This is Veronica Simpson. My husband Charles Simpson is an inmate there. I need to talk to him. I haven't heard from him in 4 months, and I need to talk to him right now. I'm not playing with you, and I'm not crazy, but I've got a gun to my head, and I'm going to use it on myself and his 2-year-old son if I can't talk to him right now."
"Okay," I said. "Now listen to me. I will let you talk to your husband, so just put the gun down and relax."
"I'm not crazy. I swear,"
she added quickly, her voice seeming to gain strength.
"If I can just talk to him, I won't kill myself."
"The thing is, he is not here right now," I said, talking very slowly. "It will take a few minutes, but I will have him called up right away.
So why don't we talk until he gets here? Would that be okay?"
"That would be okay," she said softly.
She was beginning to sound calmer. "I have to ask you to hold on a minute while I call down to his dorm and have him sent up here. Is that okay?"
"That's okay. I'm not going anywhere. I'm all right, preacher. I just want to talk to my husband. I won't do anything foolish. Promise. Just as long as I can talk to him."
As quickly as I could, I pressed hold, then the second line, and punched in the number to the control room. Without going into much detail, I told the sergeant in the control room to find Simpson and get him to my office as soon as humanly possible. I then punched line 1 again, hoping she'd still be there. She was. We talked about 5 minutes, waiting for her husband to come to my office. Our conversation dealt primarily with all the pressures she faced being a single mom, whose husband was incarcerated. I actually felt as if I did her some good, but chances were, I'd never know. When Simpson finally did arrive, after what seemed like days, I quickly put him on the phone and went into the other office, where I called the Tampa police and reported her threat of suicide. While talking to her, I had discovered where she lived, and I told them. I then jotted down a few notes about what had transpired and called the OIC and filled him in. He advised me to fill out an incident report, which I did. I then walked back into my office and sat down at my desk. Noticing that Simpson was crying, I busied myself with opening the rest of my mail. My mail consisted of roughly 15 requests from inmates for everything from Bibles and greeting cards to phone calls. There were also 2 letters from citizen volunteers who ministered at the prison, saying what a blessing they themselves were. A memo from the chaplaincy administrator about upcoming religious holidays that were to be observed by the Jewish, Muslim, and Christian inmates. And a single piece of typing paper tri-folded and taped together on the end, with the word chaplain typed on the outside. I unfolded the typing paper, tearing it slightly while removing the tape. It read, "I've seen you talking to her. I watch over her. If you don't stay away from her, I will kill you like I did that little bastard yesterday. She's an angel, and I'm her guardian. She's mine. Stay away from her." I reached into my desk and pulled out the request from Ike Johnson. I laid them both on the desk in front of me and began to compare them. Within seconds, I could tell they were typed on the same machine. I thought of Anna as I reread the note. "I'm sorry. What did you say?" I said, when I realized Simpson was talking to me.
"Thank you, Chaplain. I think she's going to be all right. I should have called her or written or something. It's my fault. But this place is getting to me. I don't know what to do."
"Why don't you start coming to see me every week for a while? And you might want to think about seeing the psych specialist as well."
"Okay," he said. "I will."
"And stay in touch with your wife. It's tough in here, but it's tough for her out there, too."
"I know. I will. Thank you."
15. The warden's office was neat, orderly, and as conservative as he was, with one exception. In the center of his wall of fame, amid the diplomas, merit certificates, and department commendations, was a hand-drawn picture of a family, a husband, a wife, and a child. The artist used crayons and showed great potential. Potential he never got to live up to because of his untimely death at 8 years old. Edward Stone and his wife never tried for children again after that. "You're late," Stone said. "Sorry. Let's get to it. Don't have much time left. But first, shut the door." I did, then took the chair next to Daniel's. "Inspector, what do we have so far?" Stone asked. "In some ways, a great deal of information," he said, sitting up and leaning forward slightly. "But in other ways, not very much at all. I am finding your people very uncooperative." Daniels looked as if a day's work felt like a week's. His shirt ballooned out just over his belt, the way you would expect it to if it had been worn all day without a retuck. His face was red, and large, conspicuous drops of sweat trickled down the sides of his cheeks. "Surely the chaplain has been helpful with this," Stone said. Unlike Daniels, Stone looked as if he had just finished getting dressed, morning fresh and military crisp. Daniels began to speak, but I jumped in. "As soon as you left us this morning, the inspector expressed his desire to work alone, and left." "Inspector?" Stone said. "I've made it clear from the very beginning that I won't work with him," Daniels said, the sweat on his forehead increasing. "I am fully capable of conducting this investigation on my own. I certainly don't need someone like him botching up my case." "If, as you say, you are fully capable of conducting this investigation on your own, how is it that you are having difficulty doing so?" Stone asked. "I'm not having difficulty investigating. I'm having difficulty with these mother-loving rednecks around here. I have gathered a lot of information about the inmate who was killed, though." Daniels withdrew a wrinkled, soiled handkerchief from his back left pants pocket and wiped his forehead. It merely smeared the sweat around. It also left some lint on his eyebrow. "But you will work together, or I will call the secretary. Understood?" Daniels didn't respond. "Understood?" Stone said again. Daniels made a slight nod with his head. "Understood?" Stone repeated, looking at me. Nodding, I said, "I understood it the first time." "Now tell me what you have, Inspector," Stone said. "I can tell you that Johnson was murdered," Daniels said, with a swell of pride that changed his posture. "The inmate was unconscious before he was ever placed in the bag. M.E. says he was full of enough chloral hydrate to be dead soon anyway." "What is chloral hydrate?" Stone asked. "Sleeping pills." "Couldn't he have taken them himself?" Stone said. "Maybe to relax during his escape? Or because he wanted to die?" "I don't think so. I think he was drugged by someone who knew that putting him in the trash bag would get him stabbed to death." "Did the M.E. say how the drug was administered?" I asked. Medical personnel might use a syringe. An officer might put it in food. Another inmate might give it to him as a pill or powder and tell him it's some other kind of drug. Daniels's face turned even redder. It was obvious he hadn't asked. "He was unable to say conclusively," he said. "We should know shortly." "What else do you have?" Stone asked. "He had an abnormal number of lacerations, even for an inmate. A few abrasions that were not related to his death." "Where did the fatal blow strike him?" Stone asked. "Bottom part of his heart. The rod got stuck in his rib cage. Shutt broke several ribs trying to get it free. But that's not what killed him." "What?" Stone asked. M.E. says that the rod scraped the bottom of the heart, but really didn't pierce it. The loss of blood would have killed him eventually. He lost a shitload of it in a hurry. But it still takes a while. He didn't die immediately. Died as the result of a blow to the throat that dislocated his windpipe." "Could the officer have done that, or even known what he was doing?" Stone asked. "Maybe. I don't know. Your prime witness is sitting right across from you. Why don't you ask him?" "I'll get to him in a minute," Stone said with a quick glance in my direction. "What else can you tell us?" "He was a drug user. There were traces of crack and alcohol in his blood." "Crack?" Stone said. Dust was visible in the shaft of sunlight shining in through the window, specks dancing in it. Amazingly, it seemed to avoid Stone. "So his death could be drug-related," Daniel said. "Aren't drug screenings done periodically?" I said. "Yes, they are. He was tested as recently as a week ago, and it was negative. Besides, he was in confinement most of the time, which makes it virtually impossible to get drugs. Or anything else for that matter." "That's not what I've heard," I said. "What have you heard?" Stone asked. "That some strange things go on around here at night, especially in confinement." Neither man reacted or commented, and Daniels continued. "He was, gay. Had AIDS. There were traces of semen around on him. It is being processed at FDLE. maybe we'll get lucky and get something from it. Who knows?
How about you, Chaplain? Stone asked. You discovered anything useful?
I have more, Daniel said.
Well, let's have it.
The lab also found some unusual trace evidence. A pride chemical on his blues. May give us an idea of where he was before he wound up in the trash heap.
Pride is a state-authorized, not-for-profit company that operates inside Florida state prisons, training inmates for general manufacturing and services. Many of the products created by Pride are used inside the prison.
Chaplain, what about being our prime witness? Can you tell us anything about the actual stabbing yesterday?
I really don't think I can add anything to what I've already said.
Should Shutt be looked into? He asked.
I nodded.
Okay, he said.
And then he looked at Daniels again.
Have you ever heard the old saying, you can catch more flies with honey than vinegar?
Sure, I've heard it, he said.
Well, the chaplain here is your honey. He is well liked and respected, and he knows at least half of the staff pretty well. So you are to work with him and not without him, or you are not to work in this institution at all. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Understand, Chaplain?
Stone said to me.
Yes, sir. Good. Now go find out what's going on in my institution.
16.
There are a lot of things I regret,
Steve Roberts, Candace's live-in boyfriend, was saying. His maudlin disposition matched the liquor on his breath. We were sitting in a pair of rickety lawn chairs in the mostly dirt yard in front of his trailer, as Colby and Cody rode their bikes around the narrow streets of the subdivision.
Do you have regrets?
He asked. He was wearing a frayed wife-beater, khaki cargo shorts a few sizes too big for his emaciated frame, and thin green dollar store flip-flops. He had a bottle of Beam in one hand, and a glass he kept refilling in the other.
Many,
I said.
What do you do?
Live with them, I said. And sometimes what you're doing.
Huh?
He asked.
What I'm doing?
Trying to drown them?
I guess I am. I miss her so much. Don't know what I'd do if it weren't for them kids. Just trying to stay strong for them.
And doing a damn fine job of it, I thought. Do you have any idea where she might be? I asked. No matter how far-fetched it is? He shook his head and took another sip of his drink. Anyone harassing her or threatening her? Or was she having conflict with anyone at all? He shook his head again, and this time added a shrug.
Don't think so.
No? Did anything out of the ordinary happen in the days or weeks leading up to her disappearance? I asked. Anything at all?
No, nothing.
Her life? Our lives were just the same as they had always been. That's why why this makes no sense. I mean, who could have done something like this? That's what we're trying to figure out, I said.
Oh, wait, he said.
There was something. It wasn't like right before she went missing, but a few weeks before. One of her exes just started harassing her out of the blue.
Who?
Carl. No, Kevin.
That's it?
Kevin. Turner. I thought she said turnip the first time she said it. Kevin Turner was harassing Candace a few weeks before she went missing? I asked.
Maybe it was more like a month.
What was he doing?
He'd call here drunk, follow her around and try to talk to her. Started hanging out at the bar during her shift a lot. Kept asking if Cody was his. One minute, he'd tell her they should get back together and raise him right. And the next, he was saying Cody wasn't his kid, and she wasn't getting a dime of child support out of him.
Every time Colby and Cody passed by on their bikes, they waved and spoke to me,
and asked me to watch different tricks they could do. I couldn't help but notice they weren't saying anything to Steve, and I wondered why. Was it because he had seen all their tricks, and I was the new audience? Or something more sinister? Maybe they knew not to talk to him when he was this far into the bottle of beam. "I ain't a bad man," Steve said. "I've had to deal with some shit in my life. Never caught a break. Not one. But that don't keep me from doing my best. I damn sure give more than I get. I can tell you that." "How were things between you and Candace?" "I didn't have anything to do with this, man. I swear to Christ I didn't. We had our moments. I ain't perfect, but nothing big. We were no different than anybody else. I'd never hurt her. Besides, I couldn't. We only got the one car. I was stuck here with the kids. Went to bed early. Wasn't out running my girlfriend off the road and doing God knows what to her." "Have you been contacted by the Department of Children and Family Services about Colby and Cody?" I asked. He nodded. "Case manager came out and talked to us. Asked the kids a bunch of questions. Did psychologicals on them. Said they could stay here for now, but they're looking for a relative they could go live with if their mom doesn't come back soon. Said that if the police ever say that I'm a person of interest, they'll be taken from me and put into foster care. So you make sure your dad knows I didn't do it. I don't want to lose these kids. I can't. They're all I got. All I got in the world." 17. By the time I got home from Steve's, Colby and Cody were there. I was happy to see them. I was looking forward to hearing about their day, talking to them about their mom, possibly sharing a pizza with them, and maybe playing some games or just hanging out. They made me less lonely, and I hoped I made them feel cared for and protected, and that I provided some stability for them. "Did your mom ever talk to you about the future?" I asked. "Like what?" Colby asked. As usual, when talking about her mom, her sad blue eyes grew sadder and bluer. "Anything," I said. "Plans? Things y'all might do? Places you might go? Anything like that?" We were in my backyard, down by the river. Colby and I were sitting up on the bank in the shade of a cypress tree, Cody playing with action figures in the damp sand at the water's edge. "She used to always tell me she was sorry for not giving me a better life, and tell me she would make it up to me. She'd say, 'Baby girl, things are going to get better. I promise you that. Your mama's going to do whatever it takes to make it happen.'" "Do you have any idea what she meant?" I asked. "What she might have been talking about?" She shrugged her skinny shoulders, her long blonde hair spilling off of them as she did. And I was reminded of just how young she really was, something I tended to forget when looking into her eyes or listening to her talk. "I know she felt bad for stuff I couldn't remember," she said. "I know she was working hard to get us to a better place." A passing boat sent waves out on either side of its wake, which by the time they reached the shore were small ripples for Cody's action figures to fight against. "Did she and Steve get along well?" I asked. She shook her head. "Not really. She yelled at him a lot." "Do you remember what about?" "Not working. Not helping around the house. Drinking too much. Not being better. Doing better." "How does Steve treat you and Cody?" "Okay. Mostly, I guess. He kinda does his own thing. Sleeps a lot. When he's awake, he watches TV and drinks." I thought about that and wondered what the best thing for Colby and Cody was. "Do you want to stay with Steve until we find your mom? Or would you like to stay somewhere else?" "Where else would we go?" she asked, which broke my heart. "Well, a relative or a foster parent. Until, could we stay here with you? She asked. I wish y'all could, I said. But the DCF officials who make the decisions about those sorts of things. Why don't we get to make them? She asked. Shouldn't we get to say where we want to stay? Yes, you should, I said. But the people who make the decisions are there to protect children. Since I'm not related to you, and I'm a single man, they'd never let me. Steve's single, and he's a man? I know, and I'm not sure how much longer they'll leave y'all with him. Since y'all were living with him before, and he's your mom's boyfriend, and with your mom being missing, they're probably waiting for her to be found and come home. I just wanted to make sure you and Cody were all right, and to see if you wanted to stay with Steve. If you didn't, I could let them know. I guess we better stay where we are for now, she said. Y'all are welcome here any time, I said. And if you ever need anything at all, just let me know. I've heard people say that the longer somebody is missing, the more chances that they're probably dead. I paused for a moment. I wanted to give her something that I couldn't. The promise of a happy ending. Since I couldn't do that, I could treat her with the respect she deserved and try to leave her with some semblance of hope. Before I could say anything, she spoke again. I want to know the truth, she said. I really do. I'm not going to give up until I find your mom, I said. And I have every hope of finding her alive. I really think that statistics or other people's opinions don't matter, because every case is different. And they're not going to change what happens in your mom's case. That's the truth. I'm not sure it is, John. But, okay. Are y'all hungry? I asked. I could order a pizza. Do you ever eat anything else? She asked. If you'll get some groceries, I'll cook. Or teach you how. I can cook, I said. What? All sorts of things, I said. I grill a mean steak. I cook a good burger. I can make spaghetti, tacos. John, she said in the same voice she would use to scold Cody, grilling a steak and 3 things with hamburger meat isn't all sorts of things. It's probably not even cooking. 18. Nights were the worst. The Tin Man, alone in his tin house. Loneliness, fear, isolation, guilt, an unquiet mind. The inability to sleep. After Colby and Cody left, I had attended an AA meeting, driving to the next county to ensure anonymity. It had helped, but not enough. I returned home and, in the absence of the prospect of sex with anyone other than myself, went jogging. At midnight, I had turned off the lights. That's when the neon lights inside my head came on. Thankfully, it wasn't long before the phone rang. This the chaplain what work for the Potter prison? An elderly black woman's voice asked. I could hear a loud television and a dog barking in the background. Yes, ma'am, it is. John Jordan. This is Miss Jenkins, Ike Johnson's aunt. Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry about Ike. Thank you. We planned the funeral and wondered if you would do it. I was stunned. We not really church peoples, she said. I'm not either, I thought. Ike's grandma, Miss Winger, said you's real nice to her. I had spoken to Grandma Winger earlier that morning to tell her that her grandson, the one she had raised like a son, had been killed. At the time, I thought he was killed while trying to escape. She refused to believe it. She said that they were coming to visit him this Saturday, and he knew it. According to her, his current life was the best one he'd ever had. When is the funeral? I asked. Saturday, if you's able to make it. Can you do it Saturday? Yes, I can. I will. I rolled over after hanging the phone on its cradle and stared up at the ceiling. It hadn't changed. The breeze outside caused the aluminum of the trailer to bend in and out, making the sound of a whip cracking. I sat up. I lay back down. I decided to get up and work on Ike's funeral some. I stumbled down the hallway into the living room and made some notes. Preparing the funeral sermon of a stranger killed under suspicious circumstances was challenging. I grew weary, but I still couldn't sleep. On my way back to bed, I stopped by the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, I discovered I looked as tired as I felt. As I turned to head back to bed, I noticed a small pile of clothes near the shower. It was about 2 days' worth. I smiled as I thought of how Susan hated that. Having that thought gave me a strong urge to leave them there, which I only overcame because if I left them in reaction to her, she would still be controlling my life. I bent down and scooped them up, slinging one sock between my legs as I did. When I reached for it, I saw something that stopped my heart. On the back of my left leg, there was a cut about 2 inches long. I dropped the clothes and bent down even farther to take a closer look. It wasn't very deep, but still deep enough for AIDS-infected blood splattered on it to get into my bloodstream. When did I get it? Was it today? Or before what happened in the Sallyport? For the second time that night, my phone rang. I rushed to the phone, grabbing the receiver as I climbed into bed. "John, the voice said. John. Slightly slurred, slightly desperate, slightly scared. The voice was the voice I heard within the sound of my own when I had been drinking. It was the voice of my mother, and she only called me John when she was drunk. John? Answer me. Are you there? I'm here. They got me locked up again. I'm dying. You've got to come see me soon. Mom, you're not dying. It just feels like it. It's withdrawals. No, you don't understand. I haven't been drinking. Come see me before it's too late. I love you. I love you, John. You've always been my favorite. You tell everybody that when you're drunk. She started coughing. It sounded as if she dropped the phone. Her act was definitely improving. It took maybe 2 minutes, which seemed like 30, for her to pick up the phone again. When she did, she said, I've got to see you, son, before I die. What you've got to do is get sober. I'm hanging up now. Call me when you're sober. 19. The next morning, as I was meeting with inmates and opening mail, I received another typed note. Like before, it was a single piece of typing paper, tri-folded, taped, with one typewritten word on the outside. Chaplain. I carefully peeled back the tape and opened it. I could tell immediately that it was produced by the same typewriter as the other one. It read, Chaplain, if you don't back off, I'm going to kill you. Just back off, or you're dead. I will kill you and that girl you love. Killing's better than fucking. I love it. I will probably fuck her, and then kill her. But I might kill her, then fuck her. Back off. The institutional mail was delivered every day but Sunday. The note had probably been sent the previous night. Who was it about? I was in love with Anna, but was it obvious to anyone? The other note had spoken of protection, now this one of threat. Were they about 2 different women? Anna and who? Sandy Strickland? Who else had I been seen with recently? My office door opened, and Tom Daniels walked in. I nodded toward one of the chairs across from my desk as I carefully folded the letter and stuck it in my desk drawer. He sat down. Looking better than he had yesterday, his face wasn't as red, his eyes not as bloodshot. He looked down at the clipboard that he was carrying, flipped through a couple of pages, then looked back up at me.
Look, the warden said we've got to work together. Neither of us is happy about it. But what you gonna do, right?
I knew the warden's words alone were not enough to bring about this change in him.
The investigation is more important than our dislike of one another. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't dislike you. I'd like to talk with you about what happened.
I've heard your excuses before.
I've never offered any excuses. You've only heard things from Susan. He shook his head.
Don't want to talk about it. Just concentrate on the work. I don't like you, but I can work with anyone.
I'm sorry for any pain I've caused you or your family. I love Susan. Only want the best for her. He was unable to hide his obvious awkwardness and discomfort.
We need to follow up some of the leads that our physical evidence has produced, he said. You could do some of them without anyone noticing. IG of the department walks in and starts asking questions. People get nervous and clam up.
No wonder he was being civil. He needed my help.
Like what?
I asked.
The lab said there were traces of a chemical on Johnson's pants that's used in floor cleaner and wax in medical and dental facilities. We've traced the exact chemical to 2 types of cleaners, manufactured by Pride. The cleaners are used in the medical offices, the infirmary, and the dental offices.
We know he was in the infirmary the night before he was killed.
But he couldn't get it on him from just being there, even if he fell on a recently mopped floor. Besides, the chemical on his pants had not been diluted. He'd have had to come in contact with an actual bottle of cleaner, and it'd have to have been within a few hours of his death.
We need to find out if he ever worked with the cleaner, or if his uniform was switched with someone else's. Happens a lot. Uniform could have come in contact with the chemical when another inmate was wearing it.
He shook his head. I doubt it. The chemical had not been through the washer and dryer, and the uniform had his name tag on it. It actually stuck to the spear.
How about medical and dental? I'll check them again as I can. I have to continue my regular work as well, and I've been asked to do Ike Johnson's funeral on Saturday.
Find out all you can about him from his family, he said. They may know something useful and not know they know it.
I nodded.
I think it's best if we're not seen together. You do those things. I'll talk with Fortner, make him feel a part of the investigation, and continue to check with the lab.
Working together without working together. It was ingenious. 20. Merrill Monroe, my best friend since elementary school, was an African-American correctional officer sergeant in charge of outside grounds. Inmates assigned to his crew were not considered escape risks and were allowed to work outside the gate. I found him in a garden to the left of the institution, down on his hands and knees, showing an inmate just how to plant sugar snap peas. The light brown sleeves of his short-sleeved CO uniform were stretched tightly over muscular dark brown arms. Every time he moved, his muscles flexed, straining his shirt to the point of ripping. As he instructed the inmate on exactly how to do his job, he spoke in slow, even tones. I had seen him stare down a gang of inmates, 2 with shanks, the same way. I had also seen him wipe out an entire gang by himself, never raising his voice, and never acting as if it required much effort, either. "Sarge, you got a minute?" I asked as I came up behind him. He stood, nodding at me, and pointing at the row of peas to the inmate. We walked away from the garden and the inmates working there for some privacy. "I was thinking of planting some sugar snap peas and needed some help."
"Shit. Yo ass ever planted anything in your life?"
"Not too late to start, is it? Really am about to put some sod around my trailer."
"Want some advice?" he said.
"From an expert like yourself? Of course."
"Put the green side up," he said,
a broad smile creeping across his face, revealing his startling white teeth. We were both silent a moment. He glanced back in the direction of the garden. I could tell he was not happy with how the inmates were planting the peas. "It's hard to get good help these days," I said.
"Yeah." Speaking of which, I heard about what you did in the Sallyport on Tuesday. Pretty impressive for a skinny white boy.
I'm not skinny, I protested. I'm fit.
You's fit before all that shit in Atlanta, he said. Now you skinny.
He stood directly in front of me, positioning himself between me and the sun, the shadow he cast keeping me from needing the shades I had left in my office. He was always doing things like that, and never mentioning it. I could see my reflection in his glasses. I looked distorted, like my face was too big for my head and body. Merrill towered over my 6 feet by about 4 inches, totally eclipsing the sun.
Anyway, he continued, you did good. Showed some of these rednecks that a man can be civilized and have balls, too.
Did Johnson work for you?
On paper.
My eyebrows shot up.
Oh, really? He was assigned to outside grounds, but never came. Each month I got a note from Captain Skipper saying he using Johnson other places. Just go ahead and give him credit for working out here.
And you did it? I asked, a little surprised.
Captain say do it? I do it, he said,
falling back into his favorite dialect for expressing his frustration.
I not smart enough to think for myself. Don't ask no questions. No, sir.
Merrill thought for himself all right, and asked plenty of questions. As smart as any man I'd ever met, Merrill had been unable to attend college. Instead, he had spent much of his time at the public library, and already had a much better education than most college graduates.
Did he ever show up out here for work? I asked. When he was first assigned here. Came out about 3 times. Didn't do a damn thing. Worried about his fingernails and hair too much.
Oh, yeah?
Inmates called him Go Down, 'cause he'd go down on anybody.
I nodded, thinking about the picture developing of little Ike Johnson. You tell me anything about Hardy, CO who works nights in the infirmary?
Ex-military, he said. Still in the reserves. Hell of a good officer. Smart, tough, fair. He not as good as me, but he's good.
Pretty confident for a black man named after a dead white woman. He ran his hand across his short hair and then started patting it.
With good reason.
Anything else about Johnson you can think of?
Didn't know him that well. But I'll tell you who did. Inmate named Willie Baker. Probably the oldest homosexual on the compound. Hell, maybe even in the world.
The one they call Grandma? I asked. He smiled.
Yeah, he said with surprise and amusement. Chaplain got the 411.
That's me, Mr. Information. But it's not the 411, but the 911 that concerns me. You ever get a request from Johnson? Was it typed?
He shook his head. Nigga couldn't read or write.
21. Blue movement everywhere. The compound pulsing with energy. Inmates laughing, yelling, talking, walking, playing, lining up, gathering in small groups. Moving. Always moving. Inmates on the compound were in perpetual motion. Above it all, the hot July sun was unrelenting, unforgiving. The only shade was provided by 4 pavilions, but even if they blocked the sun, they were impotent against the heat. The heat was stifling, thick, and difficult to breathe. As I walked through the open population, I was again reminded that I was a stranger in a strange land. This was their world. Most of the inmates treated me like a servant at a dinner party. Passing through the lower compound, I made my way down to the rec yard, where inmates were playing basketball, softball, lifting weights, and walking around the track, all beneath the clear blue sky. I found Willie at the far end of the field, sitting on the ground, leaning up against the back of the softball fence. He looked about 150. His gray hair, what little there was, made a nearly complete circle around the crown of his head. His eyes were hollow. His stubbly gray beard sporadically covered his gaunt face, dipping down in the recesses of his cheeks, because he had no teeth. If he was in any way effeminate, you couldn't tell just by looking at him. Of course, if he was alive, you couldn't tell it just by looking at him either. He sat with 2 other men, both in their 20s, both as feminine as most females I'd ever seen, more so than many. I squatted down in front of Willie. "Mind if I ask you a few questions?" Willie's expression didn't change. "Grandma," the inmate to his left said in a high falsetto voice. "Chaplain want to talk with you." Willie didn't respond. A gray officer station building stood in the center of the rec yard. Part of it was open, housing free weights and ping-pong tables. Scattered all around it were card tables, where small groups of inmates played checkers, chess, and dominoes. "Grandma," he said again, this time patting his cheek as he did. "Wake up, old girl. There's a man what wants to talk with you." Willie's eyes drifted slowly back down to earth, landing somewhere in my vicinity. Then he said in a soft, airy voice, "Who?" He breathed out and paused, as if this would require the last bit of life that was left in him. "Is it?" "It's the chaplain. The new one," he said. "The fine one," the other one said. Willie leaned down and whispered something in the ear of the inmate to his left. He was obviously the spokesperson for the group. His name tag read Jefferson. "Grandma wants to know if you think homosexuals have no hope where God concerned." "I don't think anybody has no hope where God is concerned." Willie leaned down again and whispered something else in Jefferson's ear. Around us, the other inmates on the rec yard were loud and active, sounding like children on a playground. And in many ways, that's what they were. "Grandma say you all right," Jefferson said. "What you want to know?" "Everything there is to know about Ike Johnson." "Grandma say he dead. What else they to know?" Jefferson said after receiving instructions from Grandma to do so. "I want to know all about him while he was alive, so I can find out why he was killed." Beyond the blacktop court, where young black men played full-court basketball like they did in Miami, the elderly inmates played horseshoes, like they did in retirement homes in Sarasota. Past them, the young white inmates played volleyball, the way they did on Panama City Beach. Yet, beyond all of this, the wall of chain-link fence and razor wire served as an ominous reminder of exactly which part of Florida this was. "Grandma say he a real hoe. Do anything. Sooner or later, his kind always gets stuck. Grandma say everybody think he belonged to Jacobson, but he didn't. Grandma say he belonged to another inmate, and they both belonged to a cop." "A correctional officer here at the prison?" I asked. "Yeah, but the point is, he wasn't loyal. He'd do anything, anytime. He also run his big mouth." "What else can you tell me?" I asked. "Grandma say that all she can say, 'cause she ain't got a big mouth." I thought about all the names that I had come across so far in this investigation. I wanted to ask him about at least one of them. "Can you tell me who Johnson's real old man was?" I asked. "Can't say," Jefferson said. "What about Captain Skipper?" I asked. "Grandma say he won't say nothing about that redneck son of a bitch," Jefferson said. "Okay. What about Alan Jones, the inmate who works in the infirmary?" Again the whisper. Again Jefferson with the response. "Say all he know is he well looked out for. He in love with them nurses." "How about a young officer named Shutt?" I continued. "Must be new, 'cause Grandma don't know him," Jefferson said. "Anything else you can tell me that might help me find out who killed Johnson, and why?" "Grandma say it come down to 3 things. Sex, drugs, rock and roll. Everything in here do." 22. "Who can I get drugs from?" I asked. "Things already gotten that bad?" Anna said. She was wearing a colorful jumper with blooming spring flowers all over it. It fit nicely, though not too nicely. Never too nicely in here, Her long brown hair was worn down in long, looping waves. "If an inmate wants to buy drugs on the compound," I said, "how does he do it?" I was seated across from her desk in a blue plastic chair that sloped down to the left. Behind her, through the window, I could see inmates mowing dead grass. The sun had taken a toll on everything this year, but the grass most of all. The waves of heat made the inmates look as if they were many miles, rather than a few 100 feet away. "Well, let's see," she said, narrowing her eyes and tapping her pencil on her forehead. "First, he would have to have something to buy them with. This could be cash from an outside account, personal property to trade, say a watch, a ring, or canteen items. Or he could be willing to do something. Sex, a hit, a favor." "Do many of them have what it takes to buy drugs?" I asked. "Not many have cash, but nearly all have something of value. We're talking about the trading of goods and services." "Just how available are drugs on the compound?" I asked. "Not as much as you might think after working here and seeing all the crime, but a whole hell of a lot more than a person on the street would think." "How does it get in?" "Some of it's homemade. We have chemicals here and a pharmacy. Usually, though, the homemade stuff is liquor. Most of the drugs come in because someone brings them in. Family and friends during visitation, or COs or staff smuggle it in to sell or trade." "What about screenings?" I asked. "Officially, they'll tell you we do random drug screenings. Unofficially, most of them are conducted after we receive a tip from another inmate. Of course, after an inmate tests positive once, he is watched more closely." How could Johnson have had more than one kind of drug in his system when the tests done on him in both confinement and medical came back negative? She thought about it for a moment. "I can only think of 3 possibilities. Inmate somehow faked the test, traded urine with someone, or something like that. It was an honest mistake by the officer doing the test. Or someone was looking out for him." We fell silent a moment. I tried to process and piece together all the information I had received recently. "Have you received any threats lately?" I asked. She smiled. "You mean in addition to the normal stuff?" "Yeah." "No? Why?" "Just curious," I said. "You're never just anything," she said. "Especially just curious." "Just be careful." "I always am," she said. "Extra careful for a while, okay?" She nodded slowly. "Okay." I told her about the notes I'd been receiving. Before she could respond, her phone rang. She answered it. "It's for you," she said, after putting the call on hold. "Says it's urgent, but she'll only talk to you in your office." "Who is it?" "Molly Thomas." "Okay," I said, standing. "Will you give me a few minutes to get to my office and transfer it?" 23. When I got back to the chapel, my phone was ringing. Fumbling with the keys, I rushed in just as it stopped. I sat down at my desk, and less than a minute later, it started again. "Chaplain, this is Molly Thomas," she said in a soft voice. Molly Thomas was the devoted wife of an inmate here at PCI named Anthony Thomas. She was devoted enough to her husband and their relationship to move up from South Florida when he was transferred here. She rented a small trailer in a trailer park not far from mine and visited her husband 6 hours every Saturday and 6 hours every Sunday. "Hey, Molly, how's it going?" I asked. "Not very good right now. I was wondering if I might talk with you?" she asked hesitantly. "Of course. You know that," I said. "Not over the phone." "Why don't you come to the institution this afternoon? We can meet in the administration building." The administration and training buildings were the only ones not behind the fence. "Can we meet somewhere in town?" "There's a conference room I use sometimes at the sheriff's station. We can meet there if you like." I can't really meet you there either."
How about the Methodist Church on Main Street at 1 o'clock?
That would be great.
I'll see you there. After we hung up, Mr. Smith ambled in with some inmate requests and passes for me. I looked through them. There was nothing urgent. "Have a seat," I said. "Mind if I ask you a few more questions?"
No, sir. Don't mind at all.
I'm trying to find out who supplies drugs on the compound.
Probably the biggest supplier that is an inmate is Jasper Evans.
Really?
Yes, sir.
The inmate who directs the choir and never misses chapel is the biggest supplier on the compound? He nods.
"'Fraid so. He sing like an angel, but sling dope like the devil."
24. When I reached the First United Methodist Church of Pottersville, Molly Thomas was waiting on me. The red brick and white trim church looked as much like an old schoolhouse as anything else. Molly sat in her car, an older dark brown Ford Taurus, with her window rolled down. Her auburn hair was moist, and sweat trickled down the sides of her cheeks. Her green eyes, aided by colored contact lenses, looked like the Gulf after a summer rain. Glancing around nervously, she got out of the car. I got out too, but without the nervous glances. Later, I realized I should have been glancing. "Are you okay?" I asked.
"I'm scared out of my mind. I don't know what to do. I need your help."
"We can use the pastor's office. He's at lunch right now," I said, walking toward the office at the rear of the church. Pastor Clydesdale's office was way too small for his library, books spilling out of the 3 large bookshelves, piled on the floor, stacked on his desk and filing cabinet. The floor was covered with a dark green shag carpet from deep in the 1970s. A small window air conditioner, which was not in a window at all, but in an oversized hole in the wall, pushed the sweet smell of pipe smoke around the room. I sat in the pastor's seat, an old wooden swivel desk chair with casters on its legs. Molly sat on an old couch that was covered with a thin rust-colored bedspread and sloped down at the rear, making her appear 6 inches shorter than she really was.
"I'm taking an awful risk in talking to you," she said. "I think I can trust you, but I'm not sure."
"If you have any reservations, I would encourage you to speak with someone you know better and can trust more."
"I don't know anyone. I'm all alone down here, out of options."
Her auburn hair and green eyes were striking, though it was obvious neither were completely natural. "Down here? I thought you were from South Florida."
"No, I'm from Michigan. We were in Miami about to leave for a 2-week cruise when Tony was arrested."
I nodded. "If you want to talk with me, there are some things you should know first. I will keep confidential anything you say, unless to do so would cause harm to you, someone else, or the security of the institution. Also, we are not alone here." She startled, sitting up, looking around. "No one is listening in on us. We have privacy. Just wanted you to know. It's for my protection and yours."
"Who's here?"
she asked, looking around the room. "The pastor is having his lunch in the other office."
"Makes me trust you even more. The thing is, Tony's been doing real good. I was worried about him. He's not like those other men, but he's doing good. A lot better than I ever would have thought."
"Is that why you stayed around? To look out for him?"
"I thought if I was here, he wouldn't feel so alone, and that might help him make it."
"And it has."
"It has. Or had. But about a month ago, Tony started acting real sure of himself, like he didn't need me anymore. He said that the most powerful man at the institution was looking out for him, and that his last year would be cake. He was so cocky, I couldn't stand it. I hate it when he gets like that."
"He say who the man was?" I asked.
"No, never did. But when I'd go to visit on the weekends, he'd have all kinds of money to spend at the canteen, and he'd give me little presents. A nice watch, earrings, a bracelet. Also started putting money in my bank account, large deposits." He say where it came from? I asked.
Only thing he ever said was, the skipper took care of his mates.
She sniffled and blinked and began to cry. I handed her a tissue from the box on the desk.
Last Saturday, when I was visiting, he said he had something very special planned for us this week. That he'd call, and for me not to be scared. I had no idea what it could be, but I was excited. I got a call from him Tuesday night, saying for me to come to the institution. Said he'd worked it out for us to be alone. I was scared. I knew it was against the rules, but I went. When I got there, the officer at the control room said Captain Skipper was expecting me. They didn't have me sign in or anything. When I got into the sally port, a big man in a white shirt met me and escorted me to the chapel.
The chapel?
Yeah. No one was there. It was very dark. The officer told me to go into the sanctuary and wait for Tony. When I got in there, Tony was waiting for me.
She began to tremble, her tears coming harder.
He took me from behind, like he was attacking me. He grabbed me and slung me to the ground. At first, I didn't know who it was, but then he started talking to me. He was like an animal. I tried to turn around, but he wouldn't let me. He had my jeans off before I knew it, whispering the most explicit things in my ear, things he's never said before.
Why don't you pause for a moment, I said, giving her the box of tissues.
I have to go on, or I won't finish. It's so... He attacked me. There's no other word for it. He's my husband, and I wanted to. I was there because I wanted to be, but not like that. It felt like he put his whole fist inside me. He was completely out of control. It wasn't like my Tony at all. Then he sodomized me.
I am so sorry, I said.
I'm no saint. Tony and I have had sex in every way. But he raped me.
I'm so sorry.
He hurt me, she said. Not too bad physically, but real bad emotionally. The worst thing was, before he was even through, the big officer in the white shirt and two others in brown shirts came in and pulled him off of me and cuffed him. I think they had been watching the whole time. I've never been so humiliated in my life. One of them jerked me up, told me to get dressed, and then led me to the gate. I was so upset and disoriented. I don't remember much else. Except, when I reached my trailer and got out, a truck pulled in behind me. It was the big officer in the white shirt. He was running toward me. I dropped my keys, but thankfully, I had left the door unlocked. I ran in and locked the door just before he reached it. He tried it. It was locked. Then it hit me. My keys. They were out there on the ground. I put the deadbolt on and the chain. He came back and unlocked the knob, but couldn't open the door because of the deadbolt. He started kicking the door. I ran into the kitchen and called 911. When I got back, he was gone. This is the first time I've come out of the house since then.
You know the name of the big officer in the white shirt? I asked.
No. I assumed it was Skipper, but I don't know. God, he's a psychopath. You should have heard him laughing at me just before they pulled Tony off me.
You ever seen him before? I asked.
No, never. I take it that he is either a captain or a lieutenant because of the color of his shirt, but I couldn't see his collar.
What time did all this take place? I asked. I'm not sure, she said. It's very important. Was it before or after 11? Oh, after. It was way after 11. Why? The shift changes at 11. So does the shift OIC. While you were at the institution, how many different officers did you see? I asked. 1 in the control room, 3 in the chapel. Wonder how many saw you. She shuddered at that. You willing to come with me to report this to the warden, the inspector, and the sheriff? What? No, absolutely not. No, never. I have to report it. I don't. I'm not. I'm going to work on getting Tony transferred and never come back here again. But don't even think about involving me. If anybody from the prison or the cops ask, I'm going to swear that none of this ever happened. Then why'd you tell me? I want you to check on Tony. Take care of him. Help him. Protect him from those officers. Be a lot easier to do with your statement. She shook her head. I can't. I just can't. I nodded. Okay. Want me to get the sheriff to assign someone to watch you while we work on this? You can do that? You're something else, Chaplain. No, just related to him. 25. What exactly are we doing here? Anna asked. We were sitting at the large conference table in the medical break room. Designed more for meetings than breaks, it was a conference room with a Coke machine. The corridor ending here led past the steel doors of the suicide cells on one side and the glass walls of the infirmary on the other. I was drinking a can of Florida orange juice, she a Diet Coke. We're taking a break, I said. She looked confused. We're state employees. We take lots of them. Oh, we do? Okay, so we never do, I said. But today, we're turning over a new leaf. I had called her just after returning from my meeting with Molly Thomas, and just before calling both Dad about assigning a deputy to watch her, and Tom Daniels to fill him in and ask about getting the FDLE crime scene technicians to examine the chapel floor for trace evidence that might verify Molly's story. Anna sipped some more of her Diet Coke, then raised the can and said, "To taking more breaks." I held my juice up, and we clinked cans. What we're really doing here, I whispered, is looking for clues. Her eyes widened. Clues? Cool. Am I playing Watson to your Holmes? Actually, I should be Nancy Drew or your girl Friday. She could be my girl Monday through Sunday. That would be just fine with me. I've been thinking more about the notes I've been receiving. I really think they're about you. Could be. It's obvious how much I care about you, and the letters are coming from within the institution. Somebody who has seen us together. She nodded. What do you want me to do? Don't go anywhere alone. Let me, or Merrill, or someone you trust be with you. Just take extra precautions for the next little while. I can do that. Thanks. We drank a little more. I need to look in some of the rooms down here, and I need someone to cause a distraction and keep lookout. Why don't you create a distraction and keep lookout while I look for clues? I don't think the officer in the infirmary would find me as distracting as you. She smiled. Don't sell yourself short. While she plied her charms to distract the infirmary officer, I went to take a look in the caustic storage closets for the cleaning chemicals found on Johnson's uniform. Both were locked. I reached in my back pocket, whipped out my wallet, and withdrew the Visa card. Sliding it down the side of the door jamb, the door opened easily. Too easily. Someone had done this before. Many times. The first closet had a single metal shelf that looked like it should have been in someone's garage. It was filled with boxes of garbage bags, paper towels, toilet paper, and rubber gloves. The bottom shelf was filled with white plastic bottles of Pride chemicals. Wax, stripper, floor cleaner, glass cleaner. and 2 cans of the spray that killed HIV and hepatitis on contact. Getting down on my hands and knees, I took a closer look, resisting the urge to touch anything. When I moved to the side of the shelf, I saw it. On the back side, there was a bottle of cleaner leaking, the liquid standing around the base of the bottle, the shelf, and the floor. Walking back up toward the front, I saw Alan Jones, the elderly inmate orderly, mopping the floor. He was so quiet, his moves so understated, I wouldn't have heard him if he hadn't been whistling. A soft, airy whistle version of As Time Goes By. When I arrived at the infirmary control room, Anna was still beguiling Ron Straub. "How's it going?" I said. "Fine," he said, not bothering to mask his irritation at the intrusion. "Do you have an inmate in the infirmary named Anthony Thomas?" "Jones," he yelled to the orderly out in the hallway. "Wasn't Thomas put in confinement Tuesday morning?" "Yes, sir," Jones said. "He's in confinement," Straub said. "Thank you. I'll see him over there." When I began to leave, he smiled. When Anna joined me, he stopped. "What did you find?" Anna asked when we were seated in her office again. "Maybe where the body was stored until the trash was taken out." "Where?" "In one of the caustic storage rooms at the end of the hallway, past the infirmary. It'd be the perfect place. That hallway is almost always empty, and very few people use that closet." "What made you look in there in the first place?" I told her. "And asking about Thomas?" she said. "Was that just about what Molly told you? Or do you think he has something to do with what happened to Johnson?" "Both," I said. "Maybe." She gave me a big smile. "What?" "Some men will brag when given the opportunity to do so to an attentive female." "I've heard about that." "I gave Ron my full attention, and he told some tales. One of them about an inmate having an affair with a nurse." "Thomas?" I asked. "Thomas," she said. "Did he say which nurse?" "I don't think he knows, but I soon will." 26. I was in my office making notes on the case when Merrill walked in. "Sup?" he said when he was seated in front of me. I shook my head. "You'd have to ask somebody else. You're looking at the man who knows the least about the way things work around here." "It's a different world. But you a quick study? You rounded up the usual suspects?" "Working on it." "How many brothers on the list?" he said. "Besides you? Only have one suspect of African descent." "Everybody of African descent. We're the first people on Earth." "True." "Nigga got a name?" "Name and a number," I said. "Alan Jones. Works in the infirmary. Has no real motive that I can see, but he gathers and takes out the trash. Also has access to a typewriter. Most inmates don't. But Nurse Anderson says he didn't take the trash out on Tuesday. Speaking of, what can you tell me about Shutt?" "Not much," he said. "He's pretty new. Seems okay. He a suspect?" "He picked up the trash, and he's the one who actually did the deed." "Shook him up like hell, too, though, didn't it?" "Maybe. Certainly seemed to." "Who else?" "Jacobson, of course. Skipper. He probably involved somehow. Bastard bad all the way down to his black heart." I told him what Molly Thomas had told me. Merrill shook his head. "Like I said." "Seems we're surrounded by badness," I said. "I think Anna might be in danger. I've been getting threatening letters, and I think they're about her." "You told her?" he asked. "Yeah. Would you keep an eye on her?" "Always do. We'll watch her with both now." Shortly after Merrill left, Mr. Smith brought Sandy Strickland in to see me. It was a pleasant surprise. "Just wanted to stop by and check on you." "Thank you. That's very kind of you. I am anxious to know the results of the test. Found a cut on my leg last night. Don't know when I got it, But I know waiting's the worst part, but I really don't think you have anything to worry about. Even if you did have a cut on your leg, his blood would have had to seep all the way through your pants. I know. I'm just... She frowns and shakes her head. I'm so sorry. We're at such high risk here. Anyway, call me if it gets too much for you. But try not to worry. I'm sure you're fine. She stood to leave. I stood and came around my desk to walk her out. When I reached her, she kissed me briefly on the lips. See, she said, I'm so convinced you haven't been infected that I'm willing to kiss you. I started to say something, but she leaned in and kissed me again. The second kiss started out friendly enough, but grew deeper and more passionate as she lingered. Sorry, she said. I got caught up. But would I do that if I thought you were infected? 27. Chaplain? Stone was saying. Sorry, I said. I was just thinking. Something had been said. Something I missed while I was lost in thought. Anthony and Molly Thomas, Ike Johnson, Sandy Strickland, Anna, Laura Mathers, HIV, AIDS, blood, and murder, all swirling around in my head. Tom Daniels and I were in Stone's office to give him an update. About what the inspector said? Stone asked. What did he say? I asked. Stone frowned deeply. That Officer Shutt has been written up several times on accusations of brutality toward inmates. Every one of them black, Daniel said. What has been done? Did you know about this? I asked Stone. He frowned at me again and shook his head. Not much has been done, Daniel said, as you would expect, because the grievances have been written by inmates. It seems that on a couple of occasions, he was reprimanded by his supervisor. That'll teach him, I said. Stone frowned at me again. The man was nothing if not consistent. You both know what it's like, Daniel said. We get grievances on staff members all the time. Some inmates spend all their time writing grievances. Good officers and staff get written up all the time. It's almost impossible to know. There's nobody in the entire department who hasn't been written up by some inmate for some silly something. I shook my head. Daniel said, What? There's a difference in frivolous inmate grievances and a pattern of abuse against the single race. There's no evidence of that, he said. But there's accusation, and it should have been investigated. How many reports of abuse has he received? Edward Stone said. 12, Daniel said. How many years with the department? I asked. Less than 2. Watch him very closely, Inspector. If he's guilty, I want his ass. Were any of the grievances filed by Ike Johnson? I asked. Daniels nodded. Edward Stone's eyebrows peaked several inches above his glasses. Seems significant? I'll look into it. And him more, Daniel said. About the sleeping pills. Doc says they were not given by syringe or in food. So it seems Johnson just took them. Some of the capsules weren't even fully dissolved yet. Suicide? Stone asked, his voice sounding hopeful. It's at least a possibility. But it rules out staff and officers, Stone said. I shook my head. Daniels said, It probably does remove the suspicion from the employees. Yes, sir. What about Skipper? I said. I've initiated an investigation into him, Daniels said. Shouldn't he be suspended pending the investigation? I said. Because of the accusation of an inmate's wife? He said. A very serious accusation, I said. And she's not the only one saying he's dirty and brutal. Several staff members have said it too. He may be dirty. If he is, I'm going to take him down, Daniel said. But for now, I'm leaving him in place while I investigate and/or build a case against him. Which is your call. You're damn right it is. But how many more people will he brutalize or kill while you do? 28. The air in confinement was 10 degrees hotter than the air outside, and lacked the breeze. Body odor and the smell of sleep hung in the air like a fog, so thick as to be visible. It was quiet, as if the heat had zapped all of everyone's energy. When I reached Anthony Thomas's cell, he was kneeling at the food tray slot, as if he had been expecting me. "How are you, Anthony?" I asked. He shook his head slightly and stared up at me, trying to focus on me. His movements were slow and unsteady. When his eyes finally came within the vicinity of mine, he grinned with way too much familiarity. "Hello, John," he said. It was the first time an inmate had ever called me by my first name. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Top of the world. Top of the fucking world." "You? Looks like maybe you might have left this world," I said. He didn't respond. "How's Molly?" I asked. Molly, he said. "Molly is my wife. But you are my true love." "Me? Sure you are. I really love you, man." He was so high, I had nothing to lose. I probably wouldn't get good answers, but it didn't mean I couldn't ask good questions. "I know Molly is your wife, but I hear you have a girlfriend here at the prison?" "I have lots of friends." "Like who?" "You're my friend, John. Ike was my friend, but he's not my friend anymore. He's dead. He's like on a different plane now." "Tell me about Ike?" I asked. "He was my friend. I think we've established that. Anything else you can add?" "He was a good friend. A real sweetheart. I wish they didn't kill him." "Who?" "That pig fucker Skipper. He's what?" I asked. "Head pig fucker. Runs this place. He's the skipper of this ship." "What makes you say that?" I asked. "Does what he wants to, man. Uses, abuses. Nobody can stop him. Stone's scared of him. My name should be Stoned." "How about Molly? Does Skipper use or abuse her?" At that, his face clouded over, and he began to cry. First, small tears, followed hard on by bigger and bigger ones. "Fat pig fucker son of a bitch. Gonna kill him." He leaned his head against the steel door and cried some more. In a few minutes, he was snoring. I walked back down the hallway toward the desk to speak to the officer seated there. On my way by Jacobson's cell, I looked in. He was completely naked, standing in the center of the cell with a full erection. When he saw me, he ran to the door and began to shout, "I'm the devil's son! I'm the devil's son!" "I'm sure he's real proud," I said, continuing to walk. "Got a question for you," I said to the officer when I reached his desk. "Shoot," he said. "Is he on medication?" "Jacobson? Yeah. Sleeping pills. But between you and me, he don't take nearly enough of 'em. Wish he'd sleep all the time." "I meant Anthony Thomas," I said. "He's high as hell." "Thomas?" he shrugged. "Beats me. Better ask the nurse." "Which one?" I said, finding it odd he knew Jacobson was on sleeping pills and didn't know what was making Anthony Thomas float around his cell. "Any of them can tell you, I'm sure, but he sees Anderson the most, I think." "Thank you," I said, and walked out. I was walking back toward the chapel when I saw her. Well, not her, but her truck. It was headed toward the warehouse. and in an instant, so was I. When I reached the warehouse, the truck was still there, backed up to the loading dock, its flashers blinking. I walked up the ramp and entered the cargo bay. When I stepped inside, I could see her and the warehouse supervisor in his office. I walked over as nonchalantly as I could, but it probably resembled running.
"Hello, Chaplain. What brings you out here?"
Rick Spawn said when I stepped into the doorway of his office. Before I could answer, I glanced in her direction.
"Hey there, Chaplain JJ," she said with a big smile.
"Hey," I said.
"Good to see you again," she said enthusiastically. "You two know each other?" Rick asked. "I bought the chaplain a pizza the other night," Laura said. "It wasn't a date or anything, but I think he's smitten. Probably here to ask me out. You think I should go?"
"I think you should go out with me," he said.
"I don't date married men," she said. "Besides, he's cute. In a discarded mutt sort of way." We turned to walk out together.
"Aren't you forgetting something?"
Rick asked.
"What's that? What did you come out here for?"
"Just stopped by to say hi. You know, making the rounds." "It's obvious he came out here to see me," Laura said. "When he saw my truck, he nearly ran across the compound." I smiled as I turned to leave.
And it was worth it. For the abuse, if nothing else. I walked out ahead of her.
"Wait up,"
she said as she caught up to me.
"You're not going to break your neck running over here and then not even ask me out, are you?"
"Think about it," I said, flashing her another smile.
"Well, hell. My mom would die if she heard this, but I guess I'll just have to ask you out."
"Don't do that. I couldn't bear to be the cause of your mother's departing. Would you go out with me? I'll pick you up Saturday morning."
"Saturday morning? The hell kind of date is that?"
"I have to go to Tallahassee. You can come along, and we'll make a day of it."
"Doing what?" she asked.
"It'll be a surprise."
"Okay. I'll try anything once."
"Where do I pick you up?"
"You going to the jamboree? Find me at the game, and I'll tell you where to pick me up. And if you lose that little priest outfit you have on, I just might let you help me chaperone my little sister's jamboree dance."
29. When I got home, Colby and Cody were waiting for me. I had just dropped by the barn where their mom's abandoned car had been found, and where now cadaver dogs were searching for her body. And it made me want to grab them and hug them and hold them, but I resisted that urge, and instead asked about their day and offered to take them to get ice cream and rent a movie. As we were about to walk out the door, my phone rang.
"I have phone records," Kimmy said. "I don't know how you pulled that off, but I'm glad you did, 'cause guess what I found?"
Cupping the receiver with my hand, I asked the kids to wait for me out front.
"How did you pull it off, by the way?" she asked. "They were just in my cubby with my name on them."
"I guarantee what you found is far more interesting," I said. "Let's talk about that instead."
"Neither Steve nor Candace were stepping out on the other," she said. "Or at least, if they were, they never called their lovers, and their lovers never called them. The sad reality is they never make or receive many calls at all. They get more sales calls than anything else. That in itself would be enough to make me run away."
"Hopefully Candace has a greater tolerance for annoyances than you do," I said. "So, now that you've told me what you didn't find, how about telling me what you did?"
"She made several calls to a women's shelter in Panama City Beach, called Hope House."
"There it is," I said. "That's it."
"You knew we'd find something like that?" she asked.
"No, just hoped. You want to ride out there with me?"
"Well, I doubt they'll let you in otherwise."
"Why?" I asked. "I exude hope."
"You have a penis," she said.
"It exudes hope, too." As Colby, Cody, and I stepped out of Ronnie B's Munchies and Movies with our ice cream and videos, Kevin Turner and Mason Kelly were standing there. They both had the wild, wide-eyed, emaciated, feral look of users who were way, way down the rabbit hole.
"Hey, little man," Kevin said to Cody.
Cody could tell there was something unpredictable and menacing about the man, and wasn't sure what to do. He looked at me.
"It's rude not to speak when you're spoken to," Kevin said, "especially by an adult. Raised right, you'd know that."
I looked down at Cody. You did just right, buddy. It was late evening, and downtown was deserted, and if it had cooled off any since midday, I couldn't tell it. I looked back up and locked eyes with Kevin. Twitching from whatever he was on, he quickly looked away.
"Obviously, he's been taught not to talk to strangers," I said. "Don't know about all that," he said. "Who the hell are you? You a stranger to me."
I looked down at Colby and Cody again. "Y'all, go wait in the truck for me," I said. "I'll be there in a minute. Everything's okay." Colby took Cody's hand and led him the short distance to my truck.
"Course everything's okay," Kevin said. "What's wrong with being polite?"
When Colby and Cody were safely in my truck and couldn't hear what we were saying, I said, "It's not okay for a stranger to come up and single out a child and speak to him like that, especially given your history with his mom."
"What history? Man, who the hell are you? History." "Come on, Kevin," Mason said. "Let's go."
There were no other shops around this new ill-fated video store / sub shop / ice cream parlor, and no one else was anywhere around us. The only other people in the vicinity were in slow-moving cars passing by on Main.
"No," he said. "I want to know who's talking to me this way about my son."
"He's not your son," I said, as if I really knew. "Candace had a paternity test done before she went missing, and he's not yours."
"That's good," Mason said. "We want to start a family of our own. Come on, Kevin, let's go." "No way he's yours," Kevin said. "So just who the hell are you?"
"I'm just one among a town full of people who are going to find those kids' mom, figure out who took her, and make sure they are protected and cared for."
"He's one of the sheriff's sons," Mason said. "Don't say anything else. Come on, Kevin. Let's go. Now." "You better hope you don't run into me again," Kevin said to me.
"No need to wait," I said, taking a step toward him. "We're both here now. You can even turn around and take a few steps away, and then walk back and run into me again." Whatever he was on made him mouthy, but not brave.
"Yeah, like I'm going to beat up the sheriff's kid on Main Street."
"Tell you what," I said, "you beat me up, and I swear to you no one will hear it from me. Not even the sheriff. Your girl over there jumped Candace in the Oasis parking lot and sucker punched her, and nothing happened to her."
"Dude," Mason said to me, "Kevin's a lover, not a fighter, so if there's any fighting to be done, it'll be with me."
"That won't work," I said. "I've already seen you. No way you can sneak up and sucker punch me now. Of course, you could wait until I drive away, and then try to run me off the road on my way home." Something flickered in her eyes, and she grabbed Kevin by the wrist with one hand, opened Ronnie B's door with the other, and pulled him inside. "Y'all okay?" I asked as I climbed into my truck. They nodded as they continued to eat their ice cream.
"Who was that?"
Cody asked.
"One of Mom's old boyfriends,"
Colby said. "I know people like that can be scary," I said. "And I know, right now with your mom missing, the whole world's scary in a new way. But I just want you to know that there are several of us that are going to look out for you. Your mom's friends, Lena, Kenny, and Kimmy. Me and my friends, Meryl and Anna. And my dad is the sheriff, and he's going to be looking after you too. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but you're safe. And..."
"Actually," Colby said, "it's the first time we've ever really felt safe."
30. It is the chief paradox of Florida that the south part of the state resembles the north part of the country, and the north part of the state resembles the south part of the country.
There are two Floridas. The one that most people are familiar with, that of Disney and South Beach. The second one that most people drive through or fly over on their way to the first one. The Florida of pickup trucks and gun racks, house trailers with cars on blocks in the yard. The rural Florida of poverty and pine trees. Pottersville was a part of the second Florida, Gloria Jehoda's other Florida, a rural town much like those of South Georgia and Alabama. In a place like Pottersville, where there wasn't a lot to do, a Friday night high school football game was a social event. When it was the July Jamboree game, it was the social event of the year. Why football in the summer? It was Pottersville. Every other game was played in the fall, but the July Jamboree was reserved for the early summer to correspond with the other celebrated annual event, the Pottersville Possum Festival. When I walked inside the football field gate, Merrill was standing there waiting for me. His clothes matched his skin tone. Midnight. He wore black tailored slacks with a thin white pinstripe, black and white wingtip shoes, and a black collarless long-sleeve shirt. People swarmed around everywhere, lining the fence around the field, standing in line at the concession stand, sitting in the bleachers. Cheerleaders roamed around selling programs and blue and white shakers, while the two teams, on opposite ends of the field, warmed up. In stark contrast to Merrill's cat burglar ensemble, I wore Levi's 550 stonewash straight-leg jeans, leather deck shoes with no socks, and a white collarless long-sleeve shirt. As we approached the home bleachers, Merrill extracted a quarter from his pocket and said, "Call it." "Tails," I said. Merrill flipped the coin. "Tails," he said. "You win. What'll it be? 80 or 20? For as long as I could remember, the bleachers had been divided up into 80-20. The first 80%, the unofficial white section. The last 20, the unofficial black section. 20, I said. We walked along the narrow sidewalk at the front of the bleachers, past the white section, where a few people spoke to us, down to the black section, where a few more people spoke to us. We sat down beside a heavy black woman, whom everybody called Miss Tanya. She said, "Boys, how y'all doing tonight?" "Just fine, Miss Tanya. How are you?" I said. "Honey," she said, "I am blessed." When the game started, Miss Tanya yelled, "Come on, Tigers, kick some butt." Her whole body, all 300 pounds, bounced up and down as she yelled. Miss Tanya continued to talk to us, and to the players, throughout the first quarter. Merrill and I were quiet, he watching the game, I looking for Laura. Near the end of the second quarter, I spotted her. She was on the other side of the field, helping the Jamboree court prepare for its halftime program. I could see that all of the young ladies on the Jamboree court, and most of the women helping them, had on corsages. But Laura did not. "Idiot," I exclaimed. "That was stupid," Merrill said. "The whole left side of the field was open." "No, not that. I forgot something. Miss Tanya," I said, looking over at her. "Where'd you get that corsage?" "From the school this afternoon. Shaniqua bought it for me." "Are they still selling them?" "I don't think so, baby. What is it?" "I'm meeting a girl tonight, and I forgot to get her one." "Here," she said, and began to pull the pin out of hers. "Take this one, baby." "No, I couldn't," I said. "Don't argue with Miss Tanya. Now go on. Take it, boy. Go on now. Take it to her." "Thank you," I said, and gave her a hug. "I'll see you in a little while," I said to Merrill. "If things don't go well, you'll see me in a little while. If things go well, I'll see you Monday." As I walked over to the visitor's side of the field, I thought about how generous Miss Tanya had been. Every time I wondered why I was living in a place like Pottersville, something like this happened to remind me. Laura was straightening the corsage on her sister when I reached her. She wore a peach sundress with shoulder straps and light brown sandals. Her summer tanned skin contrasted nicely with the dress and her sandals.
Her toenails were painted to match her dress. Her light brown hair, roughly the color of her sandals, was held in a ponytail by a peach bow. "Prettiest woman here needs a corsage," I whispered when I came up behind her. She spun around, her brilliant, deep brown eyes twinkling flirtatiously. "Here," she said. "Just here? Not the county? Or the country?" As I pinned Miss Tanya's flower on her dress, she said, "Watch your hands there, priest. Wouldn't want to be an occasion of sin for you." "More like an occasion of grace," I said. "How long is this going to take?" she asked. "This your first time? Pinning a corsage on a woman?" "Of course not. But it has been a while." "I'm sorry I'm giving you such a hard time," she said. "No, you're not." "Are you finished playing with my breasts yet, preacher?" she said, her voice louder than it had been. Before I could respond, Laura's sister walked back from where she had been giggling with some of her friends. "This is Father John," Laura said. "The priest I was telling you about." "I'm Kim." "Hey, Kim. I'm John Jordan. And I'm not a priest." "I know. She likes you. That's just her obnoxious way of showing it." "Hey, JJ!" Ernie yelled from where he stood with the rest of the kids waiting to enter the field. "Well, I've got to go," Kim said. "Wish me luck." "Good luck," I said. "You look great." Later that night, we danced to Boz Scaggs' Look What You've Done to Me. It reminded me of high school, distant dances, and young love. "I think your dress is overpowering me." "Oh, yeah? Why's that?" she whispered. "Because I'd swear you smell like peaches." She smiled. Still later that night, I took her home and kissed her goodnight. It was a perfect first kiss. Gentle, slightly lingering, hinting of more. Much more. 31. Laura and I were headed to Tallahassee beneath a bank of gray rain clouds. Thunder rumbled in the distance. We were on Highway 20 in Dad's new Ford Explorer, borrowed because my old Chevy S10 was too rough a ride for a day date to Tallahassee. Laura, who was far less talkative today, looked regal in her long, fitted black dress. Hair down, small gold loop earrings, a single gold chain around her neck. Understated. Devastating. "When are you going to tell me why we're dressed like this?" she asked. I was wearing a black Mark Alexander suit with a gray pinstripe, a black shirt with an Episcopal collar, and black wingtip shoes. "Did you bring a change of clothes?" I asked. "Yes, but that doesn't answer my question." So far I had learned that she is working at FedEx while finishing up her master's degree in counseling at FSU. She and her dad live in Tallahassee, though not together. Her mom and sister in Pottersville, where she visits most weekends. Her mom teaches school and is the sister of the wealthy Pottersville Bank president, and her sister Kim plans to attend TCC in the fall. "You don't like surprises?" I asked. "No, not really." I nodded. "We are going out to eat and to listen to jazz in the park and to spend a leisurely afternoon in our state's beautiful capital, after the funeral of an inmate who was killed on Monday." "You're taking me to a funeral on our first date? I hate funerals." "Don't know anybody who loves them." The sides of the highway, like every highway in rural northwest Florida, were lined with rows and rows of slash pines. Occasionally, when the sun peeked out from the gathering rain clouds, it shone just above and behind the rows of trees, causing them to cast shadows across the highway that looked like prison bars. "I arranged for you to stay with some friends of mine during the funeral, if you don't want to go. Or I could drop you at the mall. It'll take less than an hour." "You go to a lot of inmates' funerals?" she said. "This is my first," I said. "But I'm new." "Why this one?" she asked. "His family asked me to do it." "You're doing the funeral?" she asked, her eyes widening. I nodded. "Did you know the family from before?" she asked. I've never met them. And if I met the inmate, I don't remember it." She was quiet a moment, and I could tell she was processing all this. "You've been giving me such a hard time. I thought it'd be funny to surprise you with a funeral. But you don't have to go." The sun peeked out from behind the clouds and reflected off the car in front of us. I put on my shades. When I pulled out into the other lane to pass, I noticed Laura reached over and grabbed the door handle, her knuckles turning red, then white. After we had safely passed the car and she had time to recuperate, she said, "If we make it to Tallahassee, I'd like to go to the funeral with you." The clouds covered the sun again. I pulled my shades off. "Now will you tell me about yourself?" I asked. "I don't know. You seem to see way too much as it is." I looked at her with an expression that said, "I don't buy it." The funeral home was actually a small double-wide trailer, only slightly larger than mine, but plenty big enough for the small number of people who showed up for Ike Johnson's funeral. In addition to Laura and myself, there were 4 other people there. 2 elderly black ladies, his grandma and aunt, and 2 young people, his sister and his friend. The funeral home was named Jack's. It didn't even say Jack's Funeral Home on the sign, just Jack's. An uneven number of wooden pews sat on the thin red carpet that smelled like feet and old socks. I had wrestled with what to say all week. I felt it must be something about love's ability to redeem the worst of situations and people. But until I began to speak, I didn't know exactly what I would say. According to one of my favorite passages from the Hebrew Bible, God's mercies are new every morning. Every single morning, God's infinite mercies are fresh and unused and waiting for us. They were waiting for Ike this morning, no less than for you and me. You may say that Ike didn't live the way he should have, and so surely God's mercies were not available for him. But I say that it is exactly when we don't do what we should that we need mercy most. And it is also when mercy is most available to us. Grace is not what we deserve, but what we need. Justice gives us what we deserve, but grace gives us what we need. If God doesn't love Ike as much as he does you and me, then God's love is conditional. But if love is perfect, if God is love, then we are all loved beyond reason, beyond deserving, beyond understanding. Today, like every day, all we have to do is accept the absolute, unconditional, perfect love of God. Accept it, and let ourselves be changed by it. As for Ike, remember Jesus' parable of the prodigal son, welcomed home even after he rejected his dad, ran away to a foreign land, wasted all his money on parties and prostitutes. No matter what we do, we are wanted. We are welcome to come home. This past Tuesday, Ike closed his eyes in this world and opened them in the next. I trust he opened them to the familiar and loving eyes of a father who welcomed him home. Jonathan Edwards, the famous Puritan preacher, was wrong. We're not sinners in the hands of an angry God. We're sinners in the hands of a merciful and loving God. After the funeral, the family thanked me and tried to pay me, but I wouldn't take it. As Laura and I were preparing to leave, the young man, said to be a friend of Ike's, asked if he could talk to me. "I loved Ike," he said, looking down at the floor. "I even went to see him a couple of times in prison. But then, something happened to him. Drugs, I think. But something else, too. He got in over his head. I think they killed him. I wanted you to know." "Who do you think killed him?" I asked. "Whoever he was involved with," he said. "What's your name?" I asked. "Don Hall." "Is there a number I can reach you at if I find something out or need to ask you more questions?" He shook his head and walked away. After taking about 5 steps, he stopped, nearly turned around, but then continued walking. "Do you believe all that?" Laura asked when we were back in the car.
Believe all what? I asked.
All those things you said in your message, which was excellent and perfectly appropriate, by the way.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
How can you believe such things when the world is the way it is?
How can I not?
You spoke about mercy and grace, but where is it really? Where do you see any evidence of it? I really want to know.
Dancing with you last night. That was a grace. And your peach perfume. A good book. Sunset. Sunrise. A rainy night. The love of a parent. The loyalty of a friend. Grace surrounds us.
But you can't know all of this, that all those things have meaning.
I get that it's all wishful thinking, hope and faith, but they have meaning to me. 32. Under cover of a small oak grove, I parked on an old twin-path logging road in Dad's Explorer. I had taken Laura home after our day in Tallahassee and was parked in a location that gave me a good view of the prison without being observed by Tower 1. If I had been observed, the roving patrol would have driven out to investigate. If an officer had driven out, I would have been in trouble in more ways than one. There was, I just discovered while searching for a flashlight, a firearm in the vehicle. Firearms on state prison property were against the law. In addition to the Smith .38, Dad had an expensive pair of binoculars, which came in handy. I sat there in the dark, watching and thinking. My window rolled down. Eventually, Captain Skipper appeared near the front of the institution, walking an inmate into the sally port and getting into a van. In violation of DOC policy, the inmate was neither cuffed nor shackled, and there was no armed officer accompanying them. The front gate rolled open, and the van pulled out of the institution, heading down the 2-mile county road to the main highway into town. I followed. The night was pleasant, the moon full, the sky clear. I followed a quarter of a mile back, with my lights off. When the van reached the main highway, it turned toward town. As I neared the intersection, a car passed by on the main highway. Turning my lights on, I followed it, leaving it between me and the van. At the next intersection, some 2 miles from town, the van turned left, and the car between us continued straight. When the van had a sufficient lead again, I turned and followed. The highway was desolate, with only the occasional house or trailer, most of which sat a good distance off the road under the cover of pine trees. Pulling over and using the binoculars, I gave the van as much of a lead as possible. About 1.5 miles up on the right, the van turned into the residence of Russ Maddox, the president of Potter State Bank, the wealthiest man in Potter County, and Laura's uncle. Russ Maddox was a middle-aged bachelor who had lived alone for as long as I could remember. Slightly effeminate, odd, and awkward, he was the subject of much small-town speculation. By the time I reached the driveway, the van had disappeared into the woods that served as Russ's front yard. I pulled the Explorer off the road about 1/2 mile down from the driveway and moved through the woods toward what was known in town as Maddox Mansion. The light from the moon shone down so brightly, the pines cast shadows. No breeze, no movement. The undergrowth was thick, moving through it, slow, and at one point I tripped over a fallen scrub oak it was camouflaging. The ground was dew-damp and cooler than I expected. When I reached the end of the woods at the edge of the yard, I could see the front of the house. The house was dark, the only illumination visible coming from a security light near the closed garage doors. In front of them, I could see Maddox's dusty rose-colored Lincoln and a gray Toyota Tercel. Skipper was banging on the imposing solid oak door, the inmate beside him. I couldn't be positive from this distance, but something about the inmate reminded me of Anthony Thomas. After a few more minutes of banging, Skipper and the inmate turned to leave. When they did, I saw that it was Anthony Thomas.
He was walking like he was drunk. Skipper helped him into the van and then jumped in himself. In another few moments, they were gone. My watch read 1:46 a.m. as I ran toward the Explorer. It took me 3 minutes to reach the Explorer, far longer than Skipper needed to reach the end of the driveway. I paused at the edge of the woods to see which way the van would turn, but it was already gone. 33. On Sunday morning, beneath a clear blue sky and sunny hot day, I drove out to Dad's secluded little 5-acre farm to return his vehicle. "Thanks for the use of the Explorer," I said. "How'd the date go? Come in for a minute. I need to talk to you." He led me down the short hallway to a great room with very little furniture in it. A large stacked stone fireplace on the back wall had an unvarnished wood hearth that was filled with pictures and marksman trophies. Above the fireplace on the dark paneled wall, the head of a large elk was mounted. He took a seat in an old gray recliner that was positioned in front of the TV. It creaked when he plopped down in it. The only other place to sit was a dark gray couch in front of the wall opposite the fireplace. But to sit there was to sit behind him, so I stood. The house smelled as it always smelled. Dusty, slightly mildewed, and like a pack of wild dogs lived there. The pack of wild dog smell came from Wallace, an Irish setter who was currently occupying the couch. Another reason I stood. Before he got to what he needed to talk to me about, I told him about what I had seen at Russ Maddox's house last night, an account I had already given twice this morning, once to Daniels and once to Stone. We talked about Ike Johnson's death and the investigation, and what Molly Thomas had told me, and what else Skipper might be up to. But it didn't amount to much more than me just keeping him informed about what was going on in the county where he was the chief law enforcement officer. "What did you need to talk to me about?" I said. "It's about your mother," he said. They divorced when I was 14, when her drinking had progressed to the point that it was no longer safe to leave my brother and me with her. He divorced her after almost 18 years and about 1,000,000 second chances. It was at this time that my sister Nancy divorced herself from our entire family and moved to Chicago. I spoke to her doctor. She has cirrhosis of the liver and kidney failure. Doesn't have long." "You sure? She called me the other night drunk." "It's her medication. She's in the hospital. Makes her sound drunk." I thought about how I had spoken to her, guilt spreading through me. "She needs someone right now," Dad said. "And that can't be me. Jake's not cut out for it. And the only thing Nancy's going to do is dance when she's dead. It can only be you. It's got to be you." "I know of no other way to put this," I said. "Okay," Jasper Evans said. He was a huge man, one of the largest inmates on the compound, well over 6.5 feet tall, well over 300 pounds, with skin the color of Tupelo honey and teeth to match. "I hear you're one of the main suppliers of drugs on the compound." We were seated in my office in the chapel. It was less than an hour until the worship service, and the sounds of the choir rehearsing could be heard from within the chapel sanctuary. They were working on the song for today's service, "Power in the Blood," a song I had never cared for. Since he didn't respond, I said, "Is it true?" He shrugged, tilted his head, and made a "what can I say" expression. "How long you been dealing?" "Don't deal. Supply." "You can no longer be our choir director." "Why? It's two different things. I know doing that shit ain't right. I don't do it. I just transport a little of it. And not any of the hard stuff. But I love to sing, especially gospel music." "I know you do, and you're good at it. But I can't let you lead the choir." "I gotta sing," he said. I nodded. "But not in the choir, and not as the choir director." "You are chaplain because you perfect?" I shook my head. "You don't have to be perfect, but you can't be a drug dealer." "This because of what happened to Ike.
Had nothing to do with that.
Who did? He shrugged.
He was taken care of. That's who did him. Wasn't no inmate. Had to be an officer. He'd do whatever the hell he want. Get high every day. Stopped getting it from me a long time ago.
I nodded. Thanks for the info. See you at the service in a little while.
Not if I ain't singing, you won't.
After the service, I went down to medical. I knew the body had been hidden in the closet there. I knew that Johnson, Jacobson, and Thomas all spent a great deal of time there, and were all involved in whatever was going on.
"Hey, Chaplain," Nurse Anderson greeted me loudly as I approached the medical building.
She was standing outside, smoking. She was a large, attractive woman with bleached blonde hair, green eyes the color of lime jello, and bright red lips. "How's it going?"
"Just fine. You?"
Smoke came out of her mouth as she talked, and when she wasn't speaking, she was puffing. In contrast to the dainty capris that Sandy Strickland smoked, Anderson smoked full-sized Winstons. She held the pack, along with a lighter and a paper cup with large red lipstick stains on it, in her left hand. "Anyone in the infirmary today?" She nodded.
"Two lucky winners."
Behind us, a steady stream of inmates returning from the chapel, library, or dining hall made their way back to the dorms. A couple of them remarked on my message as they went by. Many of them spoke or waved to Nurse Anderson. She was warm and friendly to all of them. "Infirmary's a pretty popular place, isn't it?" I asked.
"You have no idea,"
she said with a wink.
"A lot of these men just need some female TLC."
"Attention on the compound," a loud voice said over the PA system. The words echoed off the buildings. "Recall. Inmates return to your dorm. Recall. Inmates return to your dorm." The stream of inmates behind us became a rushing river of blue. "Aren't you usually on the night shift?" I asked.
"We're all working overtime to prepare for the ACA inspection," she said. "I work midnights, mostly."
I nodded, and she took a long drag on her cigarette and a big gulp of her coffee.
"Wasn't that just awful what happened to poor little Ike Johnson?" she said. "He was here the night before it happened. I talked with him for a pretty good while. We weren't that busy. I just can't believe it. Really freaked me out."
"Who was in the infirmary that night with him?" I asked. She thought for a minute.
"Let me see," she said. "Seems like it was only Thomas, Jacobson, and Johnson. I think that's right. We usually have more than that, so it sort of stands out, you know? Especially after what happened."
"Anthony Thomas?" I asked. She nodded. "I saw him in confinement a couple of days ago, and he was on something strong. Didn't seem like the side effects of something prescribed. Officer down there said to ask you what he's on."
"Nothing, as far as I know," she said. "I'd have to look at his chart to be sure, but probably got his hands on something illegal. Such a shame. What a waste."
"And you're sure he was there that night?"
"I believe so. He's there a lot. I don't think there was anyone else that night. Come on, let's go back there and take a look at the log. Then I can tell you for sure."
"Sure," I said. "Thanks." She led me inside to the nurse's station and began flipping through the pages of the logbook.
"Just Johnson and Jacobson, according to this," she said. "But I know Thomas was here. I remember. Oh, well, somebody just forgot to write it down."
"Somebody forgot to write it down?" I asked, my voice revealing my incredulity.
"I know. It shouldn't have happened. Usually doesn't. Anyway, I know he was here. Saw him with my own 2 baby blues."
"Blues?" I asked.
"Oh," she said, smiling. "Yeah, I have colored contacts on."
"So Johnson, Jacobson, and Thomas were the only ones here last Monday night, right?"
"Right. I'm sure of it."
"Who took the trash out that morning?" I asked. She gave me a large shrug.
"That's the $64,000 question, isn't it?"
She leaned in closer to me and whispered,
"I can tell you who it wasn't.
It wasn't Jones. He was cleaning up a urine sample for me. I saw the bags when I went and got him, and when we went back, they were gone. Oh, and it wasn't me. I was with Jones the whole time, so the two of us are in the clear. Unless, I said, you did it together. 34. She wasn't being abused, per se, Wendy Hollister was saying of Candace Miles. At least, not physically. But she did feel trapped, like she really couldn't make a clean break, and like she was about to be pulled back into certain activities and, practices that she didn't want to return to. We're not just a shelter for battered women. We're a refuge for any woman in need. Hope House was located at the west end of Panama City Beach, near Highway 79. As expected, it didn't look like what it was. Its exterior had the appearance of a self-storage facility, complete with a chain-link fence around it and an armed guard at the gate. Wendy Hollister, the tired middle-aged school-marm-looking platinum blonde with too much makeup, who ran the place, met us up front in the reception and refused to let us go anywhere else on the premises. Is she here now? I asked. She shook her head. No, Was she? I asked. Has she been? If you'll let me finish, I'll tell you, she said. One question at a time. Please. No, she never showed. But she planned to come? I asked. Yes, absolutely. Did she plan to bring her children? Yes, of course, but not right away. They were to have joined her a few days later. We have a process in place that ensures the safety and privacy of everyone involved. What's that? I asked. The mother comes first. Then, a few days later, the children are taken by the state. But instead of placing them in foster care, they bring them here. It's really ingenious. And that's what she was going to do, but never did? I asked. Exactly. A friend of hers was going to help her get away, then notify the authorities, which would trigger having her children picked up, and we'd get them after that. But none of that happened because she never showed. I said, when was she supposed to have arrived? The night she went missing, she said. We just thought she changed her mind, lost her nerve. It happens a lot. But then, a day or two after, we saw on the news where she had disappeared. And you don't have any idea where she is? I asked. Absolutely none. Did she mention any other plans? Somewhere she might go instead? Not to me. Was she afraid of anyone? I asked. Besides her boyfriend, I mean. Was there anyone who was trying to stop her from leaving? Or, she wasn't afraid of her boyfriend, she said. At least, not in the way you mean. She was afraid of never being able to leave him, of getting back on drugs to deal with his codependency and excessive neediness, but not of him hurting her physically. I think one of the regulars at the bar where she worked creeped her out, but I didn't get the sense that he scared her. The only person she was truly afraid of was her dealer, or ex-dealer. He truly frightened her, and I'd say she was coming here to get away from him as much or more than Steve. 35. Big Baby Bear was an enormous black guy who was always smiling. He was always accompanied by Boogie Bowers, a tall, thin, mixed-race man who never smiled. Bear was responsible for nearly 90% of the drug trade in Pottersville, Boogie for nearly all its casualties. Merrill and I found the two men fishing with cane poles from the banks at Potter Landing, the sun gleaming off Bear's big bald head. Merrill Monroe and John fucking Jordan, Bear said as we walked up. What y'all doing up out here? Ain't to wet your worms. Ain't carrying no poles. Maybe we came to see how it done first, Merrill said, before we tried ourselves. Merrill, who often slipped in and out of Ebonics and formal register on a whim, was never as straight-up street as when dealing with people like Bear and Boogie. Then, nigga, you come to the right place, Bear said, 'cause Papa Bear know how to pulls 'em in. Hell, I could pay somebody to do this for me, but I love this shit. And I'm god
damn good at it." "The best," Boogie said without looking up. "Boogie, what the hell you know about it?" Bear said. "Nigga can't catch a fish for shit. Only time I ever seen him catch a mess enough for dinner was in shallow water, and this nigga drew his gat out and shot the bitches." "Caught 'em, though, didn't I?" Boogie said. "Shit," Bear said. "Wasn't enough left of 'em to eat. Little bit there was would give you lead poison."
Merrill and I waited while the two men reminisced about that time Boogie shot all them fish. Eventually, Bear said,
"What y'all really here for? 'Cause I know it ain't for no damn fishing lesson."
"Came to ask you about that white woman that went missing," Merrill said. "Candace Miles."
"Y'all think Big Bear got her back at his den?" he said.
"No, just looking for a little 411 help us find her," Merrill said. "She's got 2 kids," I said. "Trying to help them get their mama back."
"Why?" Bear asked. "I was a kid when my mom split, and look how good I growed up to be."
"That's true," Merrill said.
"But these white youngins ain't as tough or resourceful as Big Bear."
"Truth?" Bear said. We were all quiet for a moment.
"I ain't yanked that pale bitch," Bear said. "Got no idea who did. She and I did a little business back in the day, but that's been some time, and it was always just business. Tried to slip the dick to her back then, but she only wanted the shit. Big Bear got plenty of little mama bears wanting to give him all the sweet honey he can handle, so it was nothing but a thing."
"Mind letting us know you hear anything?" Merrill said.
"Nah, man, I don't mind. I'll ask around, see what I can find out. Shit, who knows? Big Bear find her ass and reunite her with her little cubs. Maybe she'd come off a little of that white girl trim."
36. "You been drinking?" Jake asked. I had just arrived at Russ Maddox's house, which was now a crime scene. Jake Jordan and I were brothers. So were Cain and Abel. He had been waiting for me in the driveway, chest out, arms dangling wide of his body to accommodate his muscles and gun. 2 years my junior, he also had brown eyes and light brown hair, and although we were both roughly 6 feet tall, he outweighed me by almost 50 pounds. His dark green deputy sheriff's uniform shirt was at least 2 sizes too small, and his pants puckered and pulled at the pleats.
"I don't think you should be here at all, but no way I'm letting you through if you've been drinking."
I continued past him. "Where's Dad?"
"Inside," he said,
turning to walk with me. When Jake and I were growing up, we both competed for the approval of our childhood hero, our dad. We both received Dad's approval, but I had received more, and was more like a friend than a son. Jake hated me for it. When I moved to Atlanta after high school, Jake moved into the top spot, even eventually becoming one of Dad's deputies. When I abandoned law enforcement for ministry, my relationship with Dad was strained even further. But since I'd been back, Jake's insecurities had kicked into overdrive.
"Looks like Russ was murdered," he said. "Pretty damn exciting. 2 years without a homicide where we didn't know exactly who did it, and now we have 2 in a week."
I nodded.
"When are you going to see Mom?" he asked.
"Soon," I said. "Soon as I can. Next day or so. You?" He shook his head.
"I just can't deal with that kind of shit. Probably ride over when Dad goes. Next weekend, maybe."
"Nancy know?" I asked.
"Dad said he was going to call her tomorrow, but I told him he shouldn't. Hell, she ain't even a part of this family anymore."
Jack Jordan, looking tired and older than he should have, spoke with the medical examiner in hushed and quiet tones. The body of Russ Maddox was slumped over in an uncomfortable-looking wing-back chair, covered in plastic and positioned in front of the television. Like the chair, the entire house looked uncomfortable. If it were lived in, you couldn't tell it.
"John,"
Dad said when he saw me. "Dad?" I nodded. I walked over to the chair where Russ's obese body sat crumpled. His head hung down, the fat gathering beneath his third chin, and in large rolls of white blubber around his midsection. He was wearing a white silk robe, which gaped open revealing white silk boxer shorts, and a tight white silk t-shirt. Beside his chair stood an ornately carved wooden TV tray with an open bottle of wine, a wine glass, and a small china plate with caviar and crackers on it. My eyes widened when I noticed the two long, sharp kitchen knives lying near the plate. The knives seemed to be spaced too far apart from the plate, and they were positioned funny. It was just an impression, but it looked as if they had been added later. I looked back at Maddox. There was no sign of violence or trauma anywhere on his body. In stark contrast to the last death I had witnessed, there was not a single drop of blood. "That is caviar, isn't it?" I asked. "Yes, it is," the medical examiner said. "Is it generally eaten with large carving knives?" "Curious, isn't it?" he asked. "You ever been accused of exaggeration, Roger?" I asked. He smiled, but did not comment. I looked over at Dad. He just shrugged. "Any prints?" I asked. "On the bottle, the glass, the plate, the tray, everything but the knives. They're clean," Dad said. "I did find small traces of the light powder residue that is usually associated with surgical latex gloves," Roger stated, as if he had said that he had found wine in the wine bottle. "Well now," I said. "Okay for me to look around?" "Everything's been dusted, if that's what you mean," Jake responded. He took a toothpick out of his mouth and tucked it into the left breast pocket of his deputy's shirt. "Take a look," Dad said, and then gave Jake a look that said, "Back off." I walked across the sculpted Berber carpet, which covered the entire house, save the mahogany floors in the kitchen, dining, and foyer areas. In the kitchen, brass pots, colanders, and ladles hung over a butcher block island. Like the counters, there was nothing on it, and it had been cleaned to the point of shining. Expensive wine glasses were suspended under the glassed cabinet housing his fine china. I walked out of the spotless kitchen into the formal living room. Every single piece of upholstered furniture sported carefully placed afghans, as if being preserved for an event yet to come. Every piece of wooden furniture was fitted with a sheet of custom-cut glass to cover the top. With the exception of the dead body in the living room, the entire house could have been a fine furniture store showroom. Evidently, the crime scene investigation was nearly concluded when I had been called. The house was virtually empty. I did, however, pass by a young female deputy as I was walking up the stairs, but she didn't seem to be investigating. I smiled and nodded at her. She didn't return either gesture. She obviously felt the need to establish her seriousness as a law enforcement officer at a crime scene. I was convinced. The second story of the house was as immaculate as the first. Nothing out of place, and no sign that human beings actually resided here. Every hallway had a long plastic runner covering the carpet, making my shoes sound like small circular saws as I shuffled along them. There were 3 bedrooms, and if someone had ever spent a single night in any of them, I couldn't tell it. The one I assumed was Russ's, because of its size and attached bathroom, was nearly 2 times the size of my trailer. The bed, a king-size monstrosity, was at least 4 feet off the floor, with massive spiral posts at each corner, and looked to be mahogany. The other furniture in the room seemed to be an eclectic gathering of priceless antiques, gleaned from different parts of the world. An armoire, tallboy, full-length freestanding mirror, vanity, and dresser. The walk-in closet was neatly organized. The back wall was covered with shoe bins from floor to ceiling, each containing a pair of polished shoes. Each side of the closet had a rack with clothes hanging on it, suits and dress shirts mainly. I looked around the closet and the bedroom and found nothing unusual. The bathroom was another matter. Under the expensive porcelain sink with gold and brass fittings, there were 3 large jars of Vaseline, 4 tubes of KY lubrication jelly, and 2 large boxes of condoms. The other 2 bedrooms were a lot like the larger one, only smaller. They were showroom clean and decorated like one seen in magazines. I made what I thought was a pretty thorough search of the rooms, and then went back into the master suite. Looking through Russ's drawers was like shopping at Macy's. Everything looked new, and there were several packages of underwear and socks and t-shirts, that had never been opened. I walked over and looked under the bed. It was spotless. I was tempted to believe Russ Maddox might be a little on the obsessive-compulsive side, but I knew the dangers of rushing to judgment. After finding nothing on the backside of the headboard and the mirror, I opened the 2 doors of the armoire, exposing a 32-inch television, VCR, and camcorder. Beneath the shelf under the TV and VCR, there were several videotapes, movies ranging from The Sound of Music to Rocky. I pulled a few of the tapes out of the boxes and popped a few of them into the VCR. They were what they appeared to be. As I started to replace them, I noticed that behind them, lying on their sides, were 4 of the oversized Disney VHS boxes: Bambi, Dumbo, Beauty and the Beast, and The Lion King. I stood them up vertically alongside the other tapes and closed the armoire doors. I started to leave the room, and then it hit me. Why would somebody as obsessive-compulsive as Maddox lay the Disney tapes horizontally behind the others? At first, I had figured it was just because they were too tall to fit, but putting them back like the others disproved that. It also proved that there was room for them. And why would a single, middle-aged man like Russ Maddox have Disney movies anyway? I went back and opened the doors again, and then the Disney boxes. The labels on the tapes corresponded with the boxes, but they were typed homemade labels, and not the printed labels that usually were affixed to tapes in the dubbing houses. Homemade labels would have made sense if the tapes were copied, but if they were copies, they wouldn't be in the Disney boxes. I placed one in the VCR. The TV screen blinked from royal blue to a shot of 2 men having sex on the bed in the very room I was standing in. The camera seemed to be shooting the video footage from where it still sat on the shelf beside the VCR. The room was well lit, and the camera was obviously an expensive one because the picture was crystal clear. It showed a fat white man from the side, hunched over a thin black man. The fat white man was Russ Maddox. He was moaning and occasionally blurting out obscenities. The other man, whose face I could not see, was making noises too, but his seemed to be more pain than pleasure. In another minute or so, Russ had climaxed and collapsed, the black man disappearing beneath his blubber. I hit the fast-forward button on the machine, and in a few seconds, the black man beneath Russ began moving slightly, and Russ finally rolled off him. The black man jumped up. When he did, he came face to face with the eye of the camera. I paused it on the familiar face of Ike Johnson. I stopped the tape as I heard a voice from the hall. "John, your dad would like to see you downstairs," the serious young female officer said when she reached the door to the bedroom. "Would you mind asking him to step up here? I need to show him something." A few moments later, Dad and Jake stepped into the room. "Body's gone," Dad said. "Crime scene is gone. We're about to go. Just wanted to touch base with you, see if you thought your case and this one are related." "Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are," I said, and pressed play on the VCR. Jake said, "Just threw up in my mouth some." "Who's that with Russ?" Dad asked. "The inmate who was killed on Tuesday," I said. "Ike Johnson." He nods and frowns. "Looks like maybe Russ was poisoned. Seems completely opposite to how your guy was killed. As opposite as you can get. We really thinking the same doer did both?" I shrugged. "Not sure about that. Just that they're connected. Though they may not be as different as they seem." "How so?" "If both were drugged, and if the killer isn't the trash officer who stabbed Ike, then all the killer did was drug him and put him in the bag, making his part of it as bloodless as this one." 37. I think Captain Skipper has been supplying inmate prostitutes to Russ Maddox, and Ike Johnson was one of them, I said. I was sitting with Meryl and Anna in her office on the morning of the longest Monday of my life, a day that I began in the company of my friends and ended in the hands of my enemies. "Run that by me one more time," Anna said. "You heard me. and the two people who have died recently both have ties to Skipper and each other." "What do you mean?" Anna asked. I told them. When I finished, they were both silent. I could see the wheels turning in Anna's head. I knew that wheels were also turning in Meryl's head, but I couldn't see them. "It's just not possible," Anna said at last. "There's no way he could pull it off. It would take—" "Help from higher up," Meryl said. I shrugged. "It's a possibility." "At least," Anna added. "But he couldn't do it without getting caught." "He has been," Meryl said. "John caught his ass." "We've got to call FDLE in," Anna said. "Daniel says he's going to," I said. "Dad, too." Meryl said, "You saw Johnson on the tape. See anybody else?" "He's the only one I saw, and it was very short. My guess is Russ wasn't known for his stamina. Dad took the tapes into custody, but I plan to watch them if you want to help." "I'm busy that night," Meryl said. I went back to my office and ordered flowers for Laura. I had them right on the card. The scent of peaches still lingers. Next, I called her to see how she and the family were doing. "Hello?" "Laura?" I said. "No, this is Kim. Who's this?" "John Jordan. How are you?" "I'm fine. Thanks. Let me grab Laura. She's dying to talk to you. She's totally spazzing out over you." In a moment, Laura picked up. "Hey, you." "Morning. How are you?" "I'm okay. Having contradictory feelings. Coming off the high of a wonderful weekend with you, and then the shock of Uncle Russ's death." "How's your mom?" "She's okay. They weren't very close. He was so weird. He was not really close to anyone that I know of. Still, it's a shock." "Anything I can do?" "Could you come by after work?" "Sure." A few moments after I hung up, Mr. Smith brought an inmate pass in and laid it on my desk. "Think you might want to talk with this inmate. Need to hear what he has to say." "Send him in." Jefferson Hunter rushed into my office. I motioned for him to have a seat. "When my mother passed, you really helped me a lot," he said. "I remember that. So I had to tell you, Chaplain, you in danger." "Oh, yeah?" "There's this dude what handles things for people on the pound. I ain't gonna say his name, but I want you to know he come up to a small group of some real badasses, you know. He say he got lots of money for a hit. He say it's protection on the pound, and about 300 in canteen. I never heard anyone offer that much for anything. Then he say who he want hit. It you." I was silent. I couldn't believe it. "It really surprised me, you know, 'cause you the most popular chaplain we ever had. Everybody on the pound say you really care and shit. So when he say he want to hit on you, I just really couldn't believe it. I thought you should know. But I mean, I ain't no squealer or nothing. I just doing you a solid like you done for me when my moms was dying. So we straight, and you didn't hear it from me." I nodded. "Thank you. Just stay off the pound a while, and watch your back." 38. "We know for sure now that Johnson was murdered," Tom Daniels was saying. "He was put to sleep in the early morning hours last Tuesday. We know that his body was kept in the caustic storage closet. The lab tested the cleaner and some fibers that were found on the floor in there, and made a match. We think he was drugged between 6 and 7. We were back in Stone's office on Monday afternoon, giving him an update. I had been operating under the assumption that Ike had been murdered, but now it was confirmed by the lab. I thought about the timing. If the estimate was right, he was put to sleep just before security shift change, and just after medical shift change. The two were on slightly different schedules. "A large quantity of sleeping pills were found hidden in Jacobson's property this week," Stone said. "He's been saving them up, not taking them. He's in confinement now, but he was there with Johnson the night he was killed." "Who found them?" I asked. "Who did the search?" "Captain Skipper. Of course he did, I said. These pills weren't found when Jacobson's property was searched when he was sent to confinement, but conveniently as we're gathering evidence against Skipper. Why is he still working? Surely after Saturday night, you can suspend him now. I'm working on it, Daniel said. Takes time to build a case. Trying not to tip him off while we investigate him. We're gonna get him, for whatever he's been doing. We just want to get it right, and find out exactly what he's been up to. He may very well have been up to all sorts of corrupt shit, but not be guilty of killing anyone. You yourself said he didn't go into Russ Maddox's house around the time he was murdered. This kind of work takes patience. Perhaps you don't have the temperament for it. I nodded. I'm sure that's it. We don't know for sure Russ Maddox was murdered, do we? Stone said. I thought it was possible he died of natural causes. It's true there were no obvious signs of foul play, I said. But I'll be shocked if he wasn't poisoned, and if it doesn't have something to do with what happened to Ike. And it might. But we can't do anything until we have evidence, Daniel said. I talked to the chaplain at Calhoun Correctional about Shutt, I said. He worked there before transferring here. He said he got nothing but complaints about Shutt. Yeah, but, Stone interrupted. From staff as well as inmates, I continued. Okay, Stone said. We'll watch him very closely. Anything else? Got the results back on the tests the FDLE lab did on the carpet in the back of the chapel, Daniel said. Found small traces of blood and semen, which means someone has been having sex on the floor in there. Confirms Molly Thomas's story, I said. Lab also found traces of vaginal fluid. Stone shook his head and frowned deeply. As I walked into the chapel, I could hear my phone ringing. The quick double ring let me know it was an outside call. Unlocking my office door, I rushed over and answered it. Dad wanted you to know that it looks like it was murder, Jake said when I answered. Russ Maddox's preliminary autopsy results are back. Looks like he was poisoned. They won't be 100% certain until the labs come back, but they found traces of poison in the wine and caviar, and there was plenty of both in his stomach. Do they have any idea what was used? Not with certainty yet. Chloral hydrate is a front-runner. How about a time of death? I asked. ME guesses between 12:30 and 1:30 a.m., he said. Russ ate at Rudy's earlier, so he's basing it on that and the stomach contents. We shouldn't rule out that it could be Rudy's food that killed him. Oh, and we got Russ's medical records. Faggot had AIDS, just like you. That was Jake's attempt at humor, or stupid brotherly banter. But it brought back the fact that I might be infected. I thought I had been working to keep at bay. 39. As I approached the medical building, I could see Nurse Julie Anderson out front smoking again. It seemed at times that was all she did. She perked up when she saw me coming. Hey, Chaplain, come here, she said. Her loud voice changed, and she began to whisper, which was roughly the volume most people use in ordinary conversation. I really felt bad yesterday about our logbook not being right, so I checked into it. I called the Sarge who'd been at the center gate at the time to see if he could remember who went through on their way to medical that night. And guess what? He did. He said that Thomas didn't come through the gate, but that he did go to medical that night, just from the other side of the compound. Did he remember anyone else going in or out? Yeah, he did. I didn't ask him or anything, but he said that later, after my shift was over, he let another inmate through the gate to go to medical, but that he came back in just a few minutes and said he couldn't find anybody. And anyway, he didn't want to be charged the $3. Because of all of the abuse of the medical facilities by inmates who just wanted to get out of the sun or see a pretty nurse, the department had instituted a policy that made inmates pay $3 to the department if they declared a medical emergency and they really didn't have one. He say who it was? I asked. Couldn't remember, she said. Thank you. I sure appreciate it. You're welcome. I'm just sorry somebody was so careless. You going to say anything to anybody about it? No, Don't worry. I'd like to talk with Nurse Strickland, though. What time does she come in tonight? You're in luck. We're both pulling a double, so she's here today. I walked through the waiting room, where 25 inmates were staring at the wall in front of them in silence. A few of them whispered greetings to me. A couple asked to see me later in the day. I entered the door on the right, which led to the exam rooms and the infirmary. Strickland was not in any of the exam rooms, nor the nurse's station, nor the infirmary. She was seated in the break room at the end of the hall, talking with someone I couldn't see. When I reached the break room door, inmate Jones walked through it and left without speaking. I wondered if I might ask you a couple more questions, I said. She looked at her watch. Sure. They about your tests? You want to go to my office? How are you feeling? They're about the night before Johnson was killed. Someone said they heard you were conducting an investigation. Is that true? Are you not really a chaplain? I'm just helping the IG a little. I used to be an investigator. Really? Cool. What made you become a chaplain? It's a long, complicated story, but for most of my life, I've done both. Both? Investigation and ministry. Wow, very interesting. I'd like to hear that long, complicated story sometime. Perhaps over dinner. It's a date. She smiled. I keep thinking about that night. Haven't really come up with anything else. It was a pretty quiet night. I'm still not clear on when Thomas came to the infirmary and how long he stayed. Thomas wasn't there on my shift, she said. Just Johnson and Jacobson. What about Nurse Anderson? I asked. She was in and out. Mostly out. It's what she always does. Waddles around, flirts with inmates, takes smoke breaks. Anything to avoid work. Is there a typewriter down here? I think there's an old one somewhere. We all use the computer. Does your inmate orderly use it? Jones? I can't imagine. I don't think he reads or writes. But I guess he could. I'm just not sure. Do you know where it is? I asked. Last time I saw it, think it was in the first office on the left, when you enter the medical department, just before the nurse's station. You want me to get it for you? Is it locked? She shook her head. Stays open. Just some extra furniture and a few supplies in there. Thanks. I may take a look at it. No need to take up any more of your time. But there is something you can do for me. Name it. Be extra careful, I said. Don't be alone with anyone. This is a dangerous place. Prison? The infirmary. Oh. Even with your orderly. Jones? He's old and harmless, she said. Surely you don't mean... I mean everyone. Including you? She asked with a smile. I'm alone with you right now. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country. What does it profit a man if he gains the whole world, yet loses his soul? The little brown fox jumped over something or other. After typing several sentences on the typewriter I found in the empty medical office, I pulled out one of the letters I had received and compared them. The type was identical. The T's missing the right side of the crossbar, the O's missing a small place in the bottom center, and the A's were darker than all the other print. I had no way of knowing exactly who had been typing the threatening notes and sending them to me, but I now knew they had been typed here on this machine. Though it could be virtually anybody, it was most likely an inmate. A staff member could use a computer or another machine, even one outside the prison. But an inmate like Alan Jones wouldn't have access to any other machine. Chapter 40. That's him, Kenny St. John said. You sure? I asked. Yep, Lena Wilder said. Positive it's him. Him was a tall, slim man with gray stubble on his gaunt face and longish, oily, unkempt gray hair. We were sitting in Kimmy's personal car across the street from the only liquor store in town. Her patrol car would have been too suspicious. Since the guy creeping Candace had been banned from the bar, he made daily stops by the liquor store. We had been sitting here for nearly 2 hours today, waiting for him to come by so they could point him out to us, after waiting for over 4 yesterday without him showing. The lanky man loped across the front of the store, carrying a brown paper bag of booze toward his van.
"I've been thinking," Kenny said. "What if we tell him he's no longer banned from the bar? If he doesn't come back, then he was probably just there for Candace." Lena said, "He could come back to look for his next victim, because he took Candace and killed her." "Oh," Kenny said. "Guess I didn't think it all the way through." "It's not a bad idea," Kimmy said. "Depending on how it goes tonight, we might try it." "And he never gave his name?" I asked. "Never used a credit card, or always just introduced himself as Slim, and always paid cash?" "That's not suspicious at all," Kimmy said. "Okay," I said. "Thank you, guys. We hope to have good news for you soon." "That's it?" Lena asked. "We don't get to do a ride-along and play cops and robbers too?" Kenny said. I didn't respond at first, because I thought they were kidding. But when neither of them made a move to get out of the car, I said, "Sorry, we can't take you along. We will let you know what we find out, though." "We promise we will," Kimmy said. "But," Lena began, "if you don't get out and let us get going, we're going to lose him." They began to slowly and reluctantly open their doors and climb out, as Kimmy called dispatch to run Slim's plates. "Get our girl back," Lena said. "Let us know as soon as you know something," Kenny said. "Doesn't matter how late it is. Please." Kimmy put the car in gear and started easing forward. "Geez," Kenny said. "We can take a hint." They closed the doors, and we pulled out onto Main Street, at a discreet distance from Slim's van. "What's the plan, Stan?" Kimmy asked. "Find out who he is and where he lives, for starters," I said. "So don't lose him, but don't let him spot you." Before she could respond with a sarcastic response I could see in her eyes she had at the ready, her radio sounded, and dispatch reported back to her. The van was registered to a Velvet Halliday. "I wouldn't have figured him for a Velvet," I said. "Velveteen, maybe," Kimmy said. "The question is," I said, "is Velvet a wife, or girlfriend, or a victim?" "Let's see if we can find out," she said, and sped up a little. To our surprise, Velvet led us to the next town over, and to a busy discount grocery store there. "Maybe he lives here," Kimmy said. "Maybe that's why nobody recognizes him over our way." "Could be," I said. "His M.O. could be to live in one town and stalk women in others." "If that's the case, he may have gotten away with it for a very long time." "If that's what he's doing," I said, "it's possible that the van or the plates are just stolen and don't actually belong to a victim. It may be one of the ways he tries to avoid detection." "If he is behind what happened to Candace, and especially if he's done it before, he'd be right to be paranoid and cautious." I nodded, and we fell silent, and stayed that way for a long while. Eventually, she said, "Oh, you know how Steve said he was asleep the night Candace went missing? And how he said one of the reasons not to suspect him was he didn't have a vehicle to get to where she was?" "Yeah." "Well, I spoke to one of his neighbors again, and I found out something very interesting about old Steve. He wasn't sleeping or vehicle-less that night. His neighbor let him borrow his old beater truck. Says he was gone for a few hours. More than enough time to go and intercept Candace, and do whatever was done to her." I nodded and thought about it. "Damn, how many people is he shopping for?" "So stupid," I said. "What?" "I should have followed him inside. That was stupid and careless and lazy on my part. If he's a fraction as paranoid as we think he might be, I bet you anything he just ditched the van here. He's not inside shopping. He's long gone, while we've been sitting here like suckers waiting on him." While Kimmy kept watch on the van, I searched the store, carefully and thoroughly, and more than once, and confirmed what I had suspected. I had let our prime suspect get away. We were no closer to finding him now than we had been days ago.
All I had done was wasted time we didn't have, and blew our best chance of catching him. Over the next few days, we continued to stake out the liquor store, sitting on it for even longer periods of time thanks to deputies in plain clothes using impounded vehicles. But he never showed again. We continued to search for him and to issue bolos around the state, but nothing we did yielded any results. He had vanished, just like Candace had, and he was just as gone as she was. 41. Confinement felt even more dark and oppressive today. When I signed in at the sergeant's desk, I told him I had received a note from the first shift sergeant, asking me to check on an inmate named Larkins. He nodded and gave me the cell number. I thanked him and headed toward Larkins's cell. About halfway down the long hallway, a small group of inmates appeared, stepping out of dark cells into the dim corridor. The confinement cells were supposed to remain locked at all times. No inmates should be out of their cells, in a group, in the hall. I glanced back at the sergeant's desk. He was gone. When I looked back at the group of inmates, they were moving toward me, closing in, having picked up their pace. Continuing to face them, I began to move back toward the empty desk. Not that being down there would be any better than here. I was locked in, with no way of escape. Behind the group of inmates, I caught sight of an officer. At first, I felt relief, but it was quickly replaced by a sinking dread, as I saw that it was Captain Matthew Skipper. In another few moments, the inmates had me surrounded. Skipper stepped into the circle with me.
"Chaplain, I hear you're confused about exactly what your job is around here," he said, his breath smelling of tobacco and coffee.
He was probably 6'4", but he slumped, as if the weight of his belly was pulling him forward.
"Thought I'd remind you," he said. "You're here to give this bunch of degenerates some religion. That's it. Nothing else."
I didn't say anything.
"I think you're in serious need of some job counseling."
"That what these men do?" I asked, nodding toward the inmates circling us. "Career counseling?"
"When it's needed."
"You should speak to the warden about my job description."
"Stone? He's a prissy little pussy. Thinks he's HNIC around here. But everybody knows I run this bitch."
"And doing a mighty fine job of it," I said.
"You got a complaint or a suggestion? Now's the time. These boys are also my complaints department."
Before I could respond, he stepped aside, and the circle closed in on me. The first blow was a body shot that caught me in the kidney. It was a hard blow, well delivered, and I wondered if the guy who threw it had been trained as a boxer. My knees buckled, and I started down. One of them caught me, lifted me back up, and then punched me hard under the chin. Head ringing, room spinning. I held up my hands in an attempt to block some of the blows, but it did little good. The next time my legs gave, no one caught me. I hit the bare, rough concrete floor hard, and they started kicking me. My vision was blurred as I covered my head with my arms and pulled my legs up into a fetal position for protection.
"Inmates!"
I heard someone yell.
"Inmates, face the wall with your hands behind your head. Now!"
"Captain, I'll have you and the chaplain secure in just a moment," the officer said. I looked up. Skipper punched one of the inmates in the face and began to yell,
"Get against the fucking wall, motherfuckers! Do it! Now! Or I kill every last one of you sons of bitches!"
I was in medical being treated by Sandy Strickland, Anna next to her, watching her work. I felt like I had just been 15 rounds with Foreman. In actuality, I only had a cut under my chin and a small abrasion on my right cheek. I had no idea where the captain was, but I found myself periodically looking over my shoulder. "Funny how the captain didn't sustain any injuries at all, isn't it?" Anna said. "Funny, ha-ha, or not funny at all," I said. "You must be feeling okay, if you can make jokes," Anna said. "I feel okay. How do I look?" "Still the best-looking man in the institution," Anna said. "Best-looking? Maybe. Most beat up. Certainly, Sandy said. 42. When I arrived at the warden's office, he was seated behind his desk. Tom Daniels and Pete Fortner, the institutional inspector, in front of it. Stone began. What happened to you? You been fighting? I sat down between Daniels and Fortner and told them I was attacked in confinement. Pattern of behavior, Daniels said. Stone nodded. What's that? Stone looked at Daniels. Daniels said, Chaplain Jordan, we've received some very serious allegations concerning your conduct while an employee of the Department of Corrections. We've made the decision to suspend you without pay until a thorough investigation can be conducted. What? I asked, finding it difficult to speak or even swallow. Are you serious? We're taking this very seriously. Like you did the allegations against Schutt and Skipper? I said. Unlike them, there's actual evidence against you, not just allegations and speculation. Evidence of what? Daniels flipped through a few papers in an open file folder on his lap. An inmate's wife has accused you of assault and rape in the chapel, and having her husband locked up and threatened in order to keep her quiet. I told you who she said did that. I had you process the crime scene. A very smart and calculating move, Daniel said. I'd expect no less from you. Chaplain, look at it from our perspective, Stone said. She's putting a lot of pressure on Tallahassee, demanding her husband be released from lockup and a full investigation be conducted. She's gone to the press. The department has to act quickly and decisively. We'll get to the bottom of it. And if you're innocent... If, I said. If. This is... Listen to me, Chaplain, Stone said. Don't make this any worse than it is. Lie low. Let us investigate. I promise you the truth will come out. Fortner finally spoke up. I know you think this is personal because of your history with Inspector Daniels, but I'd have to handle things the same way based on the victim's testimony and the evidence we have. You said you found semen and blood, I said. Test it. She told me her husband raped her. I'm sure you'll find it's his. You willing to provide a sample, too? Daniel said. Absolutely. But to FDLE, not you. 43. The thing I wanted to do most, confront Molly Thomas, I couldn't do. It would only make things worse. So would having Dad or someone in his department talk to her. I was driving my old S10 in the direction of town, but it was only a direction, not a destination. I had nowhere to go, nowhere to be. I considered calling Susan to ask her to talk to her dad. What had she told him about what happened between us, to get him to do what he's doing? I hadn't spoken to her in over a year, and had no desire to do so now. But I was desperate. In town, I pulled into the Junior Mart parking lot and used the payphone to call her. She didn't answer. I got back in my truck and considered driving up to the state park. But instead, I just drove. Eventually, I wound up at Potter's Landing, some 10 miles outside town. I started to make a U-turn to head back into town, waiting long enough for a white Ford Bronco to pass by. But it didn't. It slowed and pulled off the road at an angle, blocking me in. Matt Skipper and 3 other men, including Schutt, got out. I tried to think whether there was anything in my truck I could use for a weapon. The tire iron was the only thing that came to mind, but it was latched inside a recessed storage spot in the back. I could never get it out in time. I jammed the gear shifter in reverse and stomped on the gas. But before I had moved very far, Skipper was there, pointing a handgun at my head through the open window. Stop and put it in park, he said. Without waiting for me to, he reached in, grabbed me, and started pulling me out. With my truck still rolling backward, Schutt rushed over and helped him pull me the rest of the way out, through the window. Once I was clear of the truck, they slung me toward the road. I hit the pavement hard and rolled a few times, scraping my hands and arms and face as I did. Using my momentum, I pushed myself up and started to run. That's when one of the other men stepped up and clocked me on the nose with a tire iron he swung like a baseball bat. Blood spurted out. Cartilage crunched. My eyes filled with tears. Shooting pain. Disorientation. Nausea. Dizziness. Blurred vision. As I pitched forward, he swung again, striking me just as hard as before, this time in the abdomen. I went down hard, unable to breathe, throwing up as I did. I knelt there vomiting for a moment and trying to catch my breath.
$20 to whoever can guess what he had for lunch, Skipper said.
On my last heave, I pitched forward. With everything in me, I tried to get up, but I couldn't.
Search the truck, Skipper said.
As they did, I lay there with tears, blood, and vomit smeared on my face, unable to move, unable to take a deep breath.
"It's not here, boss," Schutt said.
"Get him up," Skipper yelled.
He got right in front of me after two of his men were holding me vertically again.
"Where are the tapes, you son of a bitch?"
I thought I responded, but evidently nothing came out.
"Answer me," he said.
I tried to again. He stepped aside, and the two men holding me went to work. One got behind me to hold my hands back, as the other one moved into position in front of me. The guy in front used my midsection like a heavy bag, while the officer behind me held me up. I began to heave again. This time, only blood came out.
"My turn,"
the guy behind me said. He let me go, and I crumpled to the ground. They switched positions, then yanked me up again. The guy in front said, "Hold him still. I held him still for you." The officer holding me began to move me from side to side, as if I were a boxer, bobbing and weaving.
"Cut it out,"
the one in front said. The guy holding me didn't. This frustrated the guy in front, and he took it out on me. After missing me a few times, he finally connected with a hard, perfectly placed shot to my chin, and I lost consciousness. 44. I awoke to the muddy, muted sounds of soft, constant beeps, whispering voices, and the low hum of an air conditioner. Everything sounded as if it was underwater. When my eyes finally opened, they closed again from the assault of the bright light. "Close the blinds. He's waking up." I opened my eyes again, blinking against the light, less bright now. A TV mounted on the wall in front of me was turned to CNN. I lifted my right hand. Something was attached to my forefinger. I tried to remove it, but a hand descended and prevented me. My eyes followed the hand up the arm, to the body to which it was attached. It was a beautiful goddess with large brown eyes and long brown hair. Beside her was another one. Anna and Laura. A voice from the other side of the bed said something I didn't catch. I turned toward it to see Merrill standing there, with a wide grin on his face. "How do you feel?" one of the ladies asked. I turned in that direction again, which didn't take any more than 5 minutes. "Like I just went 15 rounds with Foreman," I said.
"Look it, too,"
Merrill said.
"If Big George was fighting with a tire iron."
"Anna, Merrill, this is Laura Mathers. Laura, this is Anna and Merrill." They all laughed. "We know each other pretty well by now," Anna said.
"We've been in here all up in each other's business for 3 days, Merrill said.
"I don't remember." "You've been resting," Laura said. I was puzzled, which must have registered on my face.
"You've been out cold, man," Merrill said.
"What? For 3 days?" They all nodded. Something was on my nose. I reached up to touch it. Some sort of plastic device was taped to it. I could tell that both of my eyes were black, and that various bandages covered various abrasions on my face. The underside of my chin was split open pretty bad, but there didn't seem to be any stitches, just butterfly band-aids. "Why didn't they kill me?"
Some badass Negro in a big-ass pimp-mobile-looking car scared him off. "What were you doing driving Uncle Tyrone's car?" I asked. "He needed my truck to haul his old lady's dresser. She leaving again. Twice every year he has to borrow that shit to move her shit, then borrow it again to move her ass back in. Anna told me what happened. I went out looking for you. I made a lot of noise coming in, horn honking, firing a gun. They took off." "White flight," I said. He smiled. "You see who it was?" "Affirmative. They sitting up in your daddy's jail right now. Well, all but Skipper. He came up with an ironclad alibi, and none of his helpers gonna roll over on him, even though there may be some police brutality going on up in there." "Mom," I whispered when I had rolled up beside her bed. It was late the next night. I was in a wheelchair in my mom's room on the next floor down. She didn't respond. She was on her side, her back to me. She was emaciated. Her hospital gown, which she should not have had to wear because I should have brought her one from home, was tied only at the top. "Mom," I said, a little louder this time. She slowly raised her head and then let it fall back down again. I wheeled around to the other side of the bed. "Mom," I said even louder, and this time directly toward her wrinkled, seemingly lifeless face. Her eyes opened, and in them I saw misery and confusion and fear. She closed her eyes. The closeness of our eyes seemed to make her uncomfortable. She probably needed a drink. I know I did. I rolled the chair back slightly. This time, when she opened her eyes, that's how they stayed. "John," she said, her voice warm and refreshingly sober. "What happened to you? What's wrong?" "Sorry it took me so long to get here," I said. "It's okay, honey." "Sorry for how I spoke to you on the phone the other night." "I'm sorry for all I've put you through. You've always been such a kind, sensitive young man. Had to be so hard. I see now how... Will you forgive me?" And though it wasn't the end of the pain or resentment, it was the beginning of the end. 45. I was lying on my couch, propped up on several pillows on Saturday afternoon, reading a stack of newspapers. My entire body was stiff and sore, every movement bringing about pain and discomfort. All the area papers reported about the same things. I had been suspended pending an investigation into sexual assault allegations. A few added that though I had never been charged, similar allegations of sexual misconduct had occurred when I was pastoring in Atlanta. There was no mention of the Atlanta child murders, or the Stone Cold Killer case, or anything else about my work at the Stone Mountain Police Department. I was nearly finished reading the mostly fact-free articles when someone knocked on my door. "It's open," I yelled, not wanting to get up. "Come in." A young woman with light blonde hair, pale white skin, and light blue eyes came in. She was wearing a blue business suit, roughly the color of her eyes, and I thought I detected a shoulder holster beneath her jacket. "John Jordan," she said as she walked in. "I'm Rachel Mills, an agent with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement." "Have a seat." "I'm looking into the accusations that you sexually assaulted the wife of an inmate in the chapel of Potter Correctional Institution. I'm just in search of the truth, not trying to jam you up. Far as I'm concerned, you're absolutely innocent until evidence says otherwise." "Then I'll remain innocent, because there is no evidence." She nodded. "Everybody says that. Convince me by answering some questions." "Okay. Where were you the Monday night of the Ike Johnson murder? By the way, do you mind if I tape this?" She pulled out a microcassette recorder and pressed record. "No, I don't mind. I was at an AA meeting in a Sunday school room at the First Methodist Church of Panama City, Florida, from 6 until 8. I then went to Applebee's on 23rd Street with 2 of the members. I then drove home,
arriving about 12:45. I read a little and then went to bed. Alone. "Can someone corroborate your story?" she asked. "AA is anonymous. It would be their choice. But I'll ask." "It's not that important. The crime occurred far later than that anyway. But if they're willing, it wouldn't hurt. Did you speak to anyone after you got home that night who could confirm your whereabouts?" "No." She started to say something, but I stopped her. "The thing about both the murder of Ike Johnson and the assault on Molly Thomas," I said, "is that they both took place inside the prison. I wasn't inside the prison when either happened. And anyone who was, including the killer, was logged in at the control room." She nodded. "That's a good point. How well do you know Molly Thomas?" "I've probably spent a sum total of 3 or 4 hours with her. Most of that time has been in the visiting park of the institution. I've counseled her and her husband during some of their visits together. At their request, of course. They, like most inmate couples, were having some marital problems and wanted my help." "Were you able to help them?" "Apparently not. I thought so at first. But then lately, something has happened to Anthony, her husband. He's on a serious downward spiral." "Have you ever met with Molly Thomas by herself, at or away from the institution?" I nodded. "Yes, I have. Friday before last. She called and asked to see me, saying it was an emergency and she was scared to come to the institution. So we met in the pastor's office of the Methodist Church in Pottersville." "What was the nature of that meeting?" She described what took place at the institution the night of her assault, and how Captain Matthew Skipper followed her home and tried to force his way into her house. She asked for my help. "Who did she say raped her?" "Her husband." "He's an inmate. How could he have even seen her?" "Captain Skipper arranged it, according to her, but interrupted them in the middle and then stalked her that night and tried to break into her home." "Why didn't you come forward with this information?" "I did. I told the Inspector General of the department, Tom Daniels, and the warden of PCI, Edward Stone." She was about to say something when my phone rang. "Sorry, but with everything going on, I need to get it," I said. She nodded. I answered the phone. It was Sandy Strickland. "How are you?" she asked. "I've been better. I stopped by the hospital to see you, but you were still unconscious." "Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate that." What is it?" I asked. "I'm hearing and reading some pretty horrible things." "I know, but they're not true. And I know everybody always says that, but they really aren't." "One time, sure, but when there's a pattern..." "There's not, truly." "Anyway, that's not why I called. If you are innocent, makes this even more difficult to do now, but..." "Sandy, please, listen to me. I didn't do..." "Makes what more difficult to do?" "Your first test came back." My heart started banging, and I found it difficult to breathe. "It was positive for the HIV infection." "What?" I whispered, as the breath suddenly rushed out of me. "I know this is the worst possible time, which I guess only matters if you're innocent." "I am," I said. "But that hardly matters now." When she hung up, I sat there with the phone still at my ear, unable to move. "You okay?" Rachel Mills asked. "Huh? Oh. Can we do this later? I need to..." "Just a couple more questions, okay?" Though I gave no indication that it was, she pressed on. "Was there anyone present at your meeting with Molly Thomas at the church?" "Yes. I'd never meet with the wife of an inmate alone. The pastor of the church, the Reverend Dick Clydesdale, was in the next office, monitoring the session, and I told Molly that he was." "Would you be willing to submit blood and semen samples? If you're telling the truth, it will clear this up quickly." I nodded. "Gladly, because I'm telling the truth." "I sincerely hope so. It would be a refreshing change." 46.
We came to say goodbye, Colby said. We go to meet our new foster family tomorrow.
Something inside me broke a little, and I couldn't speak for a moment. Eventually, I managed, "I'm so sorry I haven't found your mom yet. But I'm not going to stop until I do. I promise you that. I won't stop looking, no matter what."
What happened to you?
Cody asked. "I was in a little car accident."
Is that where you've been?
Colby asked.
You just disappeared on us.
"I'm so sorry. I was in the hospital, and I was in and out of consciousness. I would have called, if I could have. Miss Kimmy and Mr. Merrill said they had been checking on you."
Are you okay?
Colby asked. I nodded. "I am. I'm hurting far more on the inside that y'all are leaving."
Thank you for all you've done for us, she said. For all you've done to try to find her.
I couldn't tell if Colby was angry at me or attempting stoicism. "I mean it," I said. "I won't stop."
We know.
"I'll be checking on y'all too," I said, "making sure you're okay. I'll even work it out so I can pick you guys up and take you out."
For pizza?
She said, and tears filled our eyes at the same time.
Are you sure we can't just stay here with you?
Cody said.
Cody,
Colby said.
I told you not to, that we weren't going to ask him again.
If there was any way, I said, any way at all, there's nothing I'd like better than to have you guys here all the time.
Just till you find our mom, Cody said. That won't be long, will it?
I hope it won't be, I said.
Well, we've got to go,
Colby said. So soon?
We haven't finished packing yet.
Y'all do know it's not up to me, right? I said. If it were, y'all would already be living here.
Couldn't you...
Colby began.
I mean, what if you become a foster parent? Yeah, Cody said. You be our foster dad.
I would in a heartbeat, if they'd let me, I said. They won't let single men be...
Couldn't you marry someone?
Cody said.
Just till our mom gets back. Ooh, then you could marry her.
Colby took her brother by the hand. I'll explain it to him, she said, and began to lead him away. Tears streaming down my cheeks, I walked them to the door and gave them both hugs. I'll see you real soon, I said. Hopefully with your mom. 47. Unable to sleep. Unable to stop thinking about Colby and Cody being in a strange new environment, and how they must feel utterly and completely alone, rejected, abandoned, motherless, and hopeless. I drove back out to the old collapsing barn on 73 to look around again. Unlike when I was out here previously, the moon was bigger, and stars filled the night sky. There was more light on the scene. I could see more. But there wasn't more to see. Why was the car backed into the barn? Why were the headlights and blinker on? Surely her abductor or killer would want the car concealed as long as possible. Why was the car moved and put back again? How was she abducted so quickly? Where was she headed that night? Who was she going to see? Was she really leaving, headed over to Hope House without Colby and Cody? And while I'm asking questions, why must the innocent suffer? Why do our children pay the penalty for our wickedness? Why do Colby and Cody have to be without their mother right now? Why do they have to be without a dad all the time? What is wrong with this world that things could be this way for them? What if nothing was what it seemed? Start there. What if nothing with her car was what it looked like? What would that change? What if Candace wasn't what she looked like? Maybe everything and everyone was just what it looked like. But if it wasn't, what does it change? It would be easier to figure out what was going on and where Candace was if everything or nothing was what it seemed. But what if only certain things were or weren't what they seemed? Where does that leave me? Would Candace really leave without her children? Why? What was so unbearable that she would try to escape this life? And did she? Or did something, or someone, happen to prevent her from making her getaway? And if so, who? As usual, I had far more questions than answers. But plaguing me even more than my many questions were my worries for Colby and Cody, and the way my heart was breaking for them, and the way I was powerless to do anything for them. Except finding their mother, something I was failing miserably at. 48. On Sunday afternoon, in record-setting heat, I was lying under a tall, bald cypress tree near the bank of the Apalachicola River, my head on Laura's lap. Laura's lap wasn't as comfortable or as soft as the stack of pillows back on my couch. There were, however, other consolations. The base of the bald cypress swelled to 4 times the circumference of the rest of the trunk, and there were cypress knees shooting up all around it. The grayish-brown spiraling base of the tree was normally covered in water, but the summer was dry, the river low. A small breeze rippled the surface of the coffee-colored water and waved the Spanish moss hanging from the craggy cypress branches above us. "I moved to Atlanta right after high school," I said. "The night I graduated, in fact. I was obsessed with the Atlanta child murders. Had an encounter with Wayne Williams as a kid. I've always done some form of both investigation and ministry, even back then. Went to seminary school while working a couple of cases. Eventually became a cop in Stone Mountain, and later, a pastor. I was drinking on and off. A few of the investigations I worked were particularly horrific and difficult. When I transitioned to mostly ministry, I stopped drinking, threw myself into my work, and ignored how ill-suited my wife and I were." "You exchanged one addiction for another," she said. I nodded. I was a classic workaholic, seduced by the incredible feeling helping people can give. This whole time, I'd been living as a dry drunk, and that was okay with Susan, my ex-wife, because that's what she was used to. We had a nice, comfortable, unhealthy relationship. We didn't see each other all that much, and we lived in a glass house, so when we did, we were usually doing our best to look our best. Finally, everything started stacking up. The pressure of being a pastor, of trying to meet all the needs of a large congregation, unable to say no, and this after never really having processed the bad cases. I started drinking again, which is just a symptom of other, deeper issues. Susan was a classic, well-trained enabler. She was the best. The silence, the secrets, the excuses, and the justification. But eventually, I started AA again, read the books, got a sponsor, and became honest about my addiction, something both Susan and my congregation couldn't tolerate. Upstream, a fish jumped and made a loud splash. When I was accused of having an affair with one of my parishioners, Susan was so insecure, so disconnected from me. She believed it and made everything worse. "Why did the woman accuse you of adultery?" "She didn't. Her husband did. She had come to see me because they were both severe addicts. She wanted help. He didn't. So he... Not too long after that, she committed suicide. He said she had done it because I had... Anyway, the paper smeared me with rumors and innuendo, and I just didn't have it in me to fight any of them anymore." "Them?" "The members of my congregation who wanted me gone. The church hierarchy. The media. Susan. I resigned the church. We divorced. I came home." The walk back to my trailer was short, but slow. Every step hurt, but was worth it for all the good the sun and river and Laura's lap had done for me. When we neared the trailer, I could hear the phone ringing. Though it took us a while to get there, it was still ringing when we did. Long before I picked up the receiver, I knew it was going to be bad news. So I wasn't shocked or even surprised, only saddened when it came. It was Merrill. He was violating a direct order by calling to tell me that Anthony Thomas had been murdered in the infirmary the night before, stabbed and raped with a surgical scalpel, which the murderer had left in the body. 49. "You look awful," Molly Thomas said. She was seated in the only chair in my living room, wearing a pair of dark blue jeans, a white Oxford button-down shirt, and white leather Keds. When she'd knocked on the door, Laura had let her in, not realizing who she was. Apart from her clothes, she looked like the grieving widow she was. Her eyes were deep and hollow with large dark circles beneath them. Her auburn hair was thin and wispy, part of it standing up, and she had aged 10 years in the 10 days since I had last seen her. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to be here," I said. "I'm very sorry about Anthony, but I'm not the one to help you right now." "I've got to talk to you," she said, her voice flat, her face expressionless. "I know what I've put you through, but I'm going to make it right. I wanted you to know I was sorry. I just didn't know what else to do." Laura stood near the door, watching, listening, protecting. "I was just trying to protect Tony, to get him transferred to another institution, away from Skipper." I nodded. "It didn't work. Obviously, it got him killed. But I'm going to make it right. I mean, for you." "I doubt what you did got Anthony killed. The things he's been doing? The men he's involved with?" "He wasn't this bad when he went to prison. I mean, he had his issues, but the last time I saw him, that was someone else entirely." "I'm sorry." "I'm going to make it right," she said. "Tell the authorities and the press. I've wronged you more than any other person ever. It was all to try to save Tony." Later in the afternoon, while Laura was helping her mother go through her Uncle Russ's things, Anna came over to watch the tapes from Russ Maddox's house that Dad had dropped by earlier. "You sure you want to do this?" I asked. She nodded. "Don't move. I've got this." She placed the tapes in a stack on top of the television, an old 13-inch TV on an old-fashioned TV stand, with a VCR on the uneven shelf below it. "Dad said he appreciated us doing this. Said he was having a hard time getting anyone in his department to watch them." The first tape was the one I had already seen. It showed Maddox and Johnson together again. We didn't watch very much of it. I had seen it, and Anna wanted to see as little as possible. I couldn't blame her. We watched roughly 2 minutes of it. They were the last 2 minutes, though, and when she ejected the tape, I noticed that there was at least 3/4 of the tape unused. I eased off the couch and put the tape back in, and began to fast-forward it. The snow on the screen looked no different in the fast-forward mode than it did in the normal play mode, with the exception of the lines at the top and bottom of the screen that looked like wrinkles. After about 5 minutes or so, I ejected the tape, concluding that there was nothing else on it. The second tape was of Maddox alone. When the first image flickered on the screen, it was of Maddox's bare chest. It was roughly the color of cotton and covered with white hair. He was obviously leaning over the camera to turn it on. He then backed up, bent down, and looked right into the lens, his fat, out-of-focus face filling the screen. I could see the reflection of the red recording light flashing on his left cheek. He turned and headed toward the bed, and the light could then be seen flashing on his other left cheek. Waiting on the bed for him were a remote control and a jar of Vaseline. He pointed the remote in the direction of the camera, and the TV began to play. The sounds of sex began to fill the speakers. They sounded as if they were coming from his TV, and because the video camera was so close to the TV, the sound was distorted, but it was still unmistakable. It sounded like the tape we had just watched. Russ was watching himself with Johnson. He removed the lid from the Vaseline jar, scooped out a heaping amount, and began to masturbate. I fast-forwarded through the rest, only glancing occasionally to make sure there wasn't anything of evidentiary value on the tape. "It's so personal," Anna said. "Even more so than watching two people have sex. It's personal and private, and in this case, kinda sad." I nodded. "Yes, it is." The third tape was Maddox and Johnson again. It was shot in black and white, which, because of the contrast between the two men, looked almost artistic. The last tape showed Maddox with Anthony Thomas. Thomas wasn't the willing participant Johnson seemed to be, and though it was obvious he was in a drug-altered state, there was still a lot of coercion and even a little force. When we finished watching the tapes, I felt like I needed a shower. "What do you think?" Anna asked. "I think what you think. Everybody on these tapes is now dead." "Skipper is running a sex slave ring," she said. "It's an utterly evil abuse of power, and—" "Weren't there 5 tapes?" I said. "I left one of the cases in the box," she said. "Had a smaller tape inside. Figured it was an audio tape, or—" "Can I see?" She retrieved the tape and brought it over to me. It was not an audio tape, but an 8mm videotape. "It's 8mm, I said. "What does that mean?" "It's video, but from a different camera than the one in Maddox's bedroom. It's not standard VHS like these other tapes. It means that it was shot by someone else." "Let's watch it." I laughed. "It takes a different type of VCR." "Who would have one?" "Susan still has ours." "Want to ride up to Atlanta and see if she'll loan it to us?" Just then, the phone rang, and I knew it was bad news again. I was almost to the point of not answering my phone anymore. It was Dad. Molly Thomas was dead. 50. Under the massive spreading branches of a live oak tree near the bald cypresses lining the banks, Molly Thomas's car was being pulled out of the muddy waters of the Apalachicola River. The crooked, craggy cypresses, both in and out of the water, were silhouettes against the neon orange and pink of the setting sun. The swirling, undulating waters patted the red clay of the banks in this picturesque spot, where I had learned to water ski, and later had been baptized. It appears that Molly's car had raced down the hill at high speed and crashed into the river below. The yellow crime scene tape, stretched between 2 cypress trees near the water, rippled in the small breeze coming off the water, making a small, lonely whipping sound. Molly's car could just be seen breaking the surface of the water. A cable attached to her back bumper was spinning around the winch of the tow truck, pulling the 2 vehicles ever closer to one another. At certain points along the way, the steady hum of the winch was interrupted by the grinding of metal on metal, as the river begrudgingly released the car. "This the girl you were dicking?" Jake asked, when I walked up to where he, Dad, and 2 other officers stood. Jake and the 2 officers laughed. "Does it look like suicide?" I asked Dad, ignoring Jake. He nodded. "No sign she tried to brake or that another vehicle was involved." "You were such a bad lay that she offed herself," Jake said to even more laughter. "Okay to walk down there?" I asked Dad. He nodded. "Sure." I slowly walked down to the river's edge, feeling awkward and self-conscious, stiff and sore. The car was out of the water now. Molly's wet auburn hair was matted and hung forward with the rest of her slumping body, only held vertical by the seatbelt. The hair covered her face. For that, I was glad. The driver's side door was open, the ME beginning to examine the body. Water was still draining onto the ground. The strong odor of the river emanated from the car, the smell of fish and tannin and mildew. I walked around to the back of the car and studied the bumper. It was bent slightly, but there was no way to know when it had happened. There were a few dents and some white paint from another vehicle on the back right quarter panel. The paint could have been on the car for 6 months or 6 hours. There was no way to know for sure. But I knew. This was the work of Matt Skipper. 51. The Quarters, the name given to the black section of town by a certain segment of the white population, was roughly 200 acres on the south side of Pottersville, only part of which was inside the city limits. A single row of small red brick duplexes provided by the government for low-income housing was the only part of Black Pottersville actually located within Pottersville. The low-income housing, known as the Black Projects, was a mirror image of the government housing on the east side of town, known as the White Projects. The only difference in the two projects was color. It was more like a negative than a mirror. The negative of a hateful and ugly picture of racism, tribalism, and xenophobia. I drove past the row of identical duplexes and found myself again surprised by how widely the yards varied. In front of most of the dwellings, the yards were barren, a mixture of dirt, weeds, and trash. Others, however, had neatly trimmed lawns and a shrub or two. Most of the houses did not have vehicles in front of them. Of those that did, many were tireless heaps up on blocks and covered with plastic tarps. 2 of the units had late-model Cadillacs that gleamed even under the late evening sun. On the corner, around a small fire, 3 men and a woman, all holding tall beer cans or bottles in paper bags in their hands. Across the road and down 2 yards, at least 20 children were playing various games under the watchful eye of an elderly gray-haired lady rocking on her front porch and occasionally leaning forward and spitting snuff into the front yard. When I arrived at Uncle Tyrone's house, his numerous children sitting on his front porch told me that Merrill and Tyrone were already at his shop. Before I joined them in the shop, I stepped inside the house and used the phone. Kimmy answered after 1 ring. "Had a thought," I said. "Let's hear it." "It was something the highway patrol officer said. My subconscious must have connected it while I was in the hospital. He said he stopped at the scene when he saw me because he thought I might be the killer returning to the scene." "Yeah?" she said. "They do that sometimes." "What if our witness wasn't a witness, but the killer?" I said. "Who?" "Lance Stevenson," I said. "He took pictures and everything." "Certainly possible," she said. "Worth looking at him again." "Who interviewed him?" I asked. "Cecil," she said. "Who is a teetotaler and has probably never stepped foot in the sports oasis," I said. "Yeah?" "What if Creepy Carl, or Velvet, as you and I were calling him, is Lance Stevenson?" "Oh, shit," she said. "Since he gave an official statement," I said, "there's a chance that Lance Stevenson is his real name, or at least that he gave a real phone number. Y'all should be able to track him by either." "I'm on it," she said. "I'm all over it. I'll let you know what I find out." Stepping back out onto the porch, I thanked the kids for the use of the phone and headed back to the workshop. Uncle Tyrone owned a shoe shop just over the tracks in Pottersville. This meant that although he lived on the wrong side of the tracks, Tyrone owned his own business on the right side of the tracks. His was one of only 4 black-owned businesses in Pottersville, and was the only one that was located in the white part of Pottersville. He wasn't very far across the tracks, but it was far enough to suit him, and close enough to the tracks to suit the white establishment. I had heard some of that white establishment referred to him as a white negra. No one had ever said anything like that to me, because they knew what I was, what I had been labeled since the 8th grade, when I had fallen in love with Meryl's little sister, Kyria. A nigger lover. "Cousin John," Tyrone said as I walked in, giving me his usual greeting. "How you be, boy? Not looking too good there." "I'm okay, Uncle Tyrone. How are you?" "I'm hanging tough, hanging tough. So, let me see your tape. Is it standard 8mm or high 8? I reached into my pocket and retrieved the tape. "Standard," I said as I handed him the tape. "Ah, yeah, I can handle this. Right back here." He walked through the faded curtain behind the counter. Meryl and I followed. In the back of Tyrone's store was an office roughly the size of my trailer. It was filled with shelves, which were filled with shoeboxes. On a table that stood against the right wall, there were all sorts of electronic equipment: VCRs, TVs, and stereo components. The 8mm VCR sat on top of a small square monitor in the center of the table.
"You the only white man who come in here," he said, smiling broadly. "Any other think I stole all this shit for show."
We all laughed, though it was more true than funny. He popped the tape in. "I have no idea what's on the tape. Would you mind if Meryl and I previewed it, alone?"
"Just push play when you're ready," he said,
and left the room. I did. The first scene to fill the screen was of a floor whose carpet looked familiar to me. It was the chapel at PCI. There was very little light, the picture on the screen dark and grainy. When the camera tilted up and panned left, it showed Molly Thomas walking hesitantly into the dark chapel. She was shivering. Within seconds, Anthony had pounced on her and began to rape her. She didn't scream very loudly, but you could tell that she was in pain. In between the screams, she tried to reason with Anthony. They seemed unaware of the camera's presence in the sanctuary. One time, Anthony looked straight at it without looking into it. His eyes were wild, darting back and forth, glazed and icy as frozen ponds. In a few moments, Skipper came in and snatched them both up, laughing and taunting them as he did. The small video did two things. It showed that I was not involved, and that Skipper was. Unfortunately, Skipper was only shown as breaking up the violation, and not as instigating it. Within another minute, the chapel was empty, and the camera stopped recording. The monitor went blue. I let the tape play a little longer, then stopped it. The whole incident lasted less than 5 minutes.
"Looks like yo' ass just been cleared," Merrill said. "Got that Rodney King shit."
52. When I worked for the Stone Mountain Police Department, I said, I obeyed the law, and mostly all the rules. I knew what I could do and what I couldn't. What would jeopardize a case? What would jeopardize my job? Before we left Uncle Tyrone's, I had asked Merrill to drop by when he could. At the time, I had asked him to because I wanted to run a new theory I had about Candace's case by him. But by the time he had arrived, I had convinced myself it was right. And all that was left to do was act on it. Test it, so to speak. We were standing in my small kitchen, having a glass of iced tea.
"Criminals got a big advantage over cops," he said.
I nodded. I'm not a cop right now, I said.
"No, you're not.
Just a regular old citizen." He smiled.
"John Q. Public."
I can do things as a citizen I couldn't do as a cop, I said.
"And you should."
I know, or think I do, what happened to Candace, I said. It's not enough for a warrant.
"But John Q. don't need one."
It's probably not even enough to justify an interview by the police, I said. And if it was, I'm afraid of what that might make him do. So I'm going to actually break in to test my theory. Because that's all it is. I'm going to see if I'm right. If I'm not, hopefully I can get out without anyone ever knowing.
"'Cept me," he said.
"'Cept you," I said. I was counting on you not running to the police to turn me in.
"You underestimating how seriously I take my job as a confidential informant."
I laughed. Thing is, I'd feel better about having someone to back my play, I said. Wouldn't have to break in with me or even break any laws. Just wait outside. Keep watch. Help out if things go south.
And
I was wondering what you were doing tonight, I said.
"I tell you what my black ass is not doing," he said. "Not gonna be some playing it safe, look out, back up bitch, I can tell you that. I going in. Full partner in this criminal enterprise. So quit wasting time with all this talk and let's ride. You can tell me who you think it is and why on the way."
53.
I thought it might be the witness, Lance Stevenson, I said. Thought he might be the customer who had creeped out Candace. But now, who I think it is, or who I think I know it is Kenny St. John. Merrill and I were racing to the old house Kenny shared with his elderly mom out by Alabama Landing. Why is for many, many reasons, I continued. Some I can't even adequately explain. But the woman at Hope House, Wendy, said that Candace told her a friend was going to help her make her escape. Who better than a gay best friend? I think Kenny very subtly pretends to be gay as a way of hiding his sick proclivities. I think he was the friend helping her escape, and the secret nature of it inspired him to act and aided him in what he did. I think he gave Lena a ride home, which was part of his alibi, and then went to meet Candace, which is how they planned it in order to keep her disappearance mysterious and a secret, even from Lena. Candace thought he was meeting her to help her stage her abandoned car and then drive her to Hope House. But after they staged the car and she got in his with him, something the search dogs showed us she did, everything changed for her, and all she did was wake from a bad dream to enter a new nightmare. I'm hoping that what he did was abduct her, imprison her, and not kill her. When his mom woke to answer Lena's call, I bet he was just getting back home. When he and Lena and Kimmy went out looking for Candace, he already had her, either in his trunk, in a hole somewhere, or chained up at his home. I'm really hoping we find her alive in his home. That's why I want to go in now and not wait. If she is alive, I don't want to risk him getting spooked and killing her. He gave himself away when he made up that story about passing by the barn and the car not being there, which I'm still not sure why he did. Just a psychological tell or a way of trying to confuse us even more. But there was no way that car was moved after it was backed into the side of that barn. Between the time Lance Stevenson saw it and the highway patrol the next morning, it didn't move. It couldn't. But he said it had. My guess is he distracted Lena and Kimmy, had them looking in a different direction when they passed the barn. But it could have just worked out that way. We turned off the highway onto the dirt road that winds along part of the river on the way to Alabama Landing. The sandy surface of the road was damp and dotted with small puddles from an early evening rainstorm. The moon was low and large, its reflection refracted in the hundreds of coffee-with-cream-colored mud puddles and the millions of raindrops on the grass and trees. As we pulled up in front of the large, crumbling old two-story hunting lodge, I put the car in park and shook my head at what I was seeing. Before we had left town, I stopped by the convenience store and used the payphone to call the Oasis. Lena had answered. "Hey, Lena, it's John. I was going to come by and give you and Kenny an update and ask a few more questions. Y'all both there tonight?" "Just like always," she'd said. "The Bobbsey twins are in action." Or inaction. "Not much happening here tonight." "I'll be by a little later," I'd said. "Y'all mind hanging out until I can get there?" "Not a problem." "Cool. See you then." Now, in the car, Merrill was shaking his head as he looked at the decrepit old lodge. "This shit got a name? 'Cause if it ain't House of Usher, it missing an opportunity." I cut the engine, and we studied the ancient, sagging structure, which looked pale and haunted in the moonlight. The house looked abandoned, its seemingly empty interior shrouded in darkness. All of the upstairs windows were dark, and only one downstairs showed even a hint of illumination. "Makes sense that the mom would stay on the first floor," Merrill said. "Be nice if she's already in bed for the night," I said. "Yeah, I ain't wanting to 86 an old white lady in her PJs if I don't have to. Course, he did what you think he did and she raised his evil ass to do it. May not be a bad thing." We climbed out of the air-conditioned car into the hot, humid night and eased down the dirt driveway beneath a canopy of huge oak trees, their limbs laden with Spanish moss. The moist, sandy surface of the drive was moon-dappled, its granules clinging to our shoes. Forcing the back door as quietly as we could, we entered the dim house to find the interior in worse shape than the exterior. Maybe Kenny had chosen the barn because it subconsciously reminded him of home. Long hallways and high ceilings,
shiplap walls, and ornate crown molding. All going to rack and ruin, the entire old estate slouching toward the earth. In the dim dustiness, I saw old furniture draped in sheets and gaudy old wallpaper peeling off the walls. In the dark distance, water dripped in wet thuds that echoed loudly through the lodge. Meryl and I both clicked on our flashlights and began to make our way through what felt as much like Satis House from Great Expectations as the House of Usher to me. Splitting up to search the place quicker, I took the stairs to the second floor, while he headed into the long hallway leading down the east wing. Following the narrow beam of my small flashlight, I looked up and down the hallway several times, before beginning to go door to door. Twisting the old rusty knobs, I pushed each creaking door open and looked inside, second-guessing my choice to no longer carry a sidearm. Many of the rooms were completely empty. Others were filled with storage boxes. A few had the kinds of things you'd find in an old attic, dust and cobweb-covered items that were old, but not antique, in varying stages of incremental decay, not unlike the house itself. As I neared the end of the hallway, I could see that the door at the very end was not only less dusty than all the others, but had a hasp and padlock on it. My pulse quickened, and I prematurely pictured Colby and Cody being reunited with their mom. I began thinking back to what I had seen in the storage room that I might use to pry the hasp off the door. After remembering a short length of galvanized pipe propped against the far wall, I turned to go retrieve it, and found myself staring right into the barrel of a stainless steel revolver. The beam of my light gleamed on the barrel, and then onto the crazed face of Kenny St. John beyond.
"Surprise," he said.
"Kenny," I said.
"Every other time you came by to talk to Lena and me, you just came by," he said. "You didn't call to make sure we were there. Where else would we be? I knew something was up the moment Lena told me."
I nodded. "Amateur mistake," I said. "I'm a little rusty."
"That little bit of rust cost you your life," he said.
"Is she still alive?" I asked.
"Of course," he said. "What good is she to me dead?"
"She trusted you," I said. "Confided in you."
"You have any idea how unguarded women are around a man they believe is gay?" he asked.
"Is she behind that door?" I asked. "Would you please let me take her to see her kids?"
"No. But I'll tell you what I will do," he said. "After I've buried your body in the swamp, I'll go and get her kids, too, so we can be a complete family. Won't be long before that daughter of hers can be of service to me."
Just then, Merrill stepped out of the dark and pointed his pistol at the side of Kenny's head.
"I got something you can service," he said.
Kenny froze. Merrill said to me,
"I was wrong about what story this house belonged in. It's more Faulkner than Poe. Got a Rose for Emily situation downstairs."
I took that to mean that Kenny's mom was dead in her bed downstairs. But if that was true, then who answered the phone when Lena called? If he answered the phone as his mother the other night, when Lena called, it's probably more Bates Motel than anything else.
"I didn't do it because I think I'm her," Kenny said. "I'm not crazy. I just like playing games and keeping up appearances."
"Yo' brain pan's about to make an appearance if you don't drop your gun," Merrill said. "No sudden movements. No movement at all, except your hand releasing its grip on the gun and letting it fall to the—" Before Merrill could finish what he was saying, Kenny shot himself in the face.
"Floor,"
Merrill said, as Kenny's lifeless body crumpled onto it.
"Want me to search his body for a key or shoot the lock off?"
"Let's leave him like he is for forensics," I said, "and shoot it off." Rushing over to the locked door, I said, "Candace, if you can hear me, back away from the door. We're going to shoot the lock off. We're here to help you. Your children sent us. Kenny is dead and no longer a threat to you."
"Shit, man," Merrill said. "Save something to tell her once we get this bitch open."
I stepped back, and he stepped forward and placed the barrel of his pistol about an inch above the top of the lock. Then, turning his head away, he squeezed the trigger. It took 3 shots, but eventually the lock dropped to the floor, not unlike Kenny. Removing what was left of the lock, I pushed the door open, and we looked inside. There, strapped naked to a soiled bed, was Candace, dehydrated and maybe a bit malnourished, but very much alive. "Candace, I'm John, and this is Merrill. We're here to help you. You are safe now. Colby and Cody hired us to find you."
Hired?
"Yes, but we don't expect to collect payment," I said. "We're going to get you out of these restraints now, and you can put my shirt on." I quickly took off my shirt as Merrill loosened the straps. We each took a hand and helped her up, and she put my shirt on. "We're going to get you out of here, into a hospital," I said.
No, she said. "Just get me to my kids. All I care about is seeing them."
54. Later that night, in the front yard of their no longer needed foster parents' house, Colby and Cody gave me some of the best hugs I had ever received. It was perhaps the best outcome of any case I'd ever worked. Candace was traumatized and would have to heal, but she was alive, and Colby and Cody had their mom back. Dad's department was taking care of the crime scene and handling the closing of the case, as if Merrill and I had never been involved, something that was far easier to do since Kenny shot himself instead of making Merrill do it. Not often, but occasionally, just occasionally, good triumphs over evil, bad men are put down, and children get their missing mom back. It was almost enough to make me want to pick up my badge and gun again. Almost, but not quite. I wasn't quite ready for that yet. But for the first time in a long time, I thought I might actually be, one day soon. And that was a certain type of progress I didn't take for granted. I didn't take it for granted at all.
"Thank you, John," Colby said. "Thank you for our mom."
When I walked into my trailer, my phone was ringing.
"Dude,"
Kimmy said.
"why didn't you take me with you to get Candace? If it's because I'm a girl—"
"If you don't know me better than that, then—"
"I didn't think so, but why then?"
"You're a good cop, Kimmy," I said. "What I did was illegal. I broke into someone's home. I wasn't going to risk your career on a theory. I could have easily been wrong, and Candace not even been there."
"You think I'm a good cop?"
"Yes, I do," I said. "Colby and Cody have their mom back tonight because of the work you did on this case."
"Well, I hope I helped some, but—"
"I'm telling you, what you did was the most important part," I said. "You did all the official things I couldn't do, and you came up with all the valuable information we used to find her. Colby and Cody owe you more than they'll ever know."
"That's sweet of you to say, but you're the one who—"
"It's true. I mean it."
"Thank you. Anyway, I was going to call you tonight, even before I heard what happened and got so mad at you. Guess what I was doing while you were breaking and entering?"
"What's that?"
"Making my first arrest," she said.
"Really?"
"Guess who's sitting in one of our cells right now?"
"One of your exes?"
"Very funny," she said. "None other than Lance Stevenson. You were right. He's Creepy Carl and Velvet too. It's the same guy. And he has several outstanding warrants. He's a stalker and harasser of women in 3 states.
"And you got him off the street," I said.
"Well done, you." "How'd you know the witness was the creeper?"
"I didn't. I just thought he might be, and it'd be worth looking into."
"Well, you were right. But there's still one question we haven't answered."
"Just one?" I asked.
"Well, one I can think of at the moment. We don't know why Steve borrowed his neighbor's truck the night Candace went missing, or what he did with it."
"And we don't need to," I said. "It's not relevant to Candace's disappearance. There are always unanswered questions when a case gets cleared. Some that would have been answered if the case hadn't been solved when it was. Others that never would have."
"Yeah, I guess. But I don't like it."
I didn't respond, and we fell quiet a moment. "Savor this night," I said. "Not many like these. You helped get a missing mom back to her children,
and take a stalker off the board. Most cases don't have such good outcomes. 55. The Department of Corrections of the state of Florida incarcerated just under 60,000 inmates and a yearly cost of roughly $1.5 billion. The number of people required to operate this department was 23,732. I was among them once again. It was an overcast Tuesday morning. I was sitting at my desk, having been reinstated thanks to the footage of the chapel incident and the relentlessness of FDLE agent Rachel Mills. It was nice to be back at work. It was even nicer to see Daniels so disappointed at my return. As I had expected, Stone and Daniels, and even Rachel Mills, agreed that all the tape showed was Skipper breaking up illegal activity. A few members of the staff seemed genuinely glad to see me back, but most, like most of the inmates, were tentative and seemed reserved around me. Mr. Smith was excited to see me. Well, as excited as he ever gets. He said he knew I was innocent and was hoping Skipper wouldn't kill me. I had hoped that myself. Still did, in fact. What I didn't say, because I was trying not to think about it, was that someone else already had. I called Laura to tell her the good news. She was, at the same time, happy for me and scared, too. I was headed down to tell Anna in person and to talk to her about the case when I opened my door and saw Officer Charles Hardy standing there. "I'm sorry it's taken me so long to see you, sir," he said. "Several people told me you wanted to talk to me about the morning Johnson was killed, but I've been out of town. I'm in the reserves, and they sent us to help with some hurricane damage in Charleston." Charles Hardy was an excellent correctional officer. His crisp uniform and patent leather shoes showed his military training, as did his comfort with authority. From all appearances and reports, he accepted the authority of those above him with honor, and never abused the authority he was given over others. "I really appreciate you stopping by. I realize this is not your shift, and you don't have to talk with me. I'm looking into this very unofficially." "I understand, sir," he said. "I'll answer any questions you have." "Thank you," I said. "But please, call me John. I was just about to walk down to classification. If you're headed that way, we could talk while we walk." "Yes, sir," he said. "That'd be fine." We walked down the asphalt road of the upper compound. We were alone. It was still early. The inmates hadn't been released from the dorms yet. In the early morning hours of Tuesday, 2 weeks ago from today, 2 inmates started fighting in the infirmary, I said. "We've been told you were away from your desk and that Captain Skipper had to come break them up." He nodded. "Where were you?" I asked. "I'm surprised they didn't tell you," he said. "When Captain Skipper came into the infirmary, he sent me to confinement to pick up an incident report. When I got back, he was gone. Nurse Strickland told me that Captain Skipper had left word for me to take Jacobson to confinement. So I turned right around and went back to confinement, this time with Jacobson in tow. Strange thing was, he made me fill out the DR. I wasn't there. Didn't witness it. But I had to write the report. I didn't want to, but I did it. I know how to follow an order. Later, when everything went down in the Sally Port, I was glad that I was not in the infirmary just before it happened." "What time did you get back to the infirmary that morning?" I asked. "I didn't," he said. "I was in confinement until a few minutes before 7. When I walked back up to medical, Officer Straub was about to go in to begin his shift. I gave him a report of the night's events. He went in. I walked up front." "Who else was in the medical building that night?" I asked. "Johnson and Jacobson, nurses Anderson and Strickland, the orderly, Jones, and another inmate was there for a while." He tilted his head back and closed his eyes to concentrate on recalling the nearly forgotten name. "Thomas. Anthony Thomas was there for a while. And that's it. Oh, and Captain Skipper. He's everywhere." More than anything, including the case, I wanted to talk to Anna about contracting the infection. But I just couldn't. Not yet. So we talked about the case, about all that had happened, what it meant, who might be behind it.
So, you don't think Skipper killed Johnson or Maddox? She said. I shook my head. Why? Neither death benefits him. Maddox was his best customer. Johnson was his best product. He was making his own kind of killing on the little arrangement, so there was no reason for him to do any killing. It'd be putting an end to a serious paycheck. Maybe they were going to tell. I don't think so. Maddox wouldn't, because it was his secret too. A secret that he, more than anyone, wanted to keep quiet. He would have lost everything. And Johnson's an inmate. Nobody would believe him. And he didn't seem to mind it too much. He was being treated like a king. Drugs, alcohol, no work, no trouble. There's always the possibility of a motive that we can't see. There's always that. But if it were just motive, that would be one thing. But it's means as well. If someone like Skipper wanted to kill an inmate, he wouldn't do it in the garbage truck. He'd do it by having him killed on the rec field or shot during an escape attempt, or beaten to death in confinement. Like he tried with you. Exactly, I said. But there's more. All but one of the murders were particularly bloody, and the third would have been. I think Skipper interrupted that one. They were all stabbed and disfigured. It's personal, not business. A business kill is dispassionate. A single gunshot wound to the back of the head. But stabbings, beatings, cutting, knives, blood, pain, that's personal. So, who do you think did it? She asked. Someone who has a very personal stake in all of this, I said. This is about love that's been twisted into hate, not money or a cover-up. Unless, of course, it was made to look like something it wasn't. You think all the brutality could be a cover? I shrugged. Could be. But it feels like what it is. Twisted love. Dark passion. Revenge. Because even when something is made to look like something it's not, it usually still feels like what it really is. When Molly Thomas was explaining why she had made the accusation against me, that she'd do anything for Anthony, I thought about how much love and devotion was wrapped up in what she did. She loved him so much. I think that's the key. You don't think Molly had it done, do you? She said. She could have hired someone to do it, then gotten killed by him. Takes us back to Skipper again. Everything in this case does, doesn't it? After leaving Anna's office, I walked out into the waiting room. A couple of the men nodded at me. I nodded back. A few others were so engrossed in paperbacks, they never looked up. I recognized Zane Grey, Robert B. Parker, and Stephen King. As I started to walk out of the building, I heard the faint tapping of an electric typewriter coming from behind the door to medical. Turning back around, I pulled out my keys and opened the door. Standing next to the storage room where the typewriter was, Nurse Anderson jumped when I opened the door. The door to the storage room was parted slightly, and she moved in front of it. "Chaplain," she said as the typing stopped. "How are you?" "Who's in there?" I asked. She looked puzzled. "Where do you—" I pushed past her and opened the door. Inside, Alan Jones was stuffing a sheet of typing paper into his pants pocket. I reached out and ripped it from his grip, tearing the corner as I did. One glance let me know it was another letter, warning and threatening me. I looked at Jones. He was looking down at the floor, his weary shoulders slumped forward, his head downcast. "I was just trying to protect her," he mumbled. Nurse Anderson appeared behind me. "What's this all about? What is that?" "Another piece of the puzzle," I said, and walked out of the room. "Chaplain, wait," she called after me. "You don't understand. I was only—" 56. That night, alone and lonely, I focused the full weight of my attention on the case, the crimes, the murders. I was sore and aching, but thought better when I moved around, so paced up and down the length of my trailer as I went over everything. Something was bothering me, needling a small spot of my subconscious with the irritation at the frustrating edge of my memory, like a name once known, but now forgotten. Before finally giving in to pacing and thinking, I had tried to do many things when I came home after work, among them watching the local news, reading, cooking, anything. But nothing worked but bumping around my trailer. As I paced through the tight quarters I was temporarily calling home, I occasionally careened off the thin walls and the cheap furniture, the pain further focusing my thoughts and attention. As I walked and thought and ricocheted around my rooms, I wondered how Molly's death figured into the others. Skipper most likely killed her in order to keep her quiet. She was the only one who could link him to all of the crimes he was involved in, and she had nothing to lose by telling all. Nothing to lose, that was, except her life. The thought at the edge of my consciousness slowly drifted in. I saw the stack of videotapes, images of Maddox, Johnson, and Thomas flickering on the screen. What was it? What had I missed when I previewed the tapes? I walked over and pulled the tapes out of the linen closet. I placed them on the floor in front of the TV stand and pulled the chair over in front of the TV. I turned on the TV and VCR and pushed the first tape in. As it began to play, the images that had been floating around in my head the past few days filled the screen, accompanied by the tape's dull moans of both pleasure and pain. I tried to watch other parts of the screen this time, forcing myself to look away from that which most drew attention to itself in each frame. Nothing. I did this with all the tapes, and still nothing. I sat there staring at the TV screen, now playing the late news. The anchor person was saying that Molly's car accident was believed to be suicide. She went on to say how distraught Molly had been over the death of her husband, an inmate incarcerated at PCI. I wasn't really listening to her, though. I was still trying to think of what I had missed. I was sure it was on one of the tapes. What had it been? And then, it hit me like a tire iron across the face. I jumped up and ran toward my bedroom, bumping into the walls of the narrow hallway as I went. I retrieved the other tape, the 8mm one, from the drawer in my bedside table, and ran back into the living room, where the light was better. We had started a video recording production service at my church in Atlanta. Having a limited budget to begin with, we used high-8 tapes and equipment, and did most of the work ourselves. I learned a lot about video production during that time. One of the things I learned was that it is best to fast-forward a new tape all the way to the end, and then rewind it to the beginning before starting to record on it. This caused all of the loose magnetic particles on the tape to drop off, so there'd be fewer fade-outs during recording and playback. Of course, most people didn't practice this technique. On the tapes that hadn't been fast-forwarded to the end and then rewound to the beginning before being used for recording, it was obvious how much of the tape had been recorded on. This was because, once the tape had been rewound, the part that had been used was not level with the part that hadn't on the spool. This was because the tape that had been used was looser and uneven, whereas the tape that was unused was still wound tight and smooth. As I looked at the 8mm tape from Maddox's collection, I could tell that an amateur had done the recording. Over half of the tape was loose and uneven, while the other half was smooth and tight. This meant that only half of the tape had been used before it was rewound. This also meant that an hour of footage was on the 2-hour tape. An hour had been recorded, but we had only viewed a few minutes. There was more footage on the tape. I had let the tape play some after the scene had ended, but now I wondered if I hadn't waited long enough for the next scene to come on. There was one way to find out. Uncle Tyrone's 8mm VCR was still at the prison, in the conference room next to Stone's office, where I had used it to show him and Daniels the footage of Anthony and Molly Thomas in the chapel. Unable to carry everything, given how I was feeling, I had left the VCR and just brought home the tapes in order to protect them. I raced to the prison and parked in front of admin. One of only 2 buildings outside the fence, I was able to enter admin through the front door without checking in or being seen by the control room. Rushing down the dark corridor in only the tiny red glow from the exit sign above the door on the far end, I entered the conference room and turned on the TV and the 8mm VCR still hooked to it. Like the rest of the building, the conference room was dark and quiet, the occasional creaks of the structure and the hum of the central air the only sounds. I put the tape in and pushed the fast-forward button. After passing through the chapel scene at rapid speed, the screen turned to white noise, and then to blue. I continued to fast-forward it. In about 3 minutes, an image appeared on the screen again. The infirmary at night. The camera, positioned in the hallway outside, shooting through the windows. Johnson and Thomas. No Jacobson. Both on the far wall, 3 beds in between them. The screen turned to snow, and then blue again. Before I could hit the fast-forward button, another image flickered on. It was a close-up of Johnson and Thomas having violent sex together on one of the beds in between them. They looked like animals, gnawing and pawing at each other. I saw no evidence of love or affection. Both men were drunk, or high, or both. In another minute, Sandy Strickland entered the room and caught them. She walked right up to where they were before they knew she was there. No sound could be heard from inside the infirmary, but there was plenty of sign language. She raged at Anthony. It was obvious that she cared for him, that she was hurt by what she had just seen. The look on her face was undiluted disgust. Anthony at first bowed his head and looked like a wounded little boy, but as she continued to berate him, something changed. He glanced over at Johnson for his response to the whole scene, and that set him off. He pulled back and punched Sandy hard in the stomach. She bent over and stepped back. Within seconds, Johnson was behind her, forcing her down on the bed. It was difficult to watch, but I didn't look away, even as my pounding heart filled with pain and nausea spread through me. They ripped her clothes off and began to beat and rape her. The violence and brutality was even more surreal because it was silent. Even more disconcerting and discordant were the expressions on the 2 men's faces. As they beat and brutalized her, they smiled and laughed wickedly. The entire attack took less than 10 minutes, but in those sadistic 600 seconds, both Thomas and Johnson had raped, beaten, and sodomized Sandy Strickland. Molly Thomas and Sandy Strickland. Skipper had made his own little rape tape. I could tell that the second rape had actually occurred before the first one. Jacobson wasn't in the infirmary like on the night of the murder, and Sandy Strickland wore the old gray nurse's uniform that had since been abandoned by the department for something a little brighter. Skipper must have recorded a lot of footage during the first rape that he deemed unworthy, or that somehow showed him, and so recorded over it. As I continued to watch, a couple of things caught my eye. At some point near the end, a door opened into the hallway where the camera was positioned. I rewound the tape and played the same footage again. This time, when the door opened and the light poured into the hallway, I pushed the pause button. There he was. When the light came into the dark hallway, it made the glass the camera was shooting through reflect the image like a mirror, revealing that the cameraman was Matt Skipper. Just over his right shoulder, standing just behind Skipper in the doorway to the caustic storage room, was the inmate orderly, Alan Jones. 57. The veil of darkness covering the compound seemed much more than only the absence of light. I was alone in the pervasive darkness. I was in it, and it was in me. Or so it seemed. I had entered the institution just a few minutes before. "Everybody's working late tonight," the control room officer said. "Who else?" "That tall, pretty classification officer. Medical called her in on an emergency transfer." My heart started racing. I spun around and quickly scanned the parking lot. There, in the employee parking lot, was Anna's car. "Who's the OIC?" I asked. "Captain Skipper." I shook my head and frowned. "What is it, Chaplain?" "Will you call Sergeant Monroe and ask him to meet me in medical?" I said, rushing down the compound before he responded. The daytime noise and movement of inmates and officers, was replaced by the eerie silence and lonely stillness of night. When I reached the medical building, the officer's desk was vacant. I walked down the hallway, past the nurse's station, where an elderly nurse dozed with her head on the counter. I continued toward the infirmary to find that there was no officer stationed here either. There were no inmates in the infirmary, so there was no need for an officer. When I walked into the infirmary, I saw Sandy Strickland sitting alone on an exam stool beside one of the beds. Her upper body was slumped down on the bed, her right hand extended, rubbing the bed gently. I could hear her crying from the moment I entered the room. As I approached, she jerked up, looked puzzled, and began wiping her eyes.
"What the hell are you doing here?"
she asked. "I just came from viewing a videotape of what Thomas and Johnson did to you here in this very room."
"I don't know what you're talking about," she said nervously. "What video? What do you mean?"
"I mean, Skipper recorded it. Thomas and Johnson assaulting you." She began to cry, and I could tell she was on something. Something strong.
"Oh my God," she said. "He could have stopped it. That sick prick. He just watched. Stood there filming as they—"
"I understand why you'd want to kill them," I said. "But why not just turn them in? Why not let the—"
"I didn't want Anthony punished. I loved him. I just wanted him free of that little nigger faggot and that fat bastard banker faggot. They turned him into... He used to be so... They infected him. Fucked HIV right into his... Gave him AIDS. Then he gave it to me. Or maybe it was Johnson. I'm dying. Fucker killed me too. I'm dying. Me. Not you. You're not. I gave you my results, not yours. I was just so..."
The room around us, the building around it, was still and night quiet.
"I blamed you," she said. "Blame everybody at this fucking place. Y'all are all part of the... Skipper's the worst, but you're all to blame. All you pricks stick together when you're not sticking each other."
"Sandy, I want you to come with me," I said. "Let's go talk to some people who can help. Let's go tell them what you did to Anthony and the others. I'm sure they'll understand. I'm sure they'll help you." She looked confused.
"I didn't do anything to Tony. I could never. I loved him. Took care of those other two buttfucks to protect him. I didn't. I could never hurt him. I'll hurt everybody else here. You. All of... But not him. I'm not going to talk to any... I've got that nosy bitch from classification. You're so... in... I'll kill her. I'll slice her open."
She spun around on her stool to the bed behind her, pulling off the sheet to reveal Anna, bound and gagged and crying. When Anna saw me, a quick flash of relief danced in her eyes. But it didn't last long. Her eyes filled with terror again when Sandy pulled the scalpel from her pocket and placed it at Anna's throat.
"So pretty. So..."
"Sandy, no. Please. Don't..." She pressed the knife hard against Anna's throat. Sandy had obviously administered some sort of paralytic or something, because Anna didn't move or scream as blood began pouring out of the small opening on the right side of her neck.
"Miss Sandy, you okay?"
Alan Jones asked as he stepped into the infirmary. Walking over toward her, he glanced at Anna with neither expression nor comment. I had to come up with something quick. But what? How long did Anna have? I thought about Sandy saying she hadn't killed Anthony, that she loved him and would never... "You didn't kill Anthony, did you?" I said. She looked back at me.
"I told you. I wasn't even here when it happened. Oh, God, I want him back."
The blood was flowing more freely from Anna's neck now. "In a way, you did kill him," I said. "What?" "Your love for him got him killed. He was killed by someone who loves you." "What? Who?" "Him," I said, gesturing toward Jones. I could see the look of realization as the truth of what I'd said dawned on her. "He was watching that night," I said. "I've seen the video. He can be seen just behind Skipper, watching what they did to you. He was going to kill them all, but you beat him to Johnson, and Jacobson's been in confinement. But Thomas, when his wife got him released from confinement, he did to him what he had done to you, only with a scalpel." She looked over at Jones with utter contempt. "You stupid, useless... What did you do? What did you think? That you had a shot? I loved him, not you. Never you. He was my everything. You were nothing to me. A worthless, old... You mopped the floors, for fuck's sake. You..." She started toward him with a scalpel. When she reached him, she brought up the weapon, but slapped him first hard across the face with her open hand. He didn't flinch. She swiped at his face with the scalpel, slicing his cheek open, his blood beginning to pour out and join Anna's on the floor. And then, it happened. In one quick motion, he wrapped his huge hands around her small throat and broke her neck. As her body went limp, he took the scalpel from her and stabbed her several times in the heart, then slit her throat. Her head fell to the side unnaturally, and as he let her go, she crumpled to the floor. Spinning around, he started to rush me. Just before he reached me, I snapped out a hard right jab square on his nose. It stunned him, and blood started pouring out of it. Staggering back a step or two, he righted himself and came again, this time ducking his head down and tackling me. As he did, the scalpel clanged on the floor a few feet away. Still sore and aching, my entire body screamed with pain as I hit the floor. "Get to Anna. Hurry. You've got to hurry." On top of me now, he began to flail at me wildly, hitting my left eye and chin and shoulder and arm. I brought my midsection up, rocked forward, then back, and bucked him off. Jumping to my feet, I began to rush over to Anna's bed, once white, now crimson. Climbing to his feet, Jones had the scalpel in his hand again. "Think what I gonna do to her after I got you," he hissed. I braced for his attack, but it never came. About halfway to me, his feet flew out from underneath and he hit the floor hard. He had slipped on all the blood. Anna's, his, Sandy's. As he attempted to find purchase in the slippery fluid, Merrill rushed into the room, an officer's baton in his hand. I ran over to Anna as Merrill went toward Jones. Jones reached his feet, his eyes wild and wide, and ran at Merrill. Scalpel extended, rabid expression on his face, Jones hurled himself toward Merrill. At first, it looked as if Merrill wasn't doing anything, or had waited too late to defend himself. But just as Jones was on him, he brought the baton up into his chin, then down on his falling head. The blows were fast and furious, and Jones stopped dead, but didn't go down. Merrill lifted the baton again and brought it back down across the left side of his face. His whole head jerked back, and blood and teeth spewed out as he collapsed to the floor. "Anna's cut," I said, "bleeding out. We've got to get her to a hospital." "We in a hospital. I'll grab some help." He dashed out of the room. I pressed the wound on Anna's neck, feeling for a pulse as I did. Anna! Hey! Open your eyes. Anna, it's John. Please, wake up. Please open your eyes, Anna." In a few moments, Merrill rushed back in with medical personnel and a doctor. "She's lost a lot of blood," the doctor said. "We have the same blood type," I said. "Give her mine." "Are you absolutely positive?" "Yes," I said. "And it's disease-free. I was just tested." I climbed on the table beside her, her blood soaking into my clothes, and the doctor quickly found a vein, transferring my blood into her body, as he worked on her wounds and called for an ambulance. Her blood had helped save me. Now my blood, my clean, virus-free, life-giving blood, would do the same for her. I was sure of it. 58. A few days later, I was seated on the edge of Anna's hospital bed, the afternoon sun streaming in through the open blinds, striping the bed and warming the room. The door was closed. We were alone. Anna was wearing an oversized cotton nightshirt with bouquets of violets against a soft yellow background. Her hair hung straight down to the smattering of dark freckles just above her breasts and had the fluffy look of having just been blown dry. The bandage on her neck was smaller than the one the day before, and when we had hugged, I had smelled the slightest hint of her perfume. "Your blood's in my veins," she said. I nodded. "I keep thinking about that." "Me too." We fell silent a moment. "You never told me what brought you to the infirmary," she said. I told her. "Did you suspect Strickland before you saw the tape?" I nodded. "She was the first to appear at the scene that Tuesday morning in the Sallyport when Johnson was killed. She was there before medical was called. I think she wanted to make sure Johnson actually got killed. If he'd just been injured, she could finish the job. And that's exactly what she did. She smashed his windpipe. She was the only one who could have. She climbed onto the back of that truck, not as a healer, but a killer." "How'd she do it? Get him in the bag in the back of the truck in the first place?" "She had Hardy take Jacobs into confinement so she could drug and dispose of Johnson. She put him in the caustic storage room, then locked it so Jones couldn't get in. Then she spilled a urine sample in the exam room and had Anderson supervise Jones cleaning it up. When Schutt pulled up and knocked on the door, she didn't answer it. When he walked over to laundry, she carried the bags out and put them in his truck." She nodded, squinting slightly. I could tell that she was picturing everything I was saying. Of course, when I saw the video, I knew it had to be her, and then I also knew why. And it doesn't mean as much as it once did, but poison is historically a woman's method of murder. Both of her victims were poisoned or drugged. The violence was never direct. "Was for Anthony Thomas. What about him?" "I suspected Jones of being involved, too. I knew he'd typed the letters to me, and Johnson's request threatening suicide or escape. I didn't think Strickland had killed Anthony Thomas, and not only because she was in love with him, but because it was direct, brutal violence." "Yeah, she saved that shit for me." "She was disintegrating fast by then. I think she had some torture planned for Maddox, had 2 of his knives ready for it after she drugged him, but Skipper banging on the door with Thomas made her cut things short." "How about Molly Thomas? Who killed her?" "I think Skipper did it, but I can't prove it." "So, Skipper had a prostitution ring, sold drugs, had you beaten up, and has maybe murdered someone, and he gets away with it?" "For a little while longer, maybe," I said. "He's being investigated. Word's out on the compound, so..." 59. I was standing at the gate of Potter Correctional Institution, staring at him, when he was killed. It was Monday morning of the following week. Thick clouds had rolled in during the night, replacing the sunny skies of the weekend, the gray day matching the buildings of the institution. In the Sallyport, Merrill Monroe was stabbing trash bags with an iron rod on the back of a flatbed truck, his graceful, fluid motion a thing of beauty. Seeing me at the gate, he paused and waved. "Somebody say something about me being a spear chucker. I show 'em why my ancestors called that." I started to say something, but stopped as the most powerful sense of déjà vu washed over me. When Merrill stabbed the next bag, the rod stuck and wouldn't give as he attempted to withdraw it. On his second, more strenuous attempt, Merrill was able to snatch the weapon free, but it came out of his hands and went flying through the air. Striking the fence nearest me, it splattered the steel and concrete with blood. Merrill looked at me, slowly shaking his head in disbelief, as the officer in the control room buzzed me through the 2 gates that separated us. I rushed over to the vehicle in what felt like a recurring nightmare and climbed onto it with Merrill. A small pool of blood was seeping outward from the bag. Bending over, I pulled open the bag, peeling back the sides, the wet plastic slipping from my grip, the warm blood bathing my fingers, as it opened to reveal the lifeless, bloody body of Captain Matthew Skipper, his vacant eyes filled with far more peace in death than they ever had been in life. I looked back at Merrill, wondering if he'd had anything to do with this, beyond what I'd just witnessed. His opaque expression was implacable.
Kinda poetic, ain't it?
I nodded.
Jacobson got out of confinement over the weekend, he said.
I stood and turned to look down toward the compound. Beyond the medical and security personnel running in this direction, a small group of inmates had gathered in front of the center gate. There, in the midst of them, straining to see along with the others, was Jacobson, a wide grin seeping across the wild expression on his pale face. This concludes Power in the Blood, Book 1 in the John Jordan series by Michael Lister. Performed by Kyle Tait. The executive producer is Eric West. Copyright 2010 and production copyright 2020 by Pulpwood Press. If you've enjoyed this book, look out for more from the John Jordan series wherever audiobooks are sold. And for more on the author, visit michaellister.com.